Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done in my drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life, hit me with it. Right now I'm in it, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. Said, yeah, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. It's 2 a.m. when we close the bar, but we're in the get-go. Next place, give me someone I could dance with you beneath the stars. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want you. Everything stops when you move like that, and I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, cause right now I'm in it. I feel kinda dizzy when I'm staring at you. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby. I said, Cincinnati, baby, Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light your fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invisible at last. Fueling every end and maybe we're invincible. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. Hold your gun, caught the wire, aim for desire. I've been flying to make you believe. With my heart on hyperdrive, we do what we want, but we're not free. With our hearts on
Hyperdrive.
Hello, fucking hell. I told you. I fucking told you this would happen. I knew it. I knew it would happen. Oh, for God's sake. I really hope this isn't a sign of things to come. But I'll be honest with you. I suspect it might have been. Ah, good. It's not ideal. Yeah, I was just sat really still. Hi, Chateau. Nice to see you today. How's it going? It's the motherboard, unfortunately, which makes it worse because those other things are much easily more fixable. Basically, the USB port is fucky. I might try and swap them over. The problem is it's not as simple as just swapping them over because you have to reset a lot of things because it's designed for a specific port and you have to tell it which one it is and it's all that kind of nonsense. So I'll have to sort that out later. Hopefully it won't work. Hopefully it'll work well enough over the course of today's stream that it won't be the end of the world, but my God, it was annoying the shit out of me on Sunday, I must say. It's the boy Mikey. Thank you very much for the 2 months, my friend. That is super duper nice of you. And Borrow Till I Die, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs during the intro. That was unnecessarily nice of you, my friend, but I am very, very grateful to you for that. And Crazy Brit with the 45 bits. Started you mean to go on, eh? Yeah, I was going for the thinker. Look, chat, I am in deep thought. What year? We are in 2042, just barely. Get stained glass window in the Netherlands. I'll take it. Do your worst. I'm happy with it. I like this shirt. Pog came home from work on yesterday and was like, Matt, I have brought you a shirt. And I said, hey, fuck it. Let's crack on. I'm liking these kind of shirts. It goes really well with a bit of white shorts. I think it's a very summery vibe. I'm loving it. BCFC Woody, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1. That's super duper nice of you, mate. Thank you so much. Welcome to bang.com. Like a Spanish villa or a Spanish villa. I don't know why I turned the collar up for that. That doesn't really work. You'll get there, Mason. Don't worry. It's fine. As long as 1 million people drop out, you're in. 2008 Renault livery. Okay, I need a picture. I want to see a comparison for that. Looks like the title card for a movie based on a Dan Brown. Chat, it was the Freemasons what did it. Big Tall and Samoan Dog. No, I think I actually quite like it. Panama hat. No, I don't suit hats. As you know, from many years of this, I do not suit hats. Miss Thursday and Sunday. Okay, biggest thing. So what was Thursday and Sunday? We had transfer window and... actually, biggest thing you missed is Kvara won the Europa League. That's probably the biggest thing out of all that, was Kvara won the Europa League and the Super Cup, which is amazing, and long may it continue. Let's get you two guys fucking on the back. To be fair, the last time I bought someone else a shirt, it was equally gopping. Basically, it was this... Basically, there was... There used to be a subreddit called Targeted T-shirts, which was things like, you know, I'm a certified forklift driver type of stuff like that. And there was this one shirt that Viking and I used to, like, crack up on every time we saw it. And basically, it was this random, like, market where there was obviously mistranslations and stuff. And all it said on it, it said, I'm not gay, but $20 is $20. But then underneath that, it just had someone dabbing, and it said Fortnite. It was just one of my most favourite shirts. I managed to track it down on some dodgy website, and I bought it for Viking for his birthday a couple of years ago. It's one of my favourite shirts of all time. They won the Super Cup too, yeah. Zoltan scored the winner in the Super Cup final against Bayern Munich. You wear that shirt weekly? I bet you don't. I reckon you should have worn it to your interview. That would have been the ultimate power move. How do you think that went, by the way? Also, how's it going? Let's get off on me. It was just memes of the shirt. Oh, is this the Renault one? I see where you're coming from. I was expecting more like Fleur releases on it, but still, yeah, I can sort of see what you mean. 20 V-Bucks. Hey, I have V-Bucks in my wallet still. It was printed 3D printed V-Bucks like 5 years ago, and I still have a couple of them in my wallet. No actual change, just those. So where to catch you up on, my friends? Well, first things first. Rumors of a potential board takeover, but the difference is this is a legit one. This is not your mum's board takeover. This is an actual one. Let me see if I can find the... Here we go. MTK receive takeover approach. This is not a the normal type. Rumors that current champion is looking to move on. An unnamed investor is looking to buy controlling stake in the club with the view of floating it on the stock market. This is an actual takeover bid. Because you know the real ones happened really fast. This was only, what, 2 days ago? Yesterday. Yesterday in game this happened. So yeah, that's something that's likely to happen today. We could end up with new owners and potentially a huge amount of new investment if we go onto the stock exchange. Because that, I think, is what happens, though. It's never actually happened before. A condom brand. Yeah, fuck it, why not? No, it was the virtual currency that was available in Fortnite. Terrible, should find out. I hope that it went awful and you still get the job, in a way. Because that would show just that quality shining on through. Didn't you, like, insult the person who was giving the interview before the interview? That's a power move. I rate that. Maybe it was Joe LeBeau holding the back. He was selling them all. Oh. Really good. Really good or really bad? Oh, shit. What's the really bad availability for that one? It's finally the owners of Bang.com are finally coming and actually taking over the entire club. Immaculate vibes will no doubt be possible. Head, heart, balls. I'm actually... It's actually kind of mad. Like, the last couple of days, I've been in a bit of a funk just mentally, and I have no idea why. This morning, I went for a run. That was really fun. Started streaming. Just sort of felt this, like... I have no idea why. I just suddenly feel a lot better all of a sudden. Or maybe it's just our immaculate vibes to begin things today. I have a lot of stuff to show you. Board approvals from shareholders. Bad at accepting. To be fair, there's not a lot for us to actually have to accept from them anymore, other than maybe the occasional affiliate club, which doesn't really do much good for us anyway these days, if you might have noticed. So, a couple of things. Signings have happened, obviously. Most of which you already knew about, but there's a couple that... I did spend a little bit of money. Also, we actually have more money now because the board, they invested yet more cash into the team, despite me not asking them to. It was like the last throes of Joe's reign, I suspect. You were here when we got the wage budget increase, I believe, last stream, but they also gave us a transfer budget increase without me asking for it. So that's nice. Right. Players that came in. My supervisor asked if I'd prepared for the interview. I said, nah, I'm just going to wing it. And to be fair, if you can do it, anyone can. Her response was, I was going to give you a reference, but fuck you. You don't need our time. No, hell no. Thank you very much for the hype train, friends. That was very kind. Poor in a form. Okay, right. So we'll have to be careful with that, particularly if we like lose a few games while we're resting players. So these were the crop of players that joined us in January, most of which you already knew about. Obviously, Alejandro Pavone, 5-star. He stayed 5-star potential, which is really good news. 4.8 mil. He's gone out and loaned Molfeheva, which I think is a good move for him because they're not a team that've got that many of our loans anymore. I think they could do with a few of them. I think he'll get guaranteed game time there. I think he's actually... What's his squad status? I think it was actually... Fuck. I swear it did say. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. Point being, I think it's a good squad status that he's got there. Next up, obviously, is Liam Cooper, who you all knew about. Mr. £20 million Celtic goalkeeper, who also maintained his 5-star potential, which is a really strong sign. What's less strong sign is that I couldn't get him a loan move for some reason. I don't know why, but no one was interested in him upon joining us, which I found very strange considering how good he is. So he's going to be around the club a little bit. Maybe we'll get him a loan move in the summer. I don't know. Or he'll just move up the pecking order, honestly. Since I can only give Gacic 1-year contracts at the moment. 1,200. That is a lot of team reports. Something else I did actually as well. As you know, last time around, or a couple of weeks ago, or not, well, a couple of streams ago, I went through some of the African national teams looking for players that were really young and in their national teams. I did the same thing for Europe this time around, and I've looked at, like, found some players from like Lithuania, Georgia, Armenia. Most of them are the sort of players I suspect that will look good kind of on paper until we actually get a proper scout report on them. But there's one guy that I really do like the look of. There's an Armenian centre-back that, from what I can tell, which is very little, has tent poles for days, my friends. So I'm kind of excited to see what the reports look like when he comes through, potentially. So an Armenian centre would be kind of fun to have. Just because, you know, I didn't want to... We're not really scouting a lot of those teams because there's just no reason to a lot of the time. So I feel like occasionally it would behoove me to go and look through some of these national team squads just to see if there are any players that stand out to me as being like... People like... who was it? Was it Sal last time around that I found like that as well? A USB hub. Oh, so this is the thing. I have a USB hub already. Which is what most of my stuff is plugged into. However, this camera doesn't like being plugged into USB hubs, even if that USB hub is plugged into a USB 3 port. It's a bit weird. It has to be USB 3, but it doesn't like it when it's through a hub into that for some reason. It's like it can tell. It's very, very annoying. Elgato are weird about that with their products. All of my Elgato products are plugged into like directly into the motherboard. Well, directly into the USB ports on the PC, directly into USB 3 ports. It's really annoying that Elgato are like that, but it doesn't seem to work as well without it. I might swap it and the Stream Deck ports over though, potentially. That might be my next thing, because they're both on the front and they're both USB 3. So we'll see. £70. Yeah, I think Fulham's Duke, it's £80. It's not ideal, is it really? Budget of 600 million. That is outrageous. I think we've never even had... I think we've had 100 million one time. Romania's doing a national team. Yeah, I can show you in a second. Let me just finish these transfers first, then I'll absolutely do that, because Romania's been a bit of a strange one. It is a powered USB hub, yeah. I don't even have that much plugged into it. I've got my headphones, obviously. My game controller when it's plugged in, which it isn't at the moment. And literally the thermometer thing that we still used. That's plugged into that as well. But yeah, so Liam Cooper. Then there was Felicitano Nor, who was that free dude we found at Willem Tway, because there's always occasional random amateurs in there, and we've got another one with him. So he's going to learn a Budafok, because why the hell not? From Farrell in real life. Are they really? That's dope. Brighton have been following my transfers. I rate that. Oh, the profit margin, and it seems to be getting huger as well. Ibrahim Konate was just a random guy I found at ASIC Mimosas. I think you saw me pick this guy up. We liked his tent poles, even though his technicals were a little bit sus. He's still only 18. Already got a cap for the Ivory Coast. He's gone out on a Budapest Hungary again. Oh, Brighton's new away shirt. What colour are we going for here? I like that. I like that a lot. And I think the reason I like that is it's giving me ever so slight Sassuolo vibes. And that makes me like it more, because, you know, I love my Nero Verde. That's great. I know it's not the same colour green. It's more of a sort of a lighter green, but I love that, actually. I feel like it might have been... I would have maybe preferred it, actually, if it didn't have the trim here and the stripes were allowed to extend further along. But still, I think that's the thing that takes it from like a 9 to a 10 if it was. But I still think it's a solid 9. Really do like that. It's a bit minty. Yeah, it's the right exact word, yeah. So, the next two, though, are the only two that you wouldn't have seen. So randomly, you know how every January starts? By the way, I looked at freebies. Not a single player was worth us picking up. Like, there was only 2 guys that were, even from big sides, that were, like, being released. And they were both, like, 35. There was nobody. So it's going to be a bad year for that one. For us, anyway. But these two here. The start of the window, you sometimes get this report through with players that I think are going to be leaving at the end of their contracts. Now, I think Wilson Roberto was one of those, but I couldn't risk us not getting him. Right? £5.5 million. Ready? This was a release clause from Barcelona. Wilson Roberto, 5.5 million. I just can't even. What are they doing letting players like this guy leave for 5.5 million? I got on a 4-year contract, and I think it's got extension clauses as well. Yes, it does. 7-year deal. 14 heading. Sorry, yeah, 14 heading, 14 marking, 16 tackling, 15 jumping reach. He's even not super slow either. Mentals are solid. He's already 2.5 stars at 19. Are they in debt? I mean, they are Barca, so there's a strong reason, right? And we finally got Wilson! Wonder-Kid description, which he didn't have until he joined us, hilariously, but that's just how it goes. Absolutely outrageous. I wonder if they are in debt. Let's have a look at Barcelona's finances, since we can actually see that information. They got 50 mil in the bank. But that's about it, I suppose. I love how they have... Their only legends are Messi, Xavi, and Pep. No one else counts as a legend at Barca anymore, apparently. Plymouth's new kit. Ooh, Championship Plymouth. What are we saying? Yes, very solid. Love it. It's clean. Really nice integration of the sponsor logo as well. That is clean as fuck. Love that. Pretty good for a Puma kit as well. Puma are a bit weird sometimes. That is really nice. It's very Portland Timbers. Yeah, I think it's the sponsor that's making me think that too, but I love that. Maybe there's a bit of an homage. Well, not an homage, but like, I like that a lot. Fair play, Puma. Also, 50 quid for a home shirt. That's pretty good. Like, considering some of the prices you see for teams' kits, 50 quid for a home shirt is actually pretty solid. Sponsor logo. I feel like a lot of it comes down to, is the sponsor willing to let their logo be integrated, or are they a sponsor with bright colors logos that will not let their style guide be interrupted to the point where it ends up fucking everything else up, basically. Just out timber. If they ever play Arsenal or something, we never know. So yeah, that's Wilson Roberto. One more dude as well, who I quite like, mainly because he was just cheap. So this is Juan from Villarreal. I picked him up for Juan million, which... Oh, good. This is a real sign of things to come, isn't it? Oh, let me see if I can swap these over. It's just a test. I've swapped the camera and... No, see, this is the problem, right? When it swaps it over, it does not seem to like any other port except the one it's in. And even that one doesn't seem to like very often. Oh, God, now it's gone away entirely. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I'll swap them back. Watch this now. I've completely fucked up the camera to the point where I can't use it or something. Oh, thank God for that. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do about that, but that is a problem because that's getting worse now. It seemed to be okay for a little while, but now it's starting to get to the point where it's like every 10 fucking minutes, which is just not doable. That's not feasible. And also, the problem is as well, the only reason I have it in that port as well, I think it's because I actually tried to put it in the other one originally, and it just would not work. It just kept freezing. My doppelganger is it Kavos, because I get that one quite a lot. So yeah, that's one. 1.1 million pounds. You'll love to see it. Worst sponsor integration. Oh, go on. Yes. Because it's just like... yeah. No, I don't know what to say. It's just like, hey, big red blob. Let's have that on a kit. So I feel like as a sponsor, you should want to work with the club to make the sponsor actually fit the kit because more people will buy the kit, right? Even as we're Portsmouth... is it University of Portsmouth? Their sponsor, or have they got... oh, yeah, it is, yeah. I still feel like that could have been better as well. I feel like there's a way that they could have integrated this part here slightly better as well. Pizza jobby. That's fine by me, mate. You know me. I'm happy either way. We'll barbecue inside. It's fine. It's your house. You can do what you like. No rolls barred. No, I haven't. It sounds like a D&D type of channel, if I had to guess. I nearly went to the University of Portsmouth. When I say that, I mean I got into the University of Portsmouth. I was never really that close to going there. But I got in, and that's the main thing. I'm still waiting to see Fulham's away kit, because I've heard it could be pink. Chrome McLaren. Hey, the Chrome clearly did the business. Made them a lot faster, apparently. Forrester's new kit. Yeah, no. That for me... is anyone else getting bananas and pajamas vibes off of it? Oh, come on. This is ridiculous now. Oh, fuck's sake. Right. This better not be a thing that happens all day, because I can't keep doing that. Yeah, no, that's not... Argentina after a piss up. It does have that kind of vibes, doesn't it? Fiorentina... it's okay. I don't hate that, actually. But yeah, I was fully getting bananas and pajamas vibes off the other one. Right. Okay, so Champions League. We're playing Club Brugge. Nice and easy for us. Ferencváros play Monaco. They've beaten Monaco so many times in this save in the Europa League. Watch them not win this. Haladas play Valencia, but Haladas are already absolutely vibing. It's Kishvada we've got to worry about. Yeah, that was quite a fun British GP actually on Sunday, to be honest. Let me just do this as well. Also, Bobby's getting some large bids, and I'm considering it, honestly, as to whether that's maybe something we should look into. Right. Surely... oh, Ingram's not injured. Yeah, he's injured, isn't he? Right, okay. Teixeira, Pretz. Oh, my God. What is this backup setup? All those injuries have still not... Monty's still not quite back yet either. So, right. What do I want to do here? Let me just make sure I get this right. Oh, boy. I mean, I'll look at it if I got a link. I can't obviously look at every single link because we'll be here all day, but I'm always interested in new kits. It's like, well, I love this time of year. Oh, come on! This is actually taking the piss now. Right, I've tried something different this time. Try something different. I've blown into the socket. It always worked with Nintendo cartridges, right? Yeah, this is not something I can stomach. Like, when it happened like every couple of hours, it was like, whatever. Like, it's a thing we can fix. But that is going to get on my tits. I blow that socket. Oh, I went... Oh. Wills, thank you very much for the 5 months. Oh, dear. That's going to do my fruit in. Well, so I actually took the... because it comes with like an extra USB connection thing. The problem is, it's because it has to dangle over the top. And there's no like flat way of laying it because of where it is. That wasn't Pog that said that, was my mother. But those Nintendo cartridges... Well, to be fair, we used to just put all of them in the Discord when they happened, but that's because they happened rare enough to the point where it was actually a surprise and a fun thing to happen, rather than something that happens every 2 fucking minutes, you know? That's just not, like, viable. Particularly as it's not like a case of I press, like, a couple of buttons and fix it each time. I have to, like, unplug it manually every single time it does it, and that's just not a thing we can keep doing. Right, the backline's looking a bit problematic today, but I don't think what choice we've got, really. We will start Bobby off the left here, because it's Club Brugge. And it might be one of his last games for us, potentially, anyway. It's just the All-Ball one. Ooh, actually, I do like that. I like that. It reminds me a lot of the Tromsø one, but just because it's red and white stripes on the Scandi kit, honestly. But I actually like the fact that there's texture on the stripes as well. Not a problem. I like that. Austin FC? Oh, absolutely not. That is gopping. Oh, my Jesus. Polish guy centre-back. Yeah, but the thing is with Bartechko, I think I'd still rather play Darla centre-back, honestly. Because I think Darla's a better centre-back than he is. Although, actually, his heading's not as good. He's just very good in the air. But then Teixeira is also a fantastic right-back. Wait, when was he a model citizen? I swear he... Okay, we'll take that. That's new. I think I'll just... I think what I might actually do is actually rest Darla out for this one entirely and then start Bartechko. We could also start Gvardiol too, but he's not got the height for this, really. Right. They've got Maisel Mace. Okay. It's Maisel Mace. Yeah, the Captain America shirt that Barnes they've got is absolutely outrageous. The thing is, there's ways they could have done that and not have it look absolutely gopping, and they just chose not to. It's just... I respect that, but also I really don't at the very same time, you know? Right, let's get into this. Yeah, it's probably the worst sponsor integration. But what is actually the Barnsley sponsor that they're trying to integrate like that? Because I saw there's like a Barnsley fan that does a lot of TikToks and stuff, and I saw him talking about it, and it was just like, yeah, no idea. Nothing but a win. Cool. Also, do you know there are only 2 sides in the Champions League this season, in this game, that are unbeaten so far, and those 2 teams are Bayern Munich and Haladash. Only 2 unbeaten sides in the Champions League. Even we've lost a game. Our US Telecoms company. Oh, Chelsea actually had their new kit. I heard rumours that they were maybe going to have a Nintendo sponsor, but I'm guessing that's not the case, because I feel like people would like it if it was. Right. They're all at home today. If this is going to be a big day, we need it to be the biggest day. Because Vardar are going to have to win. Ferencváros, I feel like, are capable of winning and kind of need to win. I think if they do win, though, they're pretty much through. Because they'd have 9 points then. But they do need to beat Monaco. And they've done it many times before, but you're just never sure with these guys. I have also loaned another guy to Ferencváros, and I can't remember who it is. How's no sponsors? Oh, really? Baumeister, put it across the Blasdurin, and it's Nunez has somehow put that over the crossbar. Yeah, the Barnsley one is truly a work of art, but if it's art for someone you don't like, you know?
Here's a fun fact.
Snaz, thank you for the follow.
Simple is just 2 blocks from here.
Well, yeah, the Paramount one is really strange. Like, because it's like, is there even any real conflict with them, actually? Snaz, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, sorry, I forgot to do the Romania check. Remind me after the match, and I'll get on that. I'm so sorry. I got a bit distracted. Velázquez, Bobby Tree's through. Can he square it? He doesn't need to because it's 1-0 to us. Yes, it is. Bobbinch Tree with his 13th goal. Now, Man United have put a £90 million bid on the table for Bobby. And I think before the end of the window, there's a chance that potentially larger bids could come. So I think if we get to 100 million, I'd be tempted to take the money for Bob. Honestly, he's 31 now, going on 32. He's no longer a starting striker for us anymore. It might be time to cash in potentially and bring someone else into the fold as a starter for us. Although he is still obviously very useful player, but it might be time to cash in and take the 100 million. 100 million plus Tex-Mex. Now you're talking. Oh, here we go. Look at the breakaway. Just one good pass here and we're in. Here we go. Baumeister down the wing. So many bodies to pick out. He got to end up shooting, wasn't he? Oh, so weak. A Minecraft... Oh, God. Is it going to be all blotchy and stuff? They weren't cropped out. Oh, yes. We got the new emotes. We've got... Haladash and Kishvada both have their emotes. Also, you'll note that, although no one actually has noticed this as it is 2-0, that we now have 4 stars on our badge. I have now added the extra star to the badge. I actually did this last stream. 60 players? Nice. So I don't know Virgin Media, yeah. Yeah, well, bear in mind, I'm happy to sell players when they're reaching 31, 32, because I feel like it's their prime in terms of the what we're likely to be ever to be able to get for that player. Plus, they're not going to be able to get many years out of that player. That's what I'm thinking. Lastly, we remove Todd Cantwell. I actually was looking at Todd Cantwell. I was doing some prep for an agent video yesterday, and Todd Cantwell actually came up as an option. I decided to bin off the idea I was actually going to do, and I've decided that the next agent video is going to be a slightly different type of video. So instead of it being the way it normally is, I'm going to follow one player for their entire career, but I've chosen a slightly different method where I'm going to follow a player from the age of 16 who generate in the very first season through their entire career and see if I can be a better agent for them over like a 20-year period versus their original agent. And I think that's going to make a really fun video. So it's a little bit different. Kind of combines the things I like about the agent videos with the stuff for like what we're doing in the Ireland style videos as well. So I think that's going to be quite fun. It's going to take a while to work that out though, as Nunez is in on goal. It's a good save. It'll be a regen. Because I did think about doing a real life one, but I just felt that a regen in this scenario would work better because it gives us more flexibility over them. Plus, also what's rather cool, shit, come on lads, you're better than this, is that the player I found is actually starting in the 6th tier. The plan was just to take whoever had the best PA at the end of the first season, and there's 2 guys. Not BBC present. Nope, luckily not. It was weird. I saw on the BBC News this morning. It was hilarious. They were reporting on themselves, and it was just really strange. I'm listening to myself. I don't know if you can be objective here. But yeah, so it turns out the guy I'm looking to do this with, it actually was, he's not non-league, but nearly. He's a, oh, Stinger, thank you very much for the raid. How was stream? Welcome in, friends. Oh, hang on. Are we going to score another goal here? This would be quite nice. Not if we pass the ball like that, we're not. Let me get you a shout out, sir. How are you, man? It was a pleasure to see you again down at SI as during, oh, nice. By the time I've got this sorted. Hang on, wait. So is that errant D that gets me? Have I done it right? I have done it right. You'll love to see it. Slugs, thank you for the 29 months, man. How's it going? Ferris Bueller, think of the comment section. God, I'd rather not. I'd honestly rather not. Look at that from Durin, by the way. He fakes to head it and then just clatters it. Great work. Welcome in, everybody. That is not good. Haladash are winning again. Can we talk about how Haladash are 6th in the Champions League? They actually could get top 8, chat. They could actually get top 8. Welcome in, Neil. Imagine if we got another Hungarian side in the top 8 of the Champions League with us this season. That would really be a sign of where we're going. I know they're good, and they have taken some good players on loan again this season and signed some more players. Oh, by the way, they're signing Jalilu permanently from us. So they're even improving their current squad too. So I think they're legitimately going to start to become a top 8 contender in the next few years as Nunez is in again. And he smashes it home for 4. Maybe shit, but I'm getting by. Ah, that sucks. But hopefully the good stuff is better than the bad stuff. Wait, sorry, that's not what I meant. Obviously it is. Hopefully the good stuff is in greater quantity than the bad stuff. There you go. Saved it. Great strike from Nunez there. The defenders just part like the Red Sea. No, not taking a save in from 24. As a content creator, I can't really do that. That would be like a terrible decision from me. But it's nice that the option is there, right? But it does at least give us the option to prepare stuff in FM23 to then take into FM24 with us. So that's kind of dope. I think you're probably right, yeah. Getting him in here. To try it. Actually, I might do Gvardio and Gastão, since those are the 2 that we want for those roles. And those are the guys. And maybe Mihai for the second half instead of Kenny, just to keep him fresh. Maybe Kenny and Bigmanovic. I'll save one more sub just in case we get an injury. But like at half time, it's probably the best chance for us to do this, right? But nice to see what Gvardio's got in the tank. Perich-Farish have got to get a draw there at least. If their last game is against Man United. Yeah, we're trading him as an anchor. I think we are anyway. Oh, wrong button. Yes, we are. He's just taking his time getting used to the role. Obviously, playing in it helps a lot more. Zooming into the future and see what happens. How do you mean? What do you mean, like on FM24? Because if so, it's just kind of not really. It's not a video that was super interesting to me. It doesn't. I like videos that actually have a hook to them beyond just going to the future. Like if I'm going to do a video where I go to the future, I like it to have a reason for it. Specifically, like I'm looking for a certain thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really super interested in just going to the future to see stuff. Oh, hang on. Do you mean like Oh, MTK, yeah, we'll definitely do that. Sorry, I got confused with the F24 bit there. Yeah, no, we'll definitely do that. That's the looking forward stream. Yeah, that'll definitely happen. Once we know, like, got a vague idea of when things are going to be coming, then we can plan for that, basically. But yes, we'll be definitely doing the looking forward stream. Those were always absolute just chaos. Can't wait. Hopefully I'll actually be able to get a video out of it this time. Ferencváros have in fact won a Champions League game. Yes, I can't remember who they beat, but that feels like a video I would do, Kay. Now you're speaking my language. On F23 and 24. Ooh, maybe. Although I feel like by then the game will be out and it's just almost... What a strike. It's almost errant of me to be making content on F23 when the F24 is out, really. It's not something I can afford to do. Just because, you know, just for business reasons more than this sticks at the center. To be fair, we did find a lot of good dick during that one stream. Including Jessica dick. On the beta, maybe? It depends what the setup's like in the beta. This is an unbelievable finish from Blas Durin, by the way. Just half volley, cross the keeper, bang, 5-0. We're killing it. And Kishvada, incredibly, at the moment, are still taking a draw with Juve. Now, how long that will last, I don't know, but... Oh, now they're winning! Andre Bohac, Kishvada 1, Juventus 0. This week. Hopefully Thursday. Not entirely sure. So the plan originally was to record the agent video, but then I just didn't like what I was getting and decided to just tear it up and do something different. However... Then the plan was to work on a video that Hadrian and I have been sort of brainstorming in the background, but we want to take a little bit more time over that because there's some more funny stuff. But that's something to work on as well. So what I might actually do later in the week is potentially the score a goal, get released in the Premier League video as Blas Durin makes it 6. Come on. So it's most likely going to be later in the week will be the a Premier League season, but every time a player scores, they get released from their contract. Scott, in the beta, I'm tempted to do East 5, honestly. That is a great pass, again. Nunez has been absolutely on it in this game, but Blas is just so blasé. Blasé, you might say. Yeah, yesterday was a weird one for me. I was just in a bit of a shit state. Listen to his viewers. When did I do that? To be fair, I wanted to do East 5 because I've always wanted to manage in slightly down the leagues in Scotland a little bit. And also, my grandfather used to play for East 5, so that'd be kind of fun. Gave up. Oh, it's actually not that too bad. I think I can definitely do it. I've already done a test sim of it, so I think not a test sim, sorry, a test of it, and I think it'd be kind of fun, honestly. But like so far, Anarith, we won't want to jinx it, but so far, I'll be honest with you, it has been now over 10 minutes, which is scary, without any kind of issues. Mihail Teixeira just baiting him in, takes a touch. Yeah, I've jinxed it now. It will definitely be back to frozen within 5 minutes as Teixeira pulls it across for Blas Durin. It's a great save from Dufresne. Oh, hey, I give. Chat, I give the best blows. I give the best blows. We're all just waiting for it to happen, aren't we? Ball in again, cleared away. If they... Ferencváros, Enriquez with the equaliser. It's not perfect, but it's something. If they just at least... Oh, Juve equalise. Juve with the equaliser against Kishvada. But even Kishvada are putting up fights in these games. Like, they nearly beat Napoli, but they just concede these late goals. And it's costing them massively. Oh. Michal, great first touch. Can he get the ball across again? It's still in there, Michal. It's still in there. It's still in there. It's 7, and Marcelo Nunez has got 14 goals this season. He has 14 goals this season. He's basically doing what Ingram did last year. Ingram's had to play a lot deeper as well, which has possibly been part of it. What is this? Deflects up in the air, hits him again, and then Nunez just heads it home for 7. Hey, Muff. Yeah, Brugge are not having a nice time here. They're really not having a nice time here. Right. Keeper throwing the ball into the net on FM. I don't think I have, but then I also feel like I have seen it, just because I think that's happened in one of my saves. I guess we'll take it if they both draw, but the thing is, it's points, but it's not enough points. They're going to be just slightly short. Ferencváros will go on to 7, Kishvada will go on to 6. They've dropped points from key positions that I just don't think they're going to have enough, because their final games are, I think, against United and City, respectively, as it's another chance for us, and it's another goal. I don't know if that's going to count or not. I actually can't scroll it down further. Oh, nice one, Mason. Is that going to be 8? And is it going to be another goal for Nunez? I think it's going to be offside if it is. Disallowed. Okay. Who was offside in that? To be fair, he is in front of the keeper. Don't think we can really complain about that one. That's a fairly straightforward one. Yeah, it's going to be dope, Murph. I'm so looking forward to the Slough game. Not just because it's going to be fun to play football, have a lovely old day, even if I can't stay as long as I would have liked. But also, it's going to be an opportunity to meet more content creators, and that's always fun. Even if I am a bit of a shy, reserved dude when I'm not on stream, it's going to be awesome to meet more people, you know? I think we've got another goal in us here. Just one good pass and we're in. Drew is it again. Goes around the goalkeeper. Oh, come on, Blaz. 6-0 to Man City in their game, by the way. They're back with a vengeance. Labros Kontovrakis scoring for United there as well. No, I mean, I think I would have mostly not met the people at the charity game. Obviously, I'll have met like Tom and Clates and Kev. But other than that, I think I'll have not met everyone else, which is really awesome. Yeah, I think he's just kind of settled. I think he's going to be back to the top scorer chart again in the Champions League. Because he got those 5 against, who was it? He scored 5 against somebody, and now he's grabbed himself another hat-trick. Could he do it again? That was a very strong performance. Not a single moment in that game was not dominated by us. The question is, though, what did the other Hungarian sides do? I know the charity game is on the 29th. So it's not this weekend, not next weekend, but the weekend after. I think it's the 29th, right, Bob? I have to ask Callum. Oh. So Halash did very much. Oh my god, it was 2-2. They actually pulled it out the way in the end as well. Kishvada with a 1-1 is very good. What the hell? Haladash 6, Valencia 1. Just casually putting 6 past Valencia in the Champions League there, Haladash. No biggie. They're only 5th in the Champions League. Harris is absolutely killing it. The problem we've got is these two right on the bubble. Ferenc Varos in 26th spot. They're both not going to qualify, are they? Oh, god damn it. A block of S1. I can't imagine there'd be enough for a block. Haladash are good now. Oh, Haladash are very good. They won the Europa League. And now they're good enough for the Champions League and are actually decent. Because a lot of players came back from other sides that wanted Champions League football. And I managed to loan them to Haladash. So now their squad is even better. On Harrow Hill, thank you very much for the follow. FX wife scoring for Spurs. Good old Gabrielle Hardy. Ferenc tend to disappoint. The thing is, though, if Kishvada could have held on to that, they'd have been right in the mix. They've got some... I think they've both got massive sides away from home where they've got almost no chance to win. But basically, their chance to win was today. If they'd won that, they'd be on 9 points in a great spot. They'd be on 8 points in a great spot. But I think they both kind of fucked it there. But it is what it is, right? Bijou, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, as for the charity game, obviously it's open so people can come and watch. But also, it's going to be live streamed as well. So you'll be able to watch it online anyway, which is awesome. I love that Callum's gone to the effort of actually making that happen. And a random Europa League game here. I presume because Roma were playing at home that same weekend or something. Right, so I want to quickly check in on Romania because I promised I would. What time? I think it's 11:30 kickoff. I've seen teams get in with 8, but it's mostly 9 that you'll end up with. So Romania's current world ranking is 48th, although as you can see, over the past sort of 10 years, they've been on a massive upward trajectory, all the way up from like 88th in the world to 47th. And, I mean, look, Carpenu's one of ours. Farkashan used to be one of ours, but now he's the Barcelona goalkeeper, which is mental to me. Yeah. 11:08. Yeah, there you go. 11:30 is the game. They've got some quality players in there. Like, other than our dudes, they've got, well, Farkashan, obviously, they've got Carpenu in there. They've also got Mihai Alacu, too. They clearly have a few talents that we've not managed to get our hands on, incredibly, or they've been handled by someone else. Like, who have they got? Any youngsters that are maybe like Vashas here, Poya's at Vashas, a couple of guys at PSG. Wait, they got him then. Oh, they went for the guy, the goalkeeper we were looking at from Hermannstadt. Interestingly. Ah, dear. Wayne Rooney. I think I saw Rooney leave DC United. Yes. I saw a thing that said Rooney had left DC United. It wasn't even that long ago, I don't think. But now he's the USA manager. It's Wayne Rooney. Interesting. Commentary team, that I don't know. I have no information about that. All I know is I think only one of the managers has actually been released at the moment, and that's Kev. Yeah, Hendo I find always becomes a good staff member. Wayne and Phil will be facing it. They will, yes. Wayne Rooney's USA will face off against Phil Neville's Costa Rica. Potentially. It's possible. In fact, it's very likely because of CONCACAF. Right, big old Hendo. He almost always becomes a staff member. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Has he not? Wait, is he just retired? Wow. I figured he'd have at least had enough reputation to have had keep history after retirement sort of automatically on him. That's weird. It's like Scott Parker when they just disappeared. Uedrago. There he is. Still playing at Hertha at 35 years old. Yeah, absolutely. No, also, Murph, don't worry about it. I'm happy. I want people to talk about it in chat because that means people know about it a little bit more. I'm going to do a mention of it in a video closer to the time as well. Maybe in the next, like, World Cup winning video, potentially. Not that a World Cup has ever been won, because that one I know will hopefully do well on views, so that might be a good opportunity for me to plug it, because there will be another one of those before the end of the month. Oh, nice one, Hadrian, because I think that would be quite enough. I mean, if you feel like it's not too difficult to do 10, the top 10 league, but obviously I don't want to make too much work for you, basically, because I'm thinking the more outrageous we make it, the more it could be just absolutely ridiculous in terms of, because the sim I did last night, there was only 3 of the established sides were actually left, and there was teams winning like Champions League in it. It was absolutely outrageous. Oh, nice one, Murph. Yeah, I probably could actually do that. Why does everyone hate Scott Parker? Because I happen to have been a fan of a team that he's managed, and I suspect that this also applies to Bournemouth fans and now Club Brugge fans get to enjoy the Scott Parker massive. So that's Asan Uedrago, who was at Schalke and then at Hertha. Isn't this the guy that signed for Bournemouth at some point in real life, I think? Or is that a different guy I'm thinking of? Either way, because this saver started in November, I swear this guy moved in January in real life. Maybe I'm thinking of a different person, but... Create one big division of pulling over. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, it'd be cool to see how you do it as well, because I want to put some stuff in the video. Didn't he get Fulham promoted? Yes, but he also got us relegated and fell out with our best player. Was just... I firmly believe that this microphone cover with a face drawn on it could have got that Fulham team promoted. Like, genuinely, we had by far... Utara, yes. We had by far the best squad in the league. He pretty much anything other than a promotion was a failure. And bear in mind, we got up through the playoffs under Parker. So, yeah, he did the bare minimum, frankly. And also, he just has a wonderful way of absolutely neutering any, like, attacking threat that a team can have. Oh, Fulham, yeah, I mean, last year we were great under Marco Silva, but under Scott Parker, we just had possession. Lots of possession, did sod all with it, had no attacking threat at all. And then after he got promotion, we were trash because he fell out with Mitrovic, started trying to play Ivan Cavallero up front. It's just, it wasn't ideal. Wait. Texas is considering his options. That's true, Dom. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Coventry tried a Japanese midfielder. Oh, they're going to Brighton. Who is the midfielder? Speaking, I take it you're a Hull fan, WikiWap. What have you thought to Jean-Michel Seri? Because, I'll be honest, I was surprised that we let him go. I mean, I think it was more a case of the money he might have wanted. But what's Seri been like for Hull? Because he was amazing for us during our Premier League, our Premier League promotion season. And I figured when he went to Hull, I thought to myself, fuck me, that's an amazing signing for Hull. But they don't seem to... Is it just because he doesn't have the players around him that he can't get... Like, there's no one to give service to? Because from what I remember, like, watching him at Fulham, he's just such a classy operator. Can win a tackle or two, but also just got an insane eye for a pass. Tatsuhiro Sakamoto. Oh, okay. I guess Coventry are trying to... Who has Gyökeres gone to? Because I was listening to Fulhamish podcast earlier. They were talking about linking Fulham with Hamer. But then they mentioned that Gyökeres had gone. And I didn't remember him... Who's he gone to? Wasn't that like £20 million as well? Sporting. Oh, fair play. That's a really good signing, actually. Because I figured if it was a Premier League side, I'd have heard about it. So, Europa League. Kekschme away at Lyon. Very tough. Debrecen away at Cluj. Winnable. Record fee for Sporting. Wow, that's a big signing. Interesting choice as well. I'd be curious to see how he does there, actually. Bayern Munich want Pretzel. Not happening. Inter want Bartechko. The problem is they're not offering any good money for people like that. Wilson Roberto as well, that ridiculous centre-back from Barca, has gone on loan to Újpest too. They're definitely going to need him. And getting him out there now is really useful because it means they can register him for the knockouts of the Europa League. Conference League, which, by the way, they did get into, but they actually drew their last game against PAOK as well. So they've kind of fucked it a little bit. Ended up coming like 10th in the Europa Conference League, I think it was. Let me just check. Yeah, 10th in the Conference League. Not ideal, but I feel like they'll be able to get through against whoever they really end up playing in the next round.
Good, you came in summer. In winter,
What's the sell-on fee? Like, sorry, not sell-on fee. Sell-on clause, I should say. Oh, there's more lookups. My bad. David Trezeguet. I suspect that he's not likely to be in the game. Wait. Let me just make sure, though. No. I think with staff members, it's a little bit more difficult because you can't load staff members when you set up the database. That'd be cool, actually, if you could load staff members as well, but you can only do... yeah, we got a new gen face pack. Oh, Anthony Hudson. Is this the dude? There he is. The USA assistant manager, who's still the assistant manager now. Isn't a scout? I don't know. He's not. Either way, he isn't in my save. Hey, Ben. 35%. 35% sell on. Oh, so it's not even like a profit clause. It's a sell on. That's dope. I think it's a nice move for him as well. It's a good step. Rather than going straight to, like, massive. I mean, how old is Gyökeres? Robertson leaves Fulham. What? You mean the Anthony Robertson that's just signed a 5-year contract extension at Fulham? Probably not going to leave, no. Where have you heard this? The man has literally just signed a 5-year contract extension. It'd be a bit bizarre if he signed a 5-year deal and then left the same summer. Does that even happen? Like, I suppose it probably does occasionally, but no, Robertson's going nowhere. He's just signed a contract extension. And like a long-term one too, which is really dope. I'm happy about that. Because I do like Robinson. He's actually been a lot better. He was weirdly better in the Premier League than he was in the Championship, which is surprising. An old bum bag. Where's old bum bag up to these days? There he is. He's actually... Oh, he's moved. He's gone to Shabab Al Ahly over in where they are. In the UAE. I always get them confused. For £3.6 million, I bet he's earning moon money too. 20 grand a week. That's not bad, really, for Milo Bumbag. We take that. Hang on. For Sakamoto / Coventry, let's check. So, hang on. Am I checking Ustenda? I think I'm probably getting a team report on them. Yeah, I am. So this is their squad. I mean, I'm already checking them at the moment, so I don't really know what I can check beyond what already exists. Yeah. Jasper Hardy. There's lots of Hardys. There's Jasper Hardy, Basil Hardy. All the Hardy boys are in. Pelkman's is cool. Just turned 25. Oh, fair one. Okay. It's early. Finally get somewhere. Ooh. You'd love to see it. Also, both of them being in the top 2, though, is really sick. Ah, god damn it. Chat, it's happened. We lasted a good while that time. Honestly, if the frequency was more like that, I'd be all right with it. It's still annoying, but it's not the end of the world. Mr. Guy who likes games. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. I too like games. Also, Shikes. Thank you very much for the follow. Don't forget to blow. No, this time I thought I'd go without the blow, but we'll see. You know, but yeah, this is Ustenda, but obviously there's not really much I can show you beyond that because, like, we're already getting the team reports on the players, so we'll just have to wait until they come through, really. But their key player is this guy, Umberto Di Sante, who's only 21, actually, and also Wesley Creamers, who I'm certain that we scouted before because I remember laughing at his name at the time. Great Cat, thank you very much for the follow. But yeah, they'll come around eventually. I know the camera didn't do its stretches. Terrible. I should get a new computer. I expect the freezers to continue. Well, I'll carry the motherboard over. How about that? Just for you. Do we have a treaty? I don't think we... Maybe we did, actually. Haifa. Oh, hello. Ibrahima Barry. Oh, this is a different height. Oh, Hafia, not Haifa. Hafia. Ibrahim Barry, though. Not bad. It's rare that we even see 4-star players in these leagues. So we're back in Africa again now, it seems like. Oh, that was Liam Hughes Creamer. He was the goalkeeper we had at Treaty. Yes. God, I love that. I remember that. Debrecen draw. Kekshmet lose. Ah, fuck. Not great day for points for us, as that drops both of them out of the top 8. They were both in there. I'd love it if they could both qualify. They've still got a chance, though. Final match day is Kekshmet hosting Bodø, who are not bad, but also not amazing. They should win that. And then Debrecen presumably are away from home, because otherwise if they were, they'd have been higher up. And they are away at Young Boys. Not easy either. Call him Jedi. Not really, no. It feels almost like a self-imposed nickname. A little bit with the Jedi thing. Most Fulham fans just don't refer to him as Jedi. Or certainly no one I've ever heard, you know? Players on loan. Yes, we do have players on loan. Oh, I don't know, Scott. I mean, the save I'm always recommending to people at the moment is Chapecoense, although I can't really say that anymore, honestly, because I've barely been playing that. I haven't touched it in like 2 weeks now. Haven't really had a chance to, which is a good thing, because the reason I haven't had a chance to is because I've been working hard on making content, and whereas before I was kind of spinning my wheels and I just needed something to get my momentum back. It feels a bit forced, yeah, I must say. But he's a hell of a magician. What can I say? We've all seen the video. So we rotate for Kexmet, which could actually help them in a way, because they might beat us, get some morale. We've got Atletico last. I kind of hope we get at least one more bid on Bobo, so we can have a little discussion about that. But I do wonder if that's maybe not going to happen now. Also, where's this takeover? Like, can we have some progress with that, maybe? My favourite thing is when teams only have one squad, and it's just one less thing for me to worry about scouting. Players we have on loan. I think it's 108. Sorry, no, it's not 108. It's 105, which is actually 23. 151. We have 151 out on loan at the moment. And maybe a couple more will go out before the end of the window. Not entirely sure at the moment. Particularly, actually, yeah, we've got a bit more time because our window obviously goes through to the 15th of February. So we've got a little bit more time. A page on the bookmarks. So firstly, it has to be using this skin. So if you have the skin I'm using, then you just, anything you like, Control D, any page basically. Or if you don't want to do that, you can go into bookmarks here and just go add to bookmarks, and then they just appear down here basically. It's my favorite thing about the skin. Of many things, admittedly, but it is probably the best thing about it for me. Giamot as well, making a break for a top 4 run as well. Ferencváros having another shit season. Luckily, most of their good players left them because they wanted to anyway, and as a result, it means that they might end up in the lower competition, and I'd be okay with that. Dave the Diver. I haven't. Do tell. I'm always intrigued by those types of games. Been looking for something new. Although there is a Peglin update that added a new character, so I've been slowly working my way through that at the moment. Jesus. Diego Vardic. Don't forget as well, we've got that insane amount of really good players that we were currently getting scouted to. So expect the report of those to finally come through soon as well. Damaged knee cartilage, you hate to see it. Bartechko. Okay. Minus Chug. I like it. Is it a podcast game? Because I like games that I can listen to a podcast in. 30 minutes for Carpenu. I've put some auto reject on certain players just because there's no way I'm selling at the moment. Manage a sushi restaurant at night. That sounds super fun. How much are we talking on Steam? Because I could totally see myself picking that up after stream. Especially as Pog's away tomorrow night. Because she's going to a gig in Bristol with her brother. Which means chilling. Vibing. Watching rom-coms probably. Let's be honest. 1520. Oh, I'll have a look. What's it called? Dave the Diver. Has anyone got like a link to the Steam page? Because that way I can open it in my browser and I don't forget about it. 18 euros is not too bad actually. Particularly with it being, is it Steam Summer Sale at the moment, or is that gone now? Wednesday night stream. Oh god. We have done a few like random night streams. The biggest issue for me like switching over to doing something like that is just that I don't want people to miss it basically. Oh wait, I can't even. Wow, I actually can't copy straight out of the chat there. That's weird. Let me just dump this in my secondary, my actual browser, the one you don't see. There we go. Sick. Right. Ooh, excuse the frame drops there. That was quite literally just because of opening a page. I truly am the bad boy, and I know. I can't be stopped. Once I get my Coco and a rom-com, I'm up for it. It's just where I go. Pog and I watched a lot of those types of movies over the weekend. We watched... Fuck, what was it? Bridesmaids... Brittany Runs a Marathon. There was another film like that as well that we watched, and I can't remember what the hell it was. Oh. Cheap going, only up. No, I saw that. It just didn't seem like my type of thing, honestly. And I do be needing some... Your boy does be needing some dopamine. No Hard Feelings. Oh, mate. Yes, Pog and I saw that last week. It's when we went for our pizza night on Tuesday night. We saw No Hard Feelings. It's brilliant. It's... Oh, that's what we watched. Sisters with the Tina Fey and Amy Poehler one. But yeah, No Hard Feelings is actually ridiculously funny. It was actually way better than I thought it was going to be. Favorite rom-com? Ooh. Very good question. Like Definitely Maybe. Ryan Reynolds, Isla Fisher. I think it's Isla Fisher. Various other actresses as well. Love me some Definitely Maybe. About Time. with Donald Gleason and Rachel McAdams. Probably up there for me, particularly as it's like got a sci-fi element to it as well, which I fucking love. So About Time's definitely top tier. Couple of slightly deeper cut ones. There's a film called Imagine Me and You, starring Piper Perabo of Rocky and Bullwinkle and Lena Headey from Game of Thrones. Really, really good. It's a sapphic rom-com. It's genuinely amazing. And another one called Leap Year, starring Amy Adams and Matthew Good, which is really, really good as well. Don't get me started on rom-coms. I could go forever. Forgetting Sarah Marshall, also a good film. I do like Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Getting to the Greek as a pairing, but I wonder if I even call them rom-coms, I suppose. Not in the same style. I do like them, though. Walking on Sunshine. Is that the... Fuck. What is that one? The com about Balta. Yeah, I suppose, but it is still sort of a rom-com type vibe, I suppose. But About Time is such a good film. So damn good. Is Crazy Stupid Love the one with Steve Carell, Emma Stone, and Ryan Gosling? Ruby Sparks as well. Really, really solid too. And there's another film called What If, starring Daniel Radcliffe and Zoe Kazan. That's also really solid. Isn't Johnny Hill? Well, yeah, but I mean, the film was made 20 years ago, and I just couldn't give a shit. Like, I still watch films. Like, anyone who just avoids media like that, I just don't know what to tell you.
I'm the Pope.
Roman Commander. I'm thinking Scipio Africanus. Falsey, thank you very much for the follow. Trust me, I love me a rom-com like no other. It's my favourite genre of film, and also probably book as well. I'm reading a new Beth O'Leary book at the moment called The Road Trip, and it's just rom-com road trip. It's brilliant. I love it. That is my absolute, not even guilty pleasure, because I am not guilty about it whatsoever. A rom-com series. Ooh, okay. You nearly lost me at Netflix because they do produce some dog shit, but you never know. Crash Landing. Oh, okay. Wait, is this actually a rom-com? Oh, it actually is. Okay. I saw North Korea and I just thought to myself, am I being led down the garden path here? Give It a Year. Yes, I have seen Give It a Year. That is the one with Ralph Fiennes and Anna Faris. Solid film. Give It a Year. Also, particularly like the soundtrack to Give It a Year. The music, sorry, not even the soundtrack, the score to Give It a Year is really, really good. Another good shout too. Another one, actually, if you're looking for a slightly deeper cut. It's not even so much it's not even really a rom-com, actually. It's more of a a bit like About Time, but with the sort of less on the com, more on the seriousness. It's a movie called Forget Me Not. It's one of these, like, all takes place over one night type of films, but it's really, really good. It's set in, like, Camden. But the problem is it's really hard to find because another film of the same name came out the same year, and it's just like a Swedish horror film. But yeah, Forget Me Not. Really, really good. Palm Springs as well. Yep, really good. I mean, I obviously had a soft spot for Palm Springs anyway because it has Kristen Milioti in it. I was always going to like it. Gets drunkenly married in Vegas and then wins the jackpot. And I believe that is What Happens in Vegas with him and Cameron Diaz, is it not? Yeah, the rom-com knowledge is strong, my friends. You have no idea. Also, big shout out to the movie No Strings Attached, which came out around the same sort of time as Friends with Benefits and had almost the exact same plot, but I preferred it because I just thought that Ashton Kutcher and Natalie Portman was a better pairing. Nick and Nora's Infinite Playlist is another interesting one too, actually. I haven't watched that in a long time. That's the one with Kat Dennings and Michael Cera. Yeah, Kat Dennings and Michael Cera, isn't it? Look at me go. Look at him. If I was ever a mastermind, I think that my specialist category would be rom-coms. I'm all over it, mate. You can't stop me. I don't know. I just love that shit. I don't even know what it is. I'm just a soppy bastard, basically. What about just roms? I don't mind a rom as well. I draw the line a little bit. I feel like roms, where I draw the line is where we start getting to Nicholas Sparks territory, right? It's... Mom's spectating. It's fine. I see you're a connoisseur as well, Millennium. Like, certain... P.S. I Love You, I can deal with. Notebook, I've seen it. Didn't enjoy it that much, honestly. It was a little bit too on that side of things for me. I need a little bit of calm in my rom. Or a little bit of drama in my rom. Romantic drama or romantic comedy, I'm fine with. It's when it's just pure romance, I'm not super... It's Starstruck. I've not heard of that one, actually. I need to get into more romantic comedy series, I think. La La Land wasn't a big... I haven't actually seen it, to be fair. but the musical part was what put me off a little bit, honestly. I'm not a huge fan of musicals. I'm trying to think of any musical I've really liked. I don't mind them actually in musicals, like actually live musicals, but I find musical films I'm not super bothered by. Dear John, never seen that. I think there's one I've seen called Safe Harbor with Julian Howe in it, which was fine. Cuban Fury, have seen that. That was actually solid. Mamma Mia. Okay, I'll draw the line at Mamma Mia. Mamma Mia I actually fucking love. I'll make an exception for Mamma Mia. I actually really do love Mamma Mia, the original one, because there was a sequel, wasn't there, which I've not seen. But the original Mamma Mia was dope. Grease. It's okay. I like Grease, but it's not. I prefer to watch. If you get me a choice between Grease and Mamma Mia, I'd rather watch Mamma Mia. High School Musical, absolutely fucking not. No. Just God no. Yeah, La La Land's got Emma Stone in it and Ryan Gosling. Of course I like Mamma Mia. It's ABBA. ABBA slaps. And also, the other musical film I'll also stomach is, of course, Fire Saga. The Eurovision movie with Amy Adams, not Amy Adams, Rachel McAdams and Will Ferrell. That is amazing. Sound of Music? Nah, not for me. Screws High School Music, but with ABBA. Yeah! And yeah, I don't know. It has a veneer of respectability, my friend. I got dragged to the cinema to see it in like 2008 with my girlfriend at the time. And I was just actually like, oh, this is genuinely decent, honestly. Sandra Bullock. Yes, Sandra Bullock was in some great films. Particular enjoyment. Miss Congeniality kills it. Also, The Proposal with her and Ryan Reynolds is really, really good. Now, bear in mind, I'm not saying Sound of Music is a bad film by any means. It's just not a film I would choose to watch. That's my point, right? There's a lot of films. It's like, I think probably things like The Godfather. Great film, right? I'm not going to go out of my way to watch it most of the time. Schindler's List is objectively an excellent film. Doesn't mean I have any desire to watch it, if that makes sense, right? That's the way I'd like to put it. Cars 2, now you're talking. It's the same. It's like I can recognize the musical prowess of a band like the Rolling Stones or the Beatles, right? Or what they've done and their popularity is clearly for a reason. Doesn't mean I actually particularly enjoy their music all that much and would choose to listen to it if I have other options. You know? I feel like that's the best way to be, right? Now, Grease, I said, I like Grease. Grease is decent. Begin Again with Keira Knightley and Mark Ruffalo. Another excellent shout as well. Particularly if you like a sort of musical element, but not over the top. Yeah, Igor. He was the guy that played in the Europa League final, wasn't he? Right. Let's have a little look at some of these chappies here. So, Jelly Hendrix. Him maintaining 5 stars is fascinating.
Bring on the Flugelkampfheimler!
This toy doesn't like painted black. Error, thank you very much for the follow. Let me just get some of these guys extra scouting. And then we'll have a little look. See if this is actually a Gonzalo report. Oh, they actually are. Okay. Intriguing. I'll send these guys around again. Romantic drama. I don't mind a romantic drama as well, but I'm less interested. It's Alien? Food ain't that bad. Great Showman. I've never seen it, but I've heard it's good. Yeah, he might actually be worth a look. This guy's very cheap, but it's that 9 tackling. Oh, welcome in, Error. We were just discussing romantic comedies. Naturally. Everything I know about the Greatest Showman is just that Ben was obsessed with it for a while, a couple of years ago. Harwood Bellis. That would be... I haven't heard that, actually. That would be interesting, considering he's just won the Euros with him. Watch Cats. I did not watch Cats. It had James Corden in it. I had to draw the line. Like, I can't be doing that. Another musical film that I thought was decent was Sweeney Todd. I thought that was okay. I didn't mind that. Make a good jukebox musical. Not really, because most of the bands I listen to would not be good for musicals. Lost in Translation. I guess. I actually don't mind Lost in Translation. But again, it's not one of those films I choose to watch. It's fine, I guess. Like, We Will Rock You as a movie as well was like a little bit... The editing in that was just really jarring. Focus activate for scouting. I have one, but it doesn't do anything, basically. I sort of have it running to prove a point more than anything else. Where to see Sweeney Todd as a first date? And is this how you met Mrs. Icarus? Or did you fly too close to the sun on that one? Yeah, I heard that Cats was just like horrifyingly awful. Best music ever. I've heard good things about that. Also, wasn't there a musical called Avenue Q as well? Which apparently was very popular in the West End. I've only ever seen, in terms of the West End musicals, I've only ever seen We Will Rock You, which I've seen like twice. I went with my girlfriend in like 2008, and my mum and my auntie and uncle, interestingly. And then Pog and I and my mum and my sister saw it about 5 or 6 years ago as well. Yeah, the one with puppets, yeah. Yeah, oh, seriously, that's actually your first date with Mrs. Icarus. That's fucking hilarious. Nice. Uncle Mo. Have you seen Scotty? Okay. I like the idea of Yelly Hendricks, but I might just send Gonzalo to watch him for like a month, just to see if that drops off from the 5 stars potentially. Shippy, thank you for the prime. That's very kind of you, man. Welcome aboard. Absolute stinkers. I don't know. I feel like agents just kind of do that all the time, right? It's... Plus, the worst thing is when you get them to sack their agent and then get rid of the first guy from Silver Sport. I don't think I did get rid of him, did I? Or I didn't on purpose, right? Oh, well. There'll be more. There'll be others. I didn't mean to. Sometimes, the problem is, sometimes the thing glitches out. So when you shuffle it one way, you'll perform an action and then it will resort the players. And it's really annoying when it does that. Birdcage, I haven't actually, no. Oh, welcome in, Shippy. Wow, there's several people that have had that exact same experience today. So welcome in if you are new. Neil Brock, big move. Oh, is that the... Yeah, he's now up. Brocky's now up for bloody Elizabeth, isn't he? Up front for Bayern. So he was playing for Newcastle on one of my other saves. I think. What save was it? I think it might be the Ireland video, actually. Yeah, I wish you could just have the option to just, honestly, just garrote the agent. Hey, Norton. Nympho just chat. You mean, did you nearly fall into the trap, Norden, of Taylor Javot? Even Pog was getting recommended her the other day. Yeah, I think he often comes... I was going to say he often comes in at Newcastle, but apparently not. Oh, my days. So he starts at Rochdale. City buy him for 300k. Don't play him. He goes to Newcastle on a free. 2 years later, £57 million. Things you like to see. Claims to want to garrote. Oh, dear. God, Kenny is just so very good. Losing a bit of value now, but I think he honestly is just going to be one of those guys that might just stay to the end of his contract. I'm so glad we signed him. Well, this is basically, those sort of transfers are the exact reason that I have an agent video series. Like, what we're buying, I mean, he's a good player, clearly, so they obviously know that. So, yeah, Kishvara away at United, Halalash away at Manchester City, and Ferenc Varos away at Bayern Munich. I think we're fucked. I suspect that all 3 of them are going to lose very comfortably, and it's going to be sad. And it's going to cost Halalash a space in the top 8. But it's the other games that mattered. Imagine if they all did win. I haven't seen that. Is that a TV series, Matty? Harry Martin, thank you very much for the follow. I did do that. Nice. Also, Durin now up to 11 goals for the Champions League this season as well. He got 18 last season, I think it was. Yep. And he's well on his way there. Again, I reckon he could probably beat that. With the right performance here, if we've got the right squad. Durin, Bobby, Nunez, Baumeister, Velázquez. Is Ingram still not fit again? No, he's still not. Same back line. Montiel still not back from his jet ski excursion. That'll do nicely. I mean, Halalash, you never know. If anyone can do it, it's them. But it would be so sick if they actually did qualify for the top 8. Yeah, Patrice is now back, which is a really nice change. Although, you never know when I'm going to have to push this.
Did you do anything right, Patrice?
So, we'll see. Oh, okay, fair one. I've been looking for a new, like, weekly show. Like, all the shows I was watching on, like, a weekly basis. Oh, for God's sake. Right, I'm going to blow in it again, chat. We're blowing. I've tried something different as well. There's a little thing that I use to clamp my microphone to the table, and this might... I've managed to rest the cable on it, and I wonder if resting the cable on it might stop it putting more pressure on the socket. So, you never know. Right, I think that's going to be the lineup. Too many freezes today. The camera was playing up massive. Would you possibly line up some? I would, but no one's bid on him. It's not that I haven't been trying. You can see he's actually loan listed and dev listed. The problem is every club that wants him is not a club that I want to loan him to. So no Hungarian side wants him on loan, and that's the problem. But yes, I would absolutely loan him out if a team was actually willing to take him. But I don't want to send him to like Dortmund or someone, because then he'll be actively working against us. We really don't want to be loaning out anyone who's half decent to a club outside of Hungary, because we want to make sure we concentrate the talent here so that they're always working against the other nations. Little Winnie Fanny. It's not a heating issue. Hey, Saz. Power from the PC. I think it's not a hub at all. It's directly into the PC itself on the front panel. It's one of the 3 USB 3 ports that the PC has. And for some reason, it doesn't work on the other one. Oh, yeah. Also, our values all dropped as well, by the way. So all of our players that were worth like stupid money now are now worth less than that. So, you know, when we had players like, Christ, who was it? There was someone that was worth like 120 million. The moment the window opened, they went down to 40 million again because weirdness. Borrow till I die. Thank you so much for the 2 months. That's very, very nice of you, friend. How's it going, Saz? Yeah, no, it's just basically the front USB port on this is just dodgy. But it doesn't work at all in the other one. Yeah. Yeah, it's Big Manovich. Yeah, look at Big Manovich now. He was 120 million when the window opened. Sorry, he was 120 million before the window opened. The window opened, he dropped to 40, and the only reason that he's shot back up to this again is because we've had some bids on him. It's so weird like that. The value jumps are really, really odd. Like, they always drop right before the window opens, which is just the dumbest thing, because that's surely the point when the values are going to be at their height. Not at their highest, but, like, ramping up again. But it's really, really odd. Okay, this should be straightforward, but we've had trouble with Atletico in the past, so you never know. And I'm still not entirely sure about how... is it Bartechka that's starting there? It's nice to have him back. It's just as well we actually have these guys back from their loan spells, honestly, because if we didn't, we'd be a little bit light, because we've had a lot of injuries in key areas over the start of the season. What did you miss? The biggest thing was Kishvalda winning the Europa League. That's the biggest thing, honestly, that's happened in the entire save at this stage, really. Any interesting players in there? Got a goalkeeper called Marley, which I'm enjoying. Simeone is still in charge. He's still the manager of Atletico. I don't know how long he's been there in real life, but he's now been there for 20 seasons in save as well. And the game has chosen today to fuck with the ad boards and cause all sorts of problems for us. So let's just call up my big friend Task Manager, see what he's got for us. Oh, good. And it's one of this types of nonsense again, for some reason. I have no explanation as to why it's doing this. So the question is, what was so different about this game to the first game we played? There we go. Now it's fixed. It's so strange. Like 17. He must be getting on a bit, yeah. I'd have said so. Baumeister. Nunes is through again. Back for Baumeister. Ooh, goes for the Trivella. Graphic design by passion. Is this... So good, the fucking hat. Look at Wayne. Oh, he's actually looking pretty good there. That's outrageous scenes. I wonder why you'd gone quiet. Also, we're winning. I don't know how the goals come about. Let's watch it in reverse. Was it Nunez again? Yep. God damn. Oh, superb. So he's been there now for 31 years in real life, if you count. Wow, that's a lot. No, he's actually at Costa Rica now. He moved during the last stream from being Jamaica manager to Costa Rica manager. Blaz is in behind again. He's got support. He doesn't need it. Oh, bloody hell. Stream. Oh, I love it. I love it when random stuff like that becomes the stream thumbnail. Right, what have we got to keep an eye on here? Ferencváros already losing with a nice own goal. Standard. Classic. And then it's these two directly above us. Oh, it's definitely worth missing the goal, for sure. Man City winning now against Haladáš, which is probably going to be enough to drop them out because Man United are going to win. Then again, if Haladáš come 9th in the Champions League, that's really some achievement. And we will get bonus points, of course, because you get bonus points just for qualifying, which would be sick. Yeah, he's Costa Rica manager now, I think. I'll check after the match, but I'm fairly certain that's what we saw last stream, that he's now Costa Rica coach. Because we had a little look through their team, actually, while we were... Oh, my lord. Atletico are having a fun old time here. Yeah, I feel like he was always the type of person that was likely to have that happen. Think Ronaldo, right? We've actually benefited by some quite horrendous defending in the last couple of Champions League matches. Like the goal against Brugge, obviously we beat them 7-0 anyway, so it didn't matter. But they're getting rep rolled a little bit here. I think that's fair to say. But we'll take it. It's a good start for us. Hey, Mark. Like 21 points on the board. We only have that one random defeat, which I think was to Manchester City, was it not? Where we just weren't very good. And we had a lot of injuries. But now we're looking pretty good again as Blas Durin's through. Great first touch. Oh, it's a good save. I mean, we can have as many as we like here. We are looking very, very good. I'm just trying to keep an eye on all these other scorelines. Trying to keep R1 in focus, if we can do, because it will keep the other ones in focus too, in theory. But this would allow us to win the second season in a row as well that we'd have actually won the Champions League group, which doesn't give you anything but prestige. And the fact that knowing that we're the best really helps. As Haladash through Zivkovic, have now equalised away from home. Unfortunately, now Kishvara are trailing, but a goal has been scored at the Etihad. And it's, of course, Haladash, showing that, yet again, they are not to be messed with. Bobby takes it on the back of his head there. A third goal, I think, would kill this. Oh, what a pass. And that's the penalty. I think Bobby will take that too. Hey, Yogesh. I thought it was going to go in somehow. Usually when those bounce off the bar like that, it usually means trouble is coming down the way. From our experiences so far, anyway. I assume this is going to get given because it is a penalty. Yep, there we go. Vice versa. Oh yeah, no, it will be, JP. They've already announced that, I think, that the women's game is just, it's basically just like a database upgrade, if you think. It's just more leagues. It's not going to be like a different mode or anything like that. Oh. Bobby's been sort of back in lately, but off the left-hand side, mostly. I'm good, Cruz. How are you, man? We're a lot better, though, if these results could start to turn around a little bit. That's not happening, but there's still a chance with... oh, God, it was bloody Serkan Urza that scored, too. Imagine if Haladash won at Manchester City. I mean, Kishvara beat them in the Europa League final last season. I'm just saying, it could happen. Bobby's actually had a really good game off the left here. I still think build a nation in Romania. I think pretty much do whatever nation you want at this point. I think the best thing you can do is just... If you're going to do a nation, if you care about the rules, then you're going to have to pay attention to that sort of stuff. But if you don't, and you're willing to edit the database to remove them, then just crack on with any nation you like. And oh, come on. Not like this. We were doing so well. Women's build a nation league is possible. I mean, it's possible. I wouldn't do it myself, but I don't see why you couldn't do it. But I don't know how the coefficients are going to work for that, potentially. I don't know where the league, whether they'll have enough depth in it to make that work. I don't know. Oh, Blas is in. Slots at home. Is that actually going to count, though? Nope, that's offside. Is it a PSG? Oh, really? So is he in your save too, then? Does that mean that he's facing the game? Wait, that is given. Oh, I'm an idiot. For some reason, I thought that was not going to be given. It's a great pass. But Blas is in now. Little 4-0. Yeah, I think there'll just be less leagues available. I mean, put it this way. I'm glad it's coming to the game, and I feel like there's a lot of things that are going to be needed for it to come to the game that are going to cause development that's going to make everything better as well. I'm not rushing out to play it. I don't really care that much about it, but I'm glad it's in the game. Yeah. New car. I don't know what it is. It's not the camera. It's literally, like I said hundreds of times, it is the USB. And it's the worst thing about it as well, is the fact that it's the USB port on the actual PC. That's the problem. But I can't just switch in a different one because it doesn't work in any other port for some reason. Because Elgato are knobs. Oh. It's not a different game mode. It's quite literally the same game mode. It's just, yeah. They've already said this. It's not going to be a different game mode. It's just going to be like any other game, basically. It's just more leagues, essentially. Well, Kishvara are definitely not going through. I think that's the thing. I think it's just good for the player base. It's going to bring more players to the game, which is always good, right? Speaking of which, I need to actually sort out the FPL. The Fantasy Premier League for us this season. Even if I'm not going to be actually doing all that much with it. Oh! I think it's just going to be different stuff, right? I think the one thing I will definitely find use out of it is the in journeyman saves. It's going to give more league speed to play in journeyman saves for outcast to icons and stuff. Only 3,000 players with damage late game. I mean, it's not going to be great because if you've said to the game, I only want 3,000 players in, it's basically not going to... It's not going to generate any more than 3,000 players at any one time in the game, or roughly around that amount, which means that there's just going to be a lot of teams that don't have any players, basically. Separate. Well, like I said, it's all parallel, isn't it? That's the whole point of it. It's been integrated in the same way that adding the Latvian league would be integrated into things as Alcocer, not Alcocer, grabs on back for Atletico. To be honest, I actually don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, but we're not going to find out anyway until FM25. So for all we know, there's an entirely new system being implemented for that, because obviously that's coming with Unity, isn't it? So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. As things stand... Oh, I was going to say as things stand, they're getting in. But it looks like that goal there for Matondo, who I think used to play for Anderlecht, could be what costs them a place in the top 8. Oh, shit. There's a huge gap through the middle here. And Patrici's not going to get this, is he? Could we, like, not throw away a 4-goal lead? Ah, dear. Why did we get so shit? Where was our defence as well? It's also not going well for the other Hungarian sides. 2-0 there, 3-0 there, and 2-1 there, annoyingly. The last thing we bloody right. Now, can we, like, get our shit together a little bit here? And not throw this away? Oh, my God. I'm starting to get little vibes in this game that it's one of those matches that the game has decided that certain things are about to happen and there's nothing you can do about it. And that could involve us scoring more goals here as well, honestly. Oh, new meetings. My favourite part of every update of the game is just all those new meetings you get to not attend. Oh, come on, man. It's getting quite hot, actually. So... I've actually unplugged both sides of it. Just to see if that makes any difference. But it is doing my tits in. Luckily we didn't concede during that period, right? Ah, dear. Did I just miss another goal here? Steve stands for Culver. Yeah, I know, but it's just like, I'm a person that actually, generally, as much as I might not seem like it, I do care about quality to a certain point, and that shit is just not quality, and I don't want to be putting out shit product like that, and it's fucking annoying. Because it feels like you're sort of powerless to do anything about it, because you don't know the exact issue, but it has to be the USB port. I don't know what else it could really be. What I might do after stream, actually, is try it in some different ports and see if I can make it work in a different port, maybe. Try using the hub or something, just trying to get it to work. But the problem is, when I put it in the other port, it just freezes the moment that it loads. It just instantly freezes. It's very irritating. So, Halalash... Yeah, so Kishvarda come 32nd. Ferencvaros miss out by... Yeah. So, essentially... This is the issue. Those 2 points that they dropped wouldn't have actually been enough. But the points that they have dropped... There's too many points dropped, basically. They should have done better. However, Halalash come 10th in the end. That goal they conceded to Manchester City cost them a place in the top 8. Injuries. Well, I mean, pregnancies presumably will have to be. Won't be so much an injury, but it will potentially give them an opportunity to look at that as part of the game, which might allow them to introduce some other stuff that I've been wanting to bring in as well. Oh, I know. Christ, if that frozen, it could be all sorts of issues. Right, so we got 1.1... For drawn matches. Oh, okay, weird. So that's 2 teams out. Less than ideal. At least we'll get a bonus for Halalash getting through. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. That's... What's going on here? Is bro wearing like a cactus? Like, what even is this? That Rooney picture is so good. I'd watch the shit out of that. Feels like a boxing match. More female managers in the men's game. Well, I mean, Forest Green have just appointed a female manager, haven't they? Who was, I believe, the manager of their under-23 sides, potentially. Where's his whipper Nazi? Yeah, literally. Lazio just seem to play every Europa League game on a Wednesday now. Bro's wearing worms. It's the latest fashion... It's the fashion accessory of the season, chat. Worms. What's the first friend against some 8th tier sides? Hannah Dingley. Oh, yeah, that's her. I wonder if she must presumably be in the... Oh. To be fair, it's probably just because she's a staff member, so... Yeah, she's not like to have actually been loaded there. I love for college, seriously. It's all about the worms, exactly. Right, Thursday will be the final... Right, come on, not that. There we go. Right, okay, Kexma hosting Bodder. And Debrecen are away at Young Boys. Just need some kind of points here. They're both going through. We know that. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. 15th and 13th in the end. Kekshmet literally were flying and then lost their last 3 matches. Debrecen actually finished above them in the end. I don't know how you could even see that, Icarus, because you can't filter it by gender in the game. So there's no way of us, like, filtering for that. So we wouldn't be able to, like... Yeah. As far as I know, anyway. That's frustrating. Not as far as I know you can't. Let's check. Maybe you can. I just never thought to do it. Only search my first name. Let's have a look. See if I can. It'll be on general, right? Nah. Doesn't seem likely. Oh, really? Okay, how did she do that? Darker. We won't be scouting them again. Despite being an option, it's not even a hidden option. That's really weird. There's so many strange things about the game that are just kind of buried in the depths, so to speak. Right, that's all the points that were going to be allocated now, right? Because that's just kind of that. So what are we at? 13. See, this is the difference. This is where we get screwed every year. It's the end of the Champions League group that kills us. Now, luckily this year, the hit isn't anywhere near as bad because, although Spain actually caught us up there, it's because we don't get enough sides to qualify to the next round of the Champions League. There's so many points that are allocated as bonuses for doing that. That's where we get screwed. So if we'd have got Kishvara and Ferencváros through, I could see us being on 14 or even 15 points right now because of the sheer amount of bonuses you get just for having teams qualifying for the next round. Because there's no bonuses awarded for the positions. It's just done in did you qualify. And luckily with 2 teams through this year, the hit isn't quite as bad, but it's still pretty bad. So that now does get things a little bit closer. We are still ahead of Spain, though, which is the most important thing. Problem being, of course, we've now lost 2 sides from European contention, but we do still have 3 left. Sorry, not 3. We do still have 4 left. Which is, I think, honestly, not that many less than we would have got last season, if you think about it. We've got 2 in the Europa League, 1 in the Conference League, 1 in the Champions League, other than ourselves. So there's still an opportunity for us to make up some good ground. Don't know when the draw is exactly.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Smailmax, thank you very much for the follow.
They are building it now.
Which view are you looking for, Mestra? Five, yeah. Well, 5, I was including us, but like, I didn't think it would be point including us in the teams that were included, because, yeah, we already know we're in. Oh! $106 million? Is he wanted by anyone else? Yes, which means potentially he has no interest. Yeah, but he might want to go somewhere else. But if he has no interest, then the best he can do is say no, right? I think we can actually do better than this. Let's see. Man's only got 1 year left on his contract as well. It's wary. Mm-hmm. I mean, we can piss him off for a little bit if we need to. But we'll see. Doesn't look like anyone actually came in with a bid any... Right. The downside is potentially we don't end up selling him and then we get him upset for a little bit, but shit happens, right? I think if I was smarter, I could have done the thing where you can, like, offer them out without upsetting them, but I kind of just wanted to get him out at that point. Let's just offer the clubs. Well, he's not going to be upset now, so let's just offer him out. The plan is basically, I want to try and get a slightly better deal for ourselves from someone else. Right, here we go. So United are offering less money, but I might be able to get a cheeky little clause in there, potentially. Preferred... so he has a preferred destination, which is a good sign. Romero should be okay. I think I've got enough players to stay that I should just be able to say... Is he influential enough? Well. He gets pissed off every single window, no matter what we do. With Bobby replacement. No, it'd be Mihail. He's already here. Bobby's just been getting in his way a little bit. Nah, it was worth a go. I think that we're not getting a lot of money. We're not getting a lot of value out of those offers anyway. Because United, for example, with the Dylan Chambers one, they offered me £3 million for it, which is just utterly scandalous. See if they'll negotiate a bit now. No, they won't. Okay, so then... More time for Jeffrey Hendrick. Jeffrey Hendrick is not allowed to touch the football pitch anymore. Because if we play him in another match, he gets a 1-year extension. Which obviously are not happening. Never accepted. Increases the value. Oh, okay. Right, he's 31 years old. Gallind, thank you very much for the follow. Those are all being rejected. Imagine bidding that kind of small amount. Zanko, thank you very much for the raid. I did see your DM earlier. I will get back to that properly later. Because, have you started the save already? Or are you still looking to start it? Well, welcome in, friends. Let's just give you a shout out. If I can spell. Which we all know I can't. But did I do it correct? You're damn right I did. Basically, we've got one. He's got 1 year left on his contract. Well, not 1 year. He's got technically 18 months left on his contract. I just want to see if there's a better deal to be had. And if we can't do it, then we can't do it. And also, potentially... Oh. Wait. League rules. Okay, so the person to help you with that would actually be Hadrian. He is the master of these things. 96 million? 106 million for Bobby Tree. 31 years old, verging on 32. Contract's up in 18 months. We have players coming through that I want to replace him with, and I feel like now might be the perfect time to move Bobo on, honestly. Bobby Tree from? Yeah, I mean, you can't. He's a regen, so, I mean, maybe. The thing is, right, so it's January now. He's actually only just turned 31, but with the current situation, his contract's up in a year and a half. We'd have to give him a new deal, or he goes to the end of his deal. He's going to want even more money, and I feel like we're never going to get more money for him in the future than we are currently. It feels like the smart move at this point is to move him, because it will give more space in the team for Karpanu, Bigmanovic, and Mihal, with more people coming through. No, so basically it's Z-Gen faces. So they're AI faces that look like real players, but then, sorry, look like real people, but they're not. So these are all, we're in 2042. So these are all regens. Hey, Beyond Ultra. Oh. I was just giving Dobby a sock. Ah, dear. Like, we've had a good 12 years out of him. Like, we paid £3 million for him. He did the bits on loan at Debrecen for a little bit, and then came back and killed it with us. He's won multiple Champions Leagues. He's an absolute legend. But this is the right time, I think, to move him on at this point. Watch him be immediately 5-star the moment he leaves. Final there of the window. It also just digs us out of a financial hole as well. Yeah, the board are not giving us a lot of money. I think it's because, remember, we've got a takeover coming. £450,000 a week he's on at Real Madrid. But they're putting him on that for 3 years. Like, I can't even begrudge him the bag. He's just quadrupled. No, more than quadrupled his wage here. Let them ruin their wage structure, not for us, right? Now, he is vice captain, so we will have to appoint a new vice captain. But luckily, we've got someone in the wings that's been waiting to be vice captain anyway, and probably deserves it. Yeah, Madrid literally throwing some Saudi money around. That's outrageousness. We should get there. They really do just want any... I'm surprised, considering he wasn't even interested. But I imagine that he wasn't interested in moving to Real Madrid, because they actually haven't won anything in a while in this save. Okay, it's been 5 years since they won a Champions League, but actually, you can see that they've not been super successful. They've won a couple. But I suspect that once the £450,000 a week came along, it changed his mind slightly. Seems like values never go up and teams accept... so basically, there's nothing you can really do, Pet Boyo, but just know that the values are a lot more dynamic this year, and the more bids you get on a player, the more their value will increase. So by rejecting bids and them getting higher bids, that actually increases the player's value as well. That, and unfortunately, values are still a bit messed with. Unfortunately, there's really not a lot you can do. That's not the best Polish player ever. I mean, how many caps and goals did Lewandowski get for Poland? Landmarks, finances. No, in fact, the Glazers have gone, but they have a new owner who is a tycoon. Imagine United get, as if they needed a Tycoon takeover. They get a fucking Tycoon takeover in 2026 as well. God damn. Did not see that one coming. But yeah, that's what's going on there.
Here's a fun fact.
Mateta. No, hang on. Wait. Matatator. Thank you very much for the follow. It's a Tycoon, potentially. A Tycoon. It works. He won the Prem. I don't know, actually. United, historically in this save, seem to do really well in Europe, but... Let's have a look, actually. They must have won at E-Premier League, right? They've won 3. They have won 3. In fact, quite recently, in fact. But they have won 6 Champions Leagues, and 3 of which have been in the save as well. So they're doing all right, you know? Yeah, you're right, they did, didn't they? Come out of nowhere to win that. Usfas. Mansanango. Cool name, but no one really there. Yeah, it's really strange. He went from being Arsenal's under 20 assistant manager or something, and yeah. Wait, what did I miss? Hey, have I missed something? What's going on? 2 World Club. Hey, we've got one of those now. We're in the big leagues, chatto. Don't forget, chat, we've got the excitement of a youth intake today. Everyone's favourite. You know, where we get the latest batch of half-star quality players. I love how little of that. Hang on. We just got to... Oh, no, to be fair, some of it's in, like... Sell Jeff Hendrick. I wish I could. I actually thought about doing that, but he has no value. That's the problem. We could try, though. It was off stream that I did the Club World Cup, because there was just, like... It takes place in that annoying part of the season. As for where we're at the moment, we're currently sitting... 3rd, but we were 2nd, and now we're actually technically 2nd again. So we're kind of oscillating around that spot at the moment. But we can always try and sell Jeff Hendrick. But if I recall, I actually did try to offer... Yeah, I actually tried to offer him out, but he got annoyed at me because he said he still had a part to play. I'm like, bruv, you never had a part to play. You're here for the memes. Out Dentior. Thank you for the follow.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Hang on, so you want me to move him to the under-18s? Oh, this thing. Yes, that's what we were going to try, wasn't it? Oh, welcome in, Aldantio. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Hopefully you did. Crispo, thank you for the 23 months. And It's Noodles, thank you for the follow. So what was it you say? Move him to the under-19 squad. And then what? A shower speaker. Maybe. Yes, I do. It's great. Would highly recommend it. Okay, so now we go to Jeff again. And now we move into the 2nd team. But then what? What am I expecting to have happen here? So Bobby Tree is going to be replaced. I feel like, honestly, Velasquez is definitely the guy. He deserves it. He's got high leadership. Yeah, he's just there.
This
Zanko,
is the community
thank you very much for the 2
top
months.
class and the kindest streamer.
Oh, thank you, friend. Hopefully, the guys have been able to help you out in some way. Oh, your youth intake. Oh, right. Sorry. Good shout. Right, that's where I was confused. So, right. So what do? I move all of our under-19 team to the B team. So there's no one in the under-19 squad. Was that the trick? Or the thing you want to try? I'll probably best just do this with the not a club players as well, so that we don't get confused. So this is the under-19... Jesus Christ. The scroll is laggy. So that's that. So then I can move all of these guys to the 2nd team squad, right? So now it's... Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's try that then. We'll have to make sure that the... Remind me again before we get to the youth intake, just in case something happens randomly and a player ends up back in there. I don't know why that would happen. Good tactic for a Latvian team. The Latvian-ness of the team is not going to change what tactic you need. It's more to do with like the level the team's playing at, really, what it comes down to. So I don't know what level that team's actually at. Like a tactic that works in Italy is still going to work in Latvia. They don't just rock up and go, I'm sorry, I don't understand all this catenaccio stuff. But it's a question of like what the quality of players, the league you're at, what you're competing for. Look at the hole that Bobby's left. The trek where the tree once stood. What's this promise? Oh, yeah, the promise about Patrice. So Patrice is going to have to play pretty much every game because he's a tosser. So Mihal straight into the squad. Ingram can finally have his position back. The Latvianness is, to quote 2 pints of lager, the dampness of the pants is how we know, and the Latvianness of the team is how we know. Bobby went for 106 million. That'll do. God, it's nice to see Pretzel coming in. Montiel might just about be viable for the knockouts of the Champions League, which, considering the injury he had, is actually pretty good, honestly. Make them under... Oh, yeah, we might have to. They will still at least get some friendlies in the B team. Bear in mind, there's very few players actually in the under-19 squad. Most of them are just... most of the players that I put there was... they're all on loans. Exclamation mark Zgen, Gallon. Will give you a full guide on how to do it. Someone else will probably put it in chat for you as well, but that's how you do it. What needs to resolve that? I should have played the 3-striker tactic, really, but... Oh, yeah, we've got an immediately straight-up strategy. That's the reason I was happy to sell Bobby. I feel like it was the right time. He's 31, a year and a half left on his deal, and we have replacements ready to go, basically. Record sale, yes, he is. I think we've done pretty well there. Farewell coffee. Yeah, that would be nice, actually. I would like a little bit more pageantry. I feel like that stuff would be a really nice touch, honestly. How's the second tier going these days? Oh, please, Honvid, please get promoted. They've not lost a game yet. They just draw a lot. They need to get promoted. They've got such a good team. Cockringling killing it again. I'm telling you, if Honvid get promoted, look at the number of amazing players they've got on loan from us. Now, the thing is, these guys are actually decent too. He's a 5-star keeper. He's good. He's good. He's good. He's amazingly good. He's decent. They've got so many. Bobby went for 106 million, Fran. A testimony, like a send-off match or something, right? So the league stages, we are obviously through. We won. Ferencváros ballsed it up. They ended up coming like 28th. Kisvada came 32nd, so they're both out. Haladash came 10th and nearly got into the top 8. If they hadn't given up a late goal to Manchester City, they'd have got top 8, which is outrageous. Kekschmet and Debrecen are both through to the knockouts of the Europa, and Újpest are through as well. Will be almost like Bobby... Ooh, okay. Jovan Nikolic. So he's 19 years old. Professional personality, which is a great sign. I mean, he's just a great striker, really. The thing is as well, one thing you've really got inside here, Maris, is the fact that that professional personality is a great sign that he's going to really max out at his potential or get as close to it as he can, which is a really good sign. I think he's a great player. Just needs football, really. Development. Pomp or pageantry. I love a bit of both, you know? Depends where I am. If I'm Portsmouth, I'm all about the pomp. If I'm anywhere else, all about the pageantry. Highest paid player. I think it is now that Bobby's gone. It's Kenny Baumeister. The guy we got from PSG on a free transfer. And to be fair, this is not really the full story. It's 100k a week in wages, but there's a lot of clauses in there to drink. He originally wanted 170,000, and we got him all the way down with loads of ridiculous clauses like... So, appearance fee is £105,000, for example. Like, we needed to do that. Choose one. Never. I will sit on the fence forever. And obviously, God, I love the fact that bloody Endrick here is the second highest paid. I cannot wait till he leaves. I just can't wait. Bobby is gone, yes. Well, we did it basically because... So, either we could pay him £170,000 a week with like a 60,000 or like a £40,000 appearance fee. Or... we could pay him 100 grand a week with a £105,000 appearance fee, where it essentially ends up being the same amount, unless there's obviously multiple appearances a week. But generally speaking, if there is that situation, we're rotating the squad anyway. But the reason we did it is because we didn't want a player that was on so much more money than everybody else, because then everyone else is going to want that same wage, and we didn't want to break the wage structure. No, because when he was on £170,000 a week, he still had an appearance fee of like £30,000 a week. That was on the base contract, so it was still the same amount. Because now, the issue is, if we have a player that's on £170,000 a week, next time all our players are going to suddenly want 150 grand a week on their contracts. Whereas if you keep the wages nice and low, you can stop that from happening in theory. Circumstance. I love me some circumstance. In the bank, weirdly not that much. Because remember, only half of the money from Manchester United actually comes up front. So we're going to get another 45 million soon. It's weird, actually, that the transfer debt doesn't show the transfer the other way round. So how much money there's owed to you as well. Or does it? I don't think it does, though, does it? It only shows how much money you owe other clubs and not the other way around. Sadly not, Tim. Not got it in the bank. Solomon to Spurs. I think that he's your problem now. Like, the moment he had a couple of good games and got his head turned, he just down tools. So it's just like, is that the kind of play you really want around a club? Probably not. And let's be honest, he's not going to start for Spurs. So, surprising. It's only hard. Basically, yeah, if he plays and he plays well, like, that's the thing. He has an incentive to keep playing well because it will keep him in the team or something. No offers for Jeff Hendrick. No. Wow, imagine this. Go on, Jeffy. Off you go. I'm happy here. Buddy, you're not happy, I promise. Hang on. Chat. World-class gaslighting coming up. Get the deal over the line. Better get my name out there. You better. Works. I'm telling you now, chat. Gaslighting works. You have a 200 million in transfer debt. That's outrageous. Most of ours were so high because of all the... Actually, I think it does take it into account because we had like 40 million in transfer debt because of all the French dudes. What did I tell him? I told him that he needs to get himself out there. And they're right. It's not me, it's you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, apparently we are after. I saw that we were in for Serginho Dest, which would be interesting. If it's a cheap enough deal, then fair play. I've also heard us linked with Yunus Musa, which I feel like he's definitely going to Milan, though. Meshkovich get a big win over Mol Fehervar. Mol, don't get relegated. I've just given you some nice players. Don't do this to me. Agadir. You want Fred? I like him as a player, but not if it's huge money. I've heard rumours of like £20 million, which is just not happening. Like, if we get a good deal on him, then yes, I'd happily have Fred at Fulham, but not if the money's way too high. Flamengo will owe us some more money too, which would be nice. Bit as well. Also, big shout out to these chaps here who have actually somehow managed to reach like the quarter-final, I think it is. Oh, it's the 5th round, but that's still a bloody good effort from them. 20 million, yeah, but 20 million is not what we're willing to pay. Well, I'd be surprised if we pay 20 million for what's he, 31? Not happening. Well, not happening in the sense that I wouldn't want it to happen. You know? Did Hadrian sort it? Nice. Dropping a line actually works. We've done it a few times, I think. Scared of losing Polini to West Ham? Absolutely not. I was never scared about losing Polini to West Ham. I think people just chat shit a lot. People just assume that because a club has money, suddenly that other clubs are going to want to sell them their best players, when it's just like, why? Why would we have zero incentive to sell Polini to West Ham? Right, can we get anyone new in? Because we should have a space now, right? Sarsenadis, I don't know if I want to put him in though, but someone like Limoero could do us some good little bit of backup potential. And I think, we actually do have space for another one. Is there any under 21s that we could take out? Probably not, right? Yeah, we did, but to be fair, West Ham did win the Conference League and are going to be playing in the Europa League this season, but, well, I don't think he would. I feel like I wouldn't begrudge him a move. I just feel like that's not the one that he would want. And it's frozen again. Fuck's sake, man. It does feel like the blowing in it actually does seem to stop it for a little bit. It does seem to take it under control for a little while. Right. Let me just see. Is there anyone else I can put in this squad that I want to put in this squad? We could put Liam Cooper in, but I don't know what the point would be at this point. And actually, wait. Can I? I don't think it's going to let me. Those go there. So, well, yeah, I mean, in terms of like league stuff, yes. But I don't know what benefit that would be for him at this point, right? I mean, if they want to give us 100 million, then they're welcome, but I don't see that happening. I might just leave it at that, actually. Yeah, we'll do that. Strengthen other places. I just don't think we need to, though. I think it, like, clearly, he's such a key player. There'd just be zero reason for us to do that. Little Rob, thank you very much for the follow. If we were that bothered, we wouldn't have given him a 6-year contract in the first place. Like, clearly we have seen something there that we want to progress with. And it's time for Harrow Bishop Ultras. Maybe I'll give my camera a chance to have a rest. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, and a 2. Wait, hang on. I'm counting down from 5. Why am I doing 1 and 2? And a 5, and a 4, and a 3, and a 2, and a 1. And Harold, go.
You get uptight, you're dead.
I have to have then I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
And afro hair, then I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
It's true. Ali, Minnesota, thank you very much for the follow. I wonder if that's actually the cam mic is overheating in some way, potentially. I don't know if that's even possible, but... notable absence of Sarsenatus. I probably should just put him back in, really, shouldn't I? But, like, we have other players. I only really brought him in as a stopgap. Yeah, it did go a little bit funny with the Harold thing at the start there. I don't know why. Just one of those days, I suspect, where this is just likely to happen. Real Madrid made Bobby Tree offer. I think we're a bit past that now. Wait. Armenia benefit off Budiev contract. Wait, what? Oh, it's a different Budiev. Okay, I was going to say... Oh, it's a goalkeeper as well. Wow. Also, what's happening to this... Oh, I was going to say... I was literally about to say, what's happening with this takeover that's apparently happening? Takeover talk continues to dominate the conversation at last year's... It's not to rub it in. Despite some uncertainty as to how strong the interest being shown by the club is a mystery consortium. Wait. Hang on, have we gone back? Yes, it is Margot Robbie. It feels like we've gone backwards. Oh, so Utrecht are playing Utrecht in the knockouts, which is not super easy, annoyingly. I'd have preferred them to have not done that. Yeah, we're going to get the dodgy crypto bros. Isn't that what Crawley had? Right, scouting update. Oh, I think this was the guy. Who I might still honestly be interested in signing, honestly, because he's cheap. And it's actually got quite high current bit. Oh, what the fuck? Hi, chat, it's me. Can we talk about this Georgian player who's 5-star potential? Look at his CA. Hello? Okay, we're coming to hit... Right, okay, let's get ready crap first. Okay, these... Wow, okay, so not all of these players I looked at are going to work out, but that's fine. It was this guy I was actually more interested in a way, but we'll get to him in a second. Right, this guy here. I'm sorry, he's definitely worth us signing. I don't even care if he doesn't have the highest potential ceiling. He's actually ridiculously good. 17 tackling. Like, Armenian... He's got 14 caps for Armenia already. I really like it. Yeah, he's a loan farmer. Such a good loan farmer. At that kind of price. I know he's exploring his options, but we'd have to wait for that. I'll just take him now. The Mercury candidate? The Manucharian candidate. Nice. Oh, at least he'll always follow instructions. Oh, come on. Shame I can't fucking follow instructions. Instructions like, have a stream that works. I do wonder if it's overheating somehow, but oh well. Right, yeah, we'll just do that, right? But that Georgian dude as well. Maybe he'll put his potential... 115 grand, yes please. Professional personality as well. Oh, lovely scenes. Okay, we'll have you. What about you? Probably not, given that kind of fee associated with you. This Lithuanian dude isn't too bad either. Abisawa is that striker that's at... he's good, but £8 million concerning. I need to become a VTuber, solve all these problems. What about you? Valauskas. More information required on him. Same with these guys as well, I think. Although, actually, this guy's Brazilian here. Ataliba? Quite expensive. Don't get me started. I mean, hey, there's no reason. Absolutely zero reason. Also, was this guy at Estoril? A- as well. Ibrahim Barry is a solid out, and he's kept a bit of his potential too from the first scout report. Okay, who's he wanted by? Porto. Okay, definitely going to just sign this guy now immediately, right? If Porto want him as well, there must be something there. You're all marginal, reasonable. Wow, it's a Luxembourg. Okay, so yeah, for those of you that don't realize, before stream I went through the European national team squads and looked for any player who was under the age of 20 that was surprising to see in there. And apparently, there's some good players. There's a Bulgarian dude here as well. No fucking way. He's come through a Georgian side. Georgi Kigoradze. He's the next Kvaradona. Oh, I'm just signing him now. Provided I can, right? Yes, come on. Oh. What the hell? See, this is why I never... This is why am I actually getting reports on Dilagori? I certainly was. Oh, I gave up on him. I've actually had reports on these guys before. Which means... Maybe we saw him? Yeah, for this kind of price, there's just no point in, like, not trying to sign him. Because we don't want Porto stealing him from us. If he's actually that good. And even if he's not. Oh my god, 160 grand. Yes, please. Yeah, we'll take that. 160k for him. Both of those two for a combined 250 grand. Nearly. That's insane. What about this guy? Mario... Maybe get Gonzalo report on him because it is a bit more money, but still also, like, 16-year-old dude here at Estoril. Solid as well, potentially. Well, yeah, I think maybe once a year I should just have a little look through. So basically, all I did was I just looked at any nation, like slightly unfancied nations that had, like, really young players in their squad, because that's usually where those guys come into the game. And they're often cheap as well. So a little look at that. And to be fair, I did the same thing in Africa, and that's where I found that ridiculous goalkeeper and that... Oh, by the way, you know there was that Ivorian striker, that Yao, or whatever his name was? The one that I was like... I liked his tent poles, but I wasn't sure on his potential. They actually let me sign him for like 100 grand, so he's going to join us in like 2 years. But, you know, it's worth the risk for me. Ghislaine, yeah, Ghislaine Yao. I've got him as well, but he won't join us for like till 2043. I think that was the issue in the first place, was he wasn't going to join us for ages. Now, because he's already got 14 caps, we're just going to have to offer him that, I think. And hope for the best, as I can't put any extension clauses. Yeah, Gonzalo's the best scout. Only by a little bit, but he is the best. Yeah, you're coming in permanently, and he has less interest in joining, which makes sense. Again, with these guys, it's going to be tough for us to tie them down, particularly because... I'll get rid of that at least. But we can't do an extension clause. We'll give that, and yeah, that's fine. Because if he gets those, he's worth it. If he doesn't, he doesn't, right? We all know Gonzalo's name. I can't believe it's... I don't think I've ever seen a Georgian player. Yeah, he's already got 2 caps, and let's be honest, he's going to hit 5 and 10 very quickly. Is he even, like, presumably he's in their squad right now, I assume. Now, to be fair, he could be on the lower end of it. But even on the lower end of these, for 100 grand, he's better than half the players we were looking at in South America, which is just dope. Oh, I love finding players that are from slightly different nations that are a little bit more interesting than just your normal, you know, Spanish, Colombian, or whatever. Like an Armenian and a Georgian who both look like they have a little bit about them. Although I feel like the Georgian dude's possibly going to be better. But on pure attributes, Armenian dude looks like it might be an underrated, like a sleeper build. Still unknown. Rejected contracts from Fenerbahce and... Wait, did he? Does bro understand that I am going to be releasing him? Like, he is not going to play for us. Is Georgian DC? Really? One thing I did notice when I was doing some tests for that Haitian is there was a player, Victor Christensen, you know, the Leicester City centre-back dude. He had moved 7 consecutive seasons for like between £3 and £5 million to each team that came up. He was just like, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. This time's the one. Zuku Essien? I don't know what to make us with these players. I feel like I should at least give them a little look sometimes, just because I feel like even players that are like not even 4-star potential might even still be good. To release Jeff now, you're right, that might actually behoove us, because I can't risk us accidentally playing him in a game. Watch him say no. Watch him just be like, no, I'm not leaving. Ooh, Dakasuka. Guys like this, I feel like they're worth more of a look than that, because I think there's more to these kind of players. Because he actually looks quite decent. Oh, cheers, Adrian. Yeah, I was a bit worried just because I wasn't sure what video I wanted to make this week, and I'm terrible when I don't have things planned. That's when I get into real problems. Deadline day meeting? Absolutely not. Jeff's agreed. Jeff has agreed. How much for? 600 grand. Honestly, I'll pay it. He's earning 82 grand a week. We'll pay that off in, like, easily. Manucharian's in. Vardan Manucharian. 5-year contract for the man. Ucharian. Also, I'll have a look at him again after now that he's officially signed, because sometimes it actually changes. Oh, we're still in the window. Of course we are. There you go. He's 4-star potential. I suppose it's probably because we didn't check in with Gonzalo. So maybe Gonzalo would have given us a better rating of him. Vardan Manucharian. He's just such a great loan farmer. Dev list, off to clubs. And I think we should be able to get him out straight away. I completely forgot that we were still in a loan farm. Sorry, still in the transfer window, which means if we do get the Georgian dude, we'll actually be able to see if he's any good. I reckon with the Georgian dude, he's probably going to be at best 4-star potential. But, come on. Where do we ever see 4-star potential Georgian players? It's dope. If you're looking for my attribute colours, Scoot, then you'll want... There you go. That's the link. I love that we have that. That's really useful. We're getting him as well. Clubs decline to make offers, but... There we go. The system works. Manicharian's off. Hopefully. I'm kind of curious to see which sort of ties. I'm reckoning like top sides in the second tier. Yeah. Exactly what I expected. In fact, Zalagaseg would be perfect because they're doing well in the league and he'd come up with them potentially. Got to Spurs then. Yeah, I mean, not really that arsed about it. Although we do need to start replacing some of these wingers. I could try loaning them out again, but the problem is the moment that they don't have any interest, it becomes very difficult. And we'll definitely try it again. Because all of these guys, apart from these two, I need to actually remove these guys from the list. Like, I'm happy to try and loan all these guys out. But if they don't get that immediate... Wait, add to development list. Okay. If they don't get that immediate loan, there's almost no chance they're getting loaned out in that window. It's just really odd like that. Who's wanted by? I guess we're going to find out in a minute when they put a bid in. I don't see you get the game time either, Dan. It's a strange move. Like, he was a bit of an impact sub at Fulham towards the end of the season, but, like... I don't know. I think he's just kind of gone, oh, I've had a little bit of a good spell. Let me just, you know, I think thinks more of himself than maybe he should do in some ways. Yeah, we'll get rid of those two because he's already moving somewhere else. Mitic. Oh, loan for... Right, Mitic would be cool to go to Giamot. Another team that could really do with it. Hey, Steve. Holy shit, 5 a.m. Surely you should be sleeping, friendo. Perez. That would be nice. Perez to Vashas would be fun. Yeah, so you do get loan bids, but not from Hungarian sides for Cooper. I feel like for some reason they think that maybe he's better than them, and I don't know why. Because, I mean, he's very good, but we've had... Yeah. I think maybe for the summer, potentially. Good morning from Wednesday. How's things going? What's the weather like on Wednesday? Oscar could be... Oh, God, yeah. It's a shame, because I actually did like... Solomon. But... Yeah, I know. I feel like his actually wasn't exactly ideal. Right. Just play whoever. So this is the thing. We can either put Mihal there. We can put Bigmanovic in there. We can put... Even Romero can play there. Carpenu can play there. We have options. And let's be clear. Like, we know for a fact that there's bound to be one or two outrageous players that don't want to go back out on loan at the end of this season. Especially as, remember, everyone's on 1-year loans this year because I made that horrible error during that during the stream where we went past June 2nd and it meant that I couldn't do the 2-year loan thing. So, Christ, that's going to be a fun moment of the stream in a couple of dates. A guy like Ben Sward. Maybe, although I hope not, because he's doing fantastically well for Honvi. Blaz with another Hattie. 2 more assists for Marcelo Nunez. Great news. It's Lord Snow. Thank you very much for the follow. Jiv coming back. I don't really want Jiv coming back at all. That would be catastrophic for us if he comes back. That's the worst thing that could happen. And I don't actually see it happening. As long as Halalash keep qualifying for the Champions League, he'll be fine. And I've frozen. One thing I do think that could work, though, potentially, is if I could work out a way to get this into a powered USB port. It's like a USB port with a button for power on it. I could maybe just cycle the power on it with a single button to do that instead of having to unplug it. So that might be something. Zivkovic is just Halalash. If they lost him, things could be very poor for us, honestly. Now, that's a potential interesting second nationality to get switched and declared by the editor. Will be... You could do a lot of cool stuff with stuff like that. I know, Exodio. Why'd you have to do this to me, buddy? Car. 7 million says 5-star potential. Oh, I know exactly what type of player you're about to show me. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake! It is very hot. Yeah, I'm going to have to do something about this, but I don't know what I can do about it, unfortunately. That's the problem. Yeah. I can't just go, hey, I'll just buy a new motherboard. It just doesn't work like that. Maybe it's just like, yeah. New cable. The thing is, it's not even a cable. just don't know. Bear in mind, so basically what it is it's like there's a cable, then there's the cam link itself, and then there's an HDMI cable on the other end of it, which is bringing the feed through from the actual camera itself. The only thing I can think of is to replace each part, except for the cam link, obviously, one by one at a time to see which of them has any effect. World Cups? None. Come on, Hungary in a World Cup? I mean, they had their closest tie with where they lost to Germany in the World Cup final in like the 1930s, maybe, was it? No. There was a quite close to a World Cup back in the day. 1954, there you go. Not 30s. In my head, I was even going for the 50s, and I changed it at the last second. I bailed. Oh, I haven't looked at that player, did I? Apologies. I would say keep scouting him. Just keep scouting him, and you'll notice that randomly he will drop his potential out of nowhere. He feels like that type of player. I know, I'm not particularly, like... Ooh. Oh, yes, please. Could I maybe offer him for 2 years while we're here? Yes, please, Ferencváros. Don't mind a bit of that. He was brought in as a backup, but we had so many players come back that he's just not featured at all. Fine by me. They've done that a few times, actually. Oh, so now we're on to South Africa. We're back in Africa. I think the reports have just got completely mixed up now to the point where we're never really hitting more than, like, 2 or 3 teams in the same continent in a row for any given time. This also must mean that there's been draws for the other competitions, right? It feels like that must have happened right now. You said there was a guy called Gift Tim. So what we got? Budapest versus Utrecht. Which is, I think, winnable. And I'll get on that in a sec. Hallash Dortmund. That's frustrating. Because look at some of the teams they could have got. But they get 20th place Dortmund. Who, didn't they? Oh, no, they didn't. I can see them losing that. Oh, come on! Fuck's sake! This shit is actually really irritating me now. We had that lovely spell where it went like 45 minutes, no issues, and that's just being shit. Was he actually called Gift Tim? Oh, there he is, yeah. Gift Tim. Tim, you're a gift to us all, my friend. Oh, God. I'm just paranoid to even look at the fucking camera at this point in case it fucking freezes. I'm going to have to buy, like... What even is that? It's like a little... I don't know what that is. There's a lot of different cables. Maybe it needs a new HDMI cable. Maybe it's... I don't know. Maybe it's on the camera side of things. I don't know.
Oh, this
it could be. Could be that the camera side is a bit, like, dodgy in the connection. I might try that next time it crashes as well. Kexcare and PK, thank you very much for the follows. This cable's a discount list. Yeah, I suppose.
It's good, you came in summer.
I have to see what they actually are, what I need exactly. 18G Mundin, thank you very much for the follow as well. My goodness, all the follows. Despite the freezes, we've pushed on through it.
It's good, you came.
Well, if it's the camera. No, it's not the camera. Bear in mind, the camera isn't doing anything. I don't think people understand what the situation is here. The camera isn't actually... All the cable is doing is taking a live HDMI feed. The camera isn't freezing. Just the feed of the camera is freezing. So, for example, if I was to show you what's on... Not that you can see it. The camera itself is still exactly the same. The feed is just not being carried through the computer side of things. The camera is absolutely fine. The Mind, thank you very much for the follow as well. It's not the camera, thankfully. Luckily, because that's the most expensive part of the whole operation. It's your end, chat. I know, get good. Start imagining me moving. Port extension thinking to plug into the good ports on the back and plug it in there. No, because there's no good ports on the back. The only two, as far as I'm aware, USB 3 ports are the two on the front. And it has to be a USB 3 port. Otherwise, it just doesn't work at all. It barely works in the one that it's in at the moment. Oh, Evan! Thank you very much for the follow. Get the camera image. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, for crying out loud! Fuck me! Right, okay, this time we're going to try it out. We're going to try the test. I'm going to unplug it from the camera side as well, just to see. Georgian boy's in. Yeah, literally, I've just checked it on the camera feed and it's still completely fine. Although I did that with it turned on, so hopefully this doesn't break. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, good. That's gone well. Oh, we're back. Okay, that was weird. I think it's just because I took it out when it was plugged in. I figured I was going to have to shut the camera off. Oh well, we're fine. So now I've taken the cable out of the camera and put it back in again. I'm actually going to kill something. This is becoming, like, unmanageable at the moment. So, like, it's a USB cable with, like, a... Yeah, it's just a USB to USB there. I could actually plug that directly to the PC if there was enough space. But unfortunately, it can't reach. Maybe that's the problem, in a way. It could be the fact is that the cam link can't, It might be genuinely the issue, is that because the cam link can't plug directly in, it has to have a little extra thing on the top of it that might be causing a problem. Switch to a webcam. I don't have a webcam. Not anymore anyway. I gave them all away. I'm always giving people webcams. Oh, tell you what, though. That is not bad. We will absolutely take that. That's cheered me up tiny bit. But not a lot, but tiny bit. I think you'll have to at this rate, Millennium, right? So I think part of the issue might be that the fact that the cam link actually isn't directly plugged in and I've had to use an extension cable in the first place. That's the problem. Because it won't reach. Ortegoza wants out. Yeah, we probably could get rid of him at this point, but let's have a look at old Georgie. To be honest, I'm absolutely fine with that. 11 million pounds he's worth. Yeah, I think we'll do that. For 160k? That's great business from our point of view. Oh, he's another loan farmer. Yeah, exactly. It's great. Yeah, this is really strange because this all started on Sunday's stream. It was fine. Like, we'd have the occasional freeze. Like, maybe we'd get 1 or 2 a stream at most. Sometimes you'd have 3 or 4, but a push. Sometimes we'd have entire streams without any. And now, all of a sudden, since Sunday's stream, we've had this shit where it's just constant crashing and stuff. And I don't know what's changed in the meantime. But it's doing my tits in. Cable actually reached. Well, the problem is... So, it's an HDMI cable, cam link, little extension cable thing. So the problem is I need to find a slightly larger, maybe a slightly larger HDMI cable, maybe. So it just takes out one link in the chain. Throw something on the cable. I wasn't even really here much on Saturday, so I don't know what's going on with it, but it is completely broken to the point where it's like, I'm going to have to get some new hardware there. Good low league Spanish save. I haven't got a clue, honestly, Jay. I don't think I've ever managed lower league in Spain. The closest I've come is like Albacete, and they technically were top flight in that save as well. Strange. But it's something we can look into. We'll get like a long USB extension. Sorry, USB, like a long HDMI. Yeah, Halligot Dortmund. We checked their thingy a little while ago. It's not ideal. But, you know what? If anyone can do it, it's that. Watch them lose like 3-0 in the first leg. Hey, Quabs. I can see this easily being like a random 3-0. Oh, that's just such a difficult one. Hang on. Didn't he used to play in... Yeah, of course he bloody did. Another former MTK player doing the business. They've had it, haven't they, really? Let's be honest, they've had it. I'm good, man. How are you? Well, I'm not good. We're having some issues with my camera cable, unfortunately. See if we can find a Kamala cable. We've found Khalid Ramadan, who doesn't even have like a boarding geezer. Okay, cool. Yeah, but Kishvada have pulled out some miracles, but that is a real... It's a real shitter. It's a real tough one for them. Oh, hello. Big batch of players here. 128 million. Do you know what? I think he might be slightly out of our... Yeah, it's actually not as hot in here. It's 26 degrees in here at the moment. I think he's a slightly out of our range, is old RZ here. Like, Mike Spahn, good player. Probably can't quite stretch. How is it, though, that a guy at RZ is somehow being able to be worth that amount of money, yet our players who play for a team that literally wins the Champions League every other year can't even get close to that value? It just buggles my brain. His wingspan? When we sell Bobby. Oh, we sold Bobby already. There's also B. Roberts. Benjamin Roberts. Some of the computer sat behind the scenes. Yes, indeed. Pretty much, yeah. Oh. You're 62 million pounds as well. Hillestad, though. Yeah, we sold Bobby about an hour ago on stream. 106 million pounds. Model citizen as well. Good passing. Unflappable as well. I think we get him. We've been scouting him for long enough to the point where, yeah, cool. Who got Bobby? Real Madrid got Bobby in the end. We'll have you, Mateus Hillestad. Hopefully they don't want much more than like 4.5 million. Ooh, bloody hell, okay. 4.8, that's fine. Coefficients are still looking good. We're currently sitting, well, we're third, but we're actually technically second at the moment. So, third of the coefficients, but second provisionally, which is good. Jonathan Ojeda is a guy I actually sold. Oh, no, it's not. It's a guy who has the same name as a player I sold. 96 million. Why am I being shown a player that's 96 million? It's just because I had the Bobby money. Oh. The real takeover seems to have just stalled out lately. Did I just discard the wrong player? Yeah, I think I just discarded the wrong player. There's also a Pie Daddy, in case you need one. More information required on him, I would say. In fact, let's just sort these guys out. Get all these guys new information, even though some of them, they might not actually be that good. Yeah, Yuri Pie Daddy is a solid one. So you're the guy from Estoril. Liverpool or Arsenal? What's Liverpool or Arsenal? Price ranges. Yes, you actually can, as far as I know, in the editor. In the pre-game editor, yeah. You can set that up. Best kits. Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen them. Oh, sorry, my bad. I didn't see. I like the Arsenal kit. The Chelsea one. Wait, is that a Chelsea kit? That looks ridiculous. I think it might just be a bad image, honestly. It does not look good to me. I think out of those ones I like. I don't actually mind the United one. The black stripes are a little bit, but I actually don't mind that either actually. I'll just refund your points for that. How'd you go about doing that? It's... I can't remember exactly where it is, but I was looking at it literally yesterday, so it's definitely not too... It's not like advanced editor or anything like that. It's just the normal editor as well. Hey, Agno. This guy's one of these players that I think he looks alright, but I'm just not super asked by him. For some reason. It's one of those players I just look at and I'm not inspired. I might not discard... Oh, for God's sake. That's what I mean about that shit, where it just randomly selects the wrong person. Absolutely, he's got way better attributes. The problem is that a lot of money. I might just shortlist him for the moment, in case we come into a lot of cash. I don't know if I want to spend 4 million on him. Morera, Circular Brute, 12 million. Absolutely not. Is this the one? Yeah, I'm not a fan. I do not like that. The dump is open today. Depends on where the dump is. Fulham jersey. Gopping cat. Like, I actually quite like the jersey. Gopping gambling sponsor makes me not want to buy it. But I've heard we're getting a pink away kit, which might be enough to push me over the edge to get one. Honestly, because if we got a pink away kit, I'm all over that. We had a lovely pink training kit last year, and I would very much like that in away kit style. Something I'm thinking about, if it actually was an issue, because bear in mind, there is another problem that could happen, and that is because it's a SBO bet or SPO bet, one of these dodgy Asian-facing ones that don't even let you open an account in the UK, which is like, why are they advertising here? It's just a little bit dodgy. That should be fine, right? Yeah, cool. Because the camera is on a mic stand, essentially, just like this, it wobbles around a lot, and I do wonder if certain wobbling of this is actually causing it to like make the cable come loose on that end of things, and actually that's what's causing it. And bear in mind as well, when obviously I have to record videos, I take the cable out because obviously the camera doesn't work properly with the cable in. It has to provide the feed properly into the SD card. And I wonder if when I last did that, I actually didn't plug it in properly, or something over the weekend, like, I don't know, I've jiggled the table in a way and it's like disconnected the cable slightly, potentially. Because bear in mind, I've not recorded a video since last Wednesday. So, I don't know, weird. I'm thinking of anything. Hey, Perfect Paddock. What year are you in, Alpha? Christ, it's very rare that someone says they're way deeper in. And if 8 players out on loan, then that's why you don't choose Norway, I suppose, unfortunately. I didn't think you could have that, but it might be like a thing that they've implemented themselves, potentially. But if that's the case, there's really nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. Oh, which is this one? Boreal. Oh, wait, is this going to be one of those like random ones that isn't actually like a team that exists solely to sell kits? I love this one. They're pretty decent. This one, not so sure about that one. That one I absolutely hate. Easily one of the worst kits I've ever seen. Don't know why the images aren't loading. Holy shit, Alpha. That's insane. Oh, thank you, Perfect Paddock. I'm looking forward to doing the next one, which will almost certainly be Jamaica. Forward Madison. Oh, I'm kind of over it with Forward Madison. I feel like they're another one of these teams that solely exist to produce kits. Yep. Again, big fan of that one. Solid, actually. That one's decent. Maybe the kits are sat on the mic stand. It could be. Is the kit in the room with us right now? I don't know why the kit isn't loading. Oh, dear. Yeah, no, it would be that sort of lone rule stuff. That would all be in the pregame editor. It's not something you can do. I've been good, Perfect Paddock. How are you, man? Well, I say good. I've been getting frustrated at my camera being a shit. But other than that, it's all good. This is the type of game that Blaz could potentially clean up in. However... No, I still will start him up top. You'd be amazed at some of the shit you can do in the pregame editor. Like, I was talking to Hadrian yesterday afternoon while we were working on something, and some of the things that he was showing me and some of the things you can do with the advanced rules are genuinely mad. Like, you could change the number of points you get for a win. You could actually make it so that... Hadrian, just had a thought. You could make it so that actually all the points are reversed. So that the team that gets... You actually get points for losses instead of wins. What a Premier League that would be, where it's all reversed. So the draws are still 1-1. 1 points for losses. Oh, you can't. I swear you can. Ran out of yoga. Oh, have I? I don't think I've done any yoga today. I shouldn't have run out. Yeah, I bet Alpha, that would be massive for you. Negative points. Don't say the best thing. I'll have a look. I swear I saw something like that later. Yeah, you can definitely give bonus points. Yeah, you can do bonus points. There's so many things you can do. You can stop teams from being relegated. It's something that we're working on at the moment, basically. Draws for 3 points and wins for just 1. That'd be interesting, actually. Yeah, so there'd be like an incentive to only draw game. That could be quite fun, actually. You're on TV. Oh, nice. Right, so that's... I'll be annoyed if we don't score at least 5 here. Yeah, the Catenaccio Premier League, where teams know that they get more points for the draw, so it's actually... It behooves them, and not that they would know... I wonder if that would affect the way the teams would play. Fargo couldn't be bothered recording. Oh, really? Yeah, some things do mess up FL. I tried doing a thing where I set every nation's youth rating to 0. And the game just would not load. I might try 1. That'd be fun. Okay, 11-0. We take that. Oh, you actually can do it. Yep, I thought there was. I saw it yesterday when we were looking through stuff. Aiden, thank you very much for the 21 months.
Thank you for a wonderful 21 months. Good sir. Anyway, I'm off to watch from the start.
Huge fan of the way that he said, good sir. Oh. Yeah, we have to, Alpha, otherwise we'll never make any progress right now. You can change anything like that, Norden. You could make it so there's no relegations or promotions. You can change the number of set to 1 networks. Interesting. I might have to revisit that then. Reverse youth rating. Oh, that could be quite fun. There's so many different ideas I've been coming up with. Literally, I was jotting shit down while I was talking to Hadrian yesterday afternoon, just coming up with idea after idea. I do like the idea, though, actually, of the Premier League, but you get points for losing. That would be quite fun. Yeah, you can do that, Norden. Tom actually made a video about that exact concept, where half the league were promoted and half of them were relegated. Used to say true. I do like the idea, though. Oh, maybe I could do that on... that might be tomorrow's video, actually. Instead of the score a goal, get released one, we could potentially do... Premier League, but if you lose, you get more points. It's a thing. Randomized youth rating. That'd be tough. We might, Jason. Except we wouldn't, would we? We'd probably draw too much or something. Editor guide. This is another of the things Hadrian and I were talking about yesterday, about how like dense a lot of the stuff in the editor is, because a lot of it doesn't even work properly. And that'd be sick, Hadrian, actually. Yeah, if you could do that, that would be a way, because then I could sim it overnight tonight and have a video to sort out for Friday. Hello, Pog. Yep, this is the shirt that Pog bought me. She was very pleased, and I'm very pleased with it. Looking very fetch. Skekshmet are in here. Debrecen versus Lille, by the way. Dipping his hand and finding a half and half scarf alongside the charity stream. Hey, I'm playing in a charity match half. Does that count? Oh, there's a lot of stuff you can actually do. Yeah, so basically, Hadrian is trying to teach me the dense advanced rules editor stuff, because the idea I'll tell you a big picture. So we've come up with a lot of ideas for videos that I'm going to be releasing over the next few months. This is just the beginning of that. But this is just an idea we've had on the fly right now because I saw something yesterday. And the idea is that when I put the videos out as well, I'm actually going to include a little bit behind the scenes stuff in them about how we actually went about it in the editor. The idea being that people can then get an idea of how they could do that themselves in the editor and maybe get some ideas for their own and just learn a little bit more about how to use the advanced rules. So it's going to be part hilarity, part tutorial stuff thrown in there for free, so people get more of a vibe on that sort of stuff. And I think that's a cool way of educating, using Hadrian's knowledge that way, basically. Because I think it's just no one knows where to start with it. And I feel like we can do, because we tried to do that a little bit with the altitude thing. So we explained how that worked. And there's some insane stuff in the advanced rules. So, I'm sorry, Inferno. You're great. Your vibes are wonderful. I love you both equally. It's like when Mum buys... Mum's bought your brother a big fire engine at Christmas and you've only got a little fire engine. I don't know why I used a fire engine as an example there. Oh, there's a lot of crazy shit you can do with it, though. Every player. I have actually always wanted to do like a meta experiment where the video is just taking the piss out of experiments. And it's just the dumbest shit. Right, so Europa League there, and then we've got Utrecht versus Utrecht. We need some progress out of these lads. They need to get through. Because if they don't, problems. Who are we going to get in the quarterfinal? Hang on, Veszprem are still in it. What the fuck? Oh, no. Come on. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Let's not be silly. So we're going to play Puskás. No, we're not. We're playing Veszprem. There's lots of lower league sides still in this cup right now. Travel distance. They do to an extent, I believe, because I remember back in the day when we were doing Africa, Wasu was used to calculate how far we were going to have to travel to each game. The vibe editor. And you've edited the vibes today to be extremely warm. But if you could edit the part where my camera works, that'd be fantastic. What's he for points? Yeah, so 0 for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 3 points for a loss. So it'll basically reverse the tables. So you have to be bad to be good. Debrecen lose 3-1. Kecskemét get a draw away from home, though, which is good. That's solid. And Újpest win 2-0. Fruta. Fruit Pastels with a brace there. That's good news. It's funny when things are... It truly is. There's a limit. This is the thing. That's why I don't care when the camera freezes occasionally, because it's just like, it's a vibe, it's a meme, we have memes. But there's a line where it just becomes annoying and it's not watchable. And I always have to focus on that. You're right, I can't address it, can I? Although, he said, tempting fate in the worst possible way, since I fiddled around with the cable on the camera side and readjusted it, we have not struggled yet. I'm also noticeably not trying to touch the table as much, because with the camera being mounted on a mic stand behind the monitor, any touch I put on the table wobbles the camera around, basically. The B Fines, thank you very much for the follow. Is that like the B Sharps? Lots of shirts here. Sorry, I'm getting sent a lot of shirts. We looked at this before. I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. That I actually like. It's clean. I really like clean ones with a good sponsor integration, and that is the definition of that. Oh, I've been messaged. Is that Danny? Oh, I see. So, Danny, do you know why it corrupted on your side? Or was it just randomness? Yeah, sponsor isn't great, but be available. Yes. So, just to clarify, with the Malta thing, the idea is that we'll do kind of what I've done with MTK, which is that when the save starts, we'll have the save file available for you all to download, so you can play along with me on the same seed, so you might get the same regens at the start. And also the database file that you'll have as well, so that you can like mess with it yourself. So if, say, you don't want to have like the random members of staff that I'll end up putting in and stuff like that as well. Yeah, we saw the Brian kit earlier we were looking at. I really like it a lot. But yeah, all that stuff will be available. And what I'll also do is after this, before I do the looking forward, I'll make a separate version of this save so that people can have this save file to go into FM24 and play along if they want to. Not play along, but continue it if they want. Sorry, Basil, what was the link? There's been a lot of links put in chat over the last couple of minutes. I missed it. Right, so we're getting Hillestad, right? Ah, nice. Let's have a look. Oh, good lord. Sorry, what I meant was sacre bleu. Although I'm holding off on doing any more clothes shopping until such time as I hit a certain weight goal, because at that point I know what size shirts will fit me, and I know that I'll only be thinner after that, and therefore I won't have to worry about like buying more shirts, essentially. Zut alors. So we're getting Hillestad, which will be our last, I think, probably last signing of the window. Zalagasega getting the Manucharian candidate, which I'm totally fine with being his nickname. Fit points is nearly red. God. Where do I go? I literally am. Like, I know that once I hit 12 stone, at that point, mediums will probably fit me. I'm still, like, this is a medium now. So actually, some mediums can, but you know how they fluctuate a little bit, right? So I know that when I'm down to 12 stone, mediums will be fine for me at that point. And I know that once I then hit my goal weight, obviously it's only going to be smaller, so therefore I'll be okay. That's the plan anyway. Because I didn't want to buy any more shirts that are just a little bit too big. So some of those jumpers I've got now are just a little bit oversized. And they actually look quite good as oversized jumpers, but that was not the intention. I can't believe how much my the way I dress has changed in like the last 6 months. From a person that would just wear jeans and a hoodie at all times because I felt really self-conscious about my body, to now me being sat here in this weird grandma's Hawaiian shirt wearing white jean shorts. It's just, it's weird how a little bit of stuff can change your perspective on things. Should avoid. Well, I mean, you can say it about every single clothing company in the world, really, can't you? Although I did find it particularly funny that where they brought those influencers in and then just like had them basically propagandizing for them. But they're acting as if like Next don't do the exact same thing. They're just, I guess, not pretending that they aren't, I suppose. Hey, Medi! She was very impressed with the amount of words Matt has been able to speak in a short amount of time. Medi, that's the longest way that anyone's ever said you talk too fast. But shout out Medi's missus. How are you, friend? We're good at the moment. Had some issues with the camera, but other than that, things are okay at the moment. Transfer window is about to slam shut. Yeah, so we're going to get Hillestad, but we can't even loan him out. He's not even old enough to be loaned. It's another model citizen. I think, and he has unflappable, which means his professionalism is really high. So we're good on him, I'd say. Yeah, exactly. I feel like you can't avoid everything. I mean, you could, I suppose, if you grow your own like fabrics. Maybe. Maybe I should dress entirely in hemp. How about that? Hempy boy. I'll change my name to Second Yellow 420 Blaze It Y'all or something. I don't know. What am I? Should dress entirely in web. I knew someone was going to go there. If you're old enough to be stoned, you're old enough to be loaned. A method to live by. Politically, how long can we talk about hemp? No, youth intake hasn't happened yet. Always slam shut. I don't know. And what if someone's fingers are in the transfer window? What then? Yeah, I'm not a model citizen. I'm just a citizen at the moment. I'm getting there. Who? Oh, I love it when we just get a random bid like this, because then I actually can accept it and put it on a 2-year loan deal. Last minute meant to be. I wasn't getting political at all. I was just joking around. Trust me, you'll know. I've learned my lesson from the last time. Wait, what? Oh. I've learned my lesson from the last time we went anywhere near that shit. A rap group called Planet Hemp. A rap group called Planet Hemp. It sounds like a parody. Are they like a parody, or is it like a real thing? Europe's going well for us. We won the Champions League group, and Halalash came 10th, but unfortunately the other two went out. But at least we got 2 teams through to the next round. And as for the other teams in Europe, it's not looking great for Debrecen, who are 3-1 down. But who was it? Christ. Kekschmet are 2 all away from home, so they've got a good chance. And then obviously the other one's looking pretty good. I'm not really a polo type of person. I feel like my body type just doesn't really suit them ever, and certainly not at the moment, since as much as I'm definitely better in terms of weight and whatnot, I still have the body type of a melted white chocolate Easter egg. It's just a slightly smaller white chocolate Easter egg now because, you know, financial crisis and all that. But I'm getting there, which is why I'm planning to become extremely like lean first. Anyway, moving away from the politics and stuff, let's move off of that. Bod screams daddy. I know, that's the problem. Don't even have children. But your bod screams sexy, Ali, so, you know. And it screamed at me the entire weekend. I was getting a little bit uncomfortable. Teixeira's happy to stay. Okay, good. We wanted that. Right, Gas Boy. Well, that's the true test, isn't it? Whenever I can get into the Gas Boys shirt. So, could anyone remember when we bought the Gas Boys shirt? Was it during the Africa save? I assume it was, right? That's presumably why we were looking at the Africa shirt. Oh, God. I was sat right next to you, of course. Oh. So that means that I'd had plenty of time to put on copious chonk by then, right? So I think I must have been at least 2 stone overweight when we bought that. Maybe even more. Which means I'm probably lighter now than I was when we bought that. I reckon when I get to my goal weight, I probably should be able to wear the Gas Boy shirt, genuinely. And that's how we'll know that I'm done. Complete forward. Ooh, I don't think I'd ever train a player as a complete forward just because I can't stand the role. But Fiona! I think the problem, Medi, with him is that his freeze park is only 3. But he is 13 as a passenger. So I think that provided you've got like a guy that's like in charge, it might be okay. I know what these words mean as well. This makes it worse because I know what most of these words mean. I'm just being a dick. I'm sorry. Actually, the issue for me is the sorting is different because it's in Norwegian. So it's actually the sorting that's catching me out here because I looked there immediately because that's where finishing is in English, but obviously it's not in Luke Zick, thank you very much for the follow. 15 finishing. I think the thing you've got to decide, Medi, is what sort of tactic you're playing a lot of the time, right? Because with a complete forward, it will train a lot, but it might let you down in other areas, potentially. I just don't like the role, personally. You took the bait. As always. No, believe me, I know maybe half the words on the screen there. At a push. Believe it or not, my Duolingo Norwegian course didn't specify much to do with Football Manager roles. Didn't spend that part of the syllabus was oddly missing. It's weird, Ro. As you say that, a helicopter just flew over my house. I shit you not. A helicopter just flew over. So, also Pout, yeah. What's the betting? He's in Australia. Because that's where he was being linked with clubs. I have a plan. Also, how on earth did he only get 30? He only got 56 caps. We'll bring him in on trial. Maybe another Hungarian side will be really stupid. You never know. Also, we're unbeaten. Having a nice little time. That's why I don't like ever training players as... I don't actually use most role training a lot of the time anyway, unless I'm training a player for a new role. Because I find that sometimes I have a real smart thought and I just can't finish it. What are we doing here? Like, what in the world is going on here? Let's not do that. Let's use one of our left backs if we could. Actually, turn off the unavailable filter now so we can actually see the bench. Oh, shit. I'm an idiot. I forgot to loan... Oh. We were doing so well. We were doing so well. Now, to be fair, sometimes it just freezes like it has normally. That's the thing that can happen. As long as it doesn't freeze within the next, like, 2 minutes, I'll be okay. Yeah, I feel for Georgie here because I don't think I can loan him, can I? At this point. I feel like it's kind of... Like, he is wanted, but I don't think anyone can loan him now because the window's shut. Shit. Basically what happened there is we did the initial loan out and then I accidentally went past it. The next Messi. That's big talk. Although he is quite good. Holy shit, he's that good at 16. That dribbling as well. Agility's super high too. Christ. He's very good. Yeah, that'll do. We'll slowly wean Montiel back into first team football with some like B team games and whatnot. Just to get him ready, because he's going to be needed for those Champions League knockouts. Hopefully we'll at least get like the first leg of one of those ties in today. Like, this is what we normally end up doing, right? 5'4". Ooh. How tall is Messi? He's taller than that, right? But not like, he's not super tall, is he? Well, that's the thing, Mehdi. With complete forwards, they are just so... They do need a little bit of everything. And 7-0 in the league against Uipesh. What are you doing, lads? How on earth? We have weird results like that sometimes, where we'll just randomly go and clap a really good side with a huge margin. Blaz has now got 30 goals again. That's actually astonishing. He has 30 goals already this season. Let me just have a little look at the analysis situation. I mean, Nunez with 20 is fantastic, but he's just a different level. He's just on a completely different wavelength to everybody else. Yeah, none of them can do it at the moment. So Jeff Hendrick's coming on trial. Yeah, he's improving dramatically now. I think just getting out of his way a little bit and letting him in the team last season was an absolute... Oh, please don't be too serious. Oh, it's okay. He's just putting up so many huge... wait, improved deal? What happened here? How long have you got left, buddy? Let's just see. 42, 40... Oh, definitely then. No, we'll just do that. Yeah, I'll just give him what he wants there, honestly. Can I maybe offer you a bit more? Oh, no, I can't. Hang on. I think I've just given him some extra money there for no reason. I was going to try to give him a slightly longer contract, but I literally can't. Like, I need to give him a new deal anyway, so he deserves it. Because I think he's the long-term successor. So we've got Jeff Hendrick in on trial again. And now's a 9-day gap, which means probably time to visit our under-19 squad for a little friend low. There's a league game there, so we'll pop a friendly in here. Oh, it's the second team. Okay, the under-19s have already got a friendly that day. That's fine. At least there's actually a team in the under-19s. Speaking of, actually, under-19 squad. Anyone accidentally ended up in there? Aha! This is why we had to make sure we checked. Just in case. So now that should be nice and empty. No, youth intake isn't until the 9th of March, usually. We will get the youth intake in today, I think. Corinthians have offered Jeff Hendrick a contract. What's Danny Welbeck doing? We're still only 10 points clear at the top of the league, which does show you how good Halalash actually are. But it does look as well as though Kishvada are having a bit of a down season, and Giamot are finally becoming the team I thought they could be. 20 goals in December. Holy shit. That's a lot of goals. Torn picked... Oh, no. Kataguchi's torn a titty. Lifting weights. It's dangerous, show. It's dangerous. Who are we on loan at? Oh, Pushkas. Oh, my thoughts are with you at this difficult time, and I've frozen again. Oh, fucking Jesus. I was going to buy all the cables on Amazon after stream. FM Christmas we're unlikely to get to today because there's so many... There'll be Champions League stuff before that. Oh, pyramids. Holy shit. Mohammed Whale. Or Wael, I guess. But like Whale, obviously, because his name is fun. Look at the CA. Yeah, maybe the next Hossam Abdul Nabi. You never know. Well, Zaki Prime will certainly help with that. Hopefully my new pop socket's going to be arriving today as well, because my other one quite literally fell off. And now I can't hold my phone properly. So that's fun. I think that's with the every people today. So kids are never for names. When you say names, do you mean the teams or the players? But let's go. The Prophet Beluga. What do we got? Let's start with the first team. Lester Proctor, solid. Kimball Walling, very solid. Carlos Leader. Doubt. Natural captain. Yeah, every... It's at least it's not something that can, in theory, come that broken, right? Although, to be fair, I have to show you this. This was the box that my AstroTurf shoes came in from Every earlier this week, right? Bear in mind, I have not fucked around with this box. All I did was open it. Like, all the damage that you're seeing on the box, that was how it was delivered. But, on the plus side, they are a bright orange. So, there is that too. Used to the future. It could have been. Almost certainly, in fact. In fact, there's loads of guys there. Yep, used to the future. You'd love to see it. Any other fun names? There's two actuals double leaders. Tristley Hanley is a fun name too. What about the B team? Anyone there? No. Under 23s. Niall Morris. Decent. Dennis LeBird. And lastly, oh, there's not enough players. I was hoping for more. IR disappoint. Not worth stealing. To be fair, I just basically went on Sports Direct and looked for the cheapest AG boots that I could find. And as it happens, they weren't actually the cheapest ones. It's just that the other ones, they were like pre-order Adidas ones. I was like, why are they a pre-order here? Oh my lord. Who the oh, why am I seeing these? Go away. Oh, that got the Pie Daddy dude though. Holy shit. Pie Daddy looks quality. Let's just get some more opinions on these guys anyway. What's that Morien's guy? But now I want to sign Pie Daddy, honestly. I think that... Wait, is he not fully scouted yet? Hang on. Did that... Actually, wait. Natural DM. Passing, vision solid. Resolute personality. Level-headed. I like him. When does the Adidas Boots beta drop? About 2 weeks before the full release, right? Some cylinder. Oh, I think you can only leave the cylinders, right? Presumably. Anchor vibes. Maybe. But he could pass a little bit too, which is kind of what we want. We want our players to be able to do both. I think for 3.8 million... And he is Portuguese with no second nationality. I think we get the Pie Daddy. Right? Just make sure that you don't put him anywhere near Jason Biggs, and it'll be fine. Otherwise, he will get fucked. Bit of that. Bit of those. You chaps, you're expensive, but you're on the shortlist anyway. Remember those ridiculous guys from Osijek? There was those insane strikers that I haven't seen much from. I think it might be because I sent Gonzalo to look at them for a longer period of time, but these guys have definitely fallen off. They're a bit cheap though. Oh, and Die though. I think we get him. For the price he's available for, I think that it'd be silly of us not to try and sign him. Even if he's like 3-star for 40 grand. If it's even going to cost that much. I almost feel bad about this, but yeah, 43 grand, done. Yeah, like you say, even if he's just a player that plays for Budapest for the rest of the save, I'm okay with that. And that first touch is, yeah. Ramazan Vural. He's decent, he's just expensive as fuck. Okay, let's get these two. Get the Pie Daddy. Okay, so future prospects, he knows his worth, I understand that. But he is Portuguese, which means that I know his worth as well. And his worth is exactly 8-year contract. Would you believe it? Coincidentally, just happens to be. And... Oh, no. God. I'm telling you, contract templates is where it's at. That's what we need. The day that comes into the game is the day that I am just rather happy. And Die. Youngster, perfect. No big pay rise for you, though, sir. But that does mean I can hit him with all the clauses. And he can do nothing about it. You're a sitting duck, my friend. No, whoa, what am I doing? You're a duck, and that duck is taking a little rest. Sitting down, bro. And beautiful. Lovely old job. I figured, Maris. Yeah, it was lovely. It's lovely to see you back in. You're always a nice present, a nice, pleasant presence to have around stream. Try saying that when you're drunk. Sing it. What was I singing? What did I miss? You know, I'll any excuse for a sing song. Don't make me crack out Enrique again. Meeting setups. Honey, it's time for your template meeting. I can see it. Also, 2-0 to PSV against Juventus. Signed him and Die. Oh, shit, you're right, we did. Fuck. Luckily, I don't see him getting in our first team. But if we see him scoring for the loan farm, I will have to crack out the Whitney Houston. Shit. That's a good point. To be fair, the one time I did attempt the Yundai song when he scored that banger, I did actually nail it. I'm just saying. Oh, nice one. Which team do you support? Nusi. Sorry if I'm saying your name incorrectly. He can still be dangerous. Was it 3-0? Holy shit. Oh, Hearts of Oak, go on. Oh, wow. Hearts of Oak, you disappoint. Oh, Uipest. Oh, just pretend that the last game we played didn't happen and we'll get along just great. I do apologize for this. I don't know what happened. They're not that bad normally. But they just had a bit of an off day. They're doing great. They're doing great. They're doing great in the Conference League. Right, come on. This is the one. You said there was a guy called Hudo Insuna Bismarck. Bismarck is a great surname. I love seeing that in there. Okay, Halalash. There's no way they do this, surely. Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to your template. I reckon they win 2-1. That's the thing that's going to annoy me. It's going to be a 2-1 win for Halalash, but Dortmund will score late on to prevent it from going to extra time and penalties. Oh, my lord. I don't... This is what... Oh, fuck me. Well, that's good, isn't it? Naturally. Harris tried his best. That's really disappointing considering how well they did in the league phase. Like, they came 10th. They beat Valencia, Celtic, FC Copenhagen, Shakhtar. They drew with Man United, Atletico and Juventus. Their only defeat was against Manchester City, and that was 2-1. And yet they can't even beat fucking Dortmund. A Dortmund team that lost to Chelsea, Monaco, and... frustrating. They could have got a better draw as well, though. That's a real tough one for them. Like, they could have had someone like FC Copenhagen or Valencia, potentially. It's, yeah. It's a shame. Oh, why would you choose this random team? Basically, because they were in the second tier, so they'd had a big history in Hungary, obviously, from back in the day. I always like to start these saves with the team in the second tier of the nation we're choosing. We chose Hungary, and so it just felt right for us to choose MTK. Oh, yeah, no, Harris is outrageous. He's probably up there with the best players in the loan farm at the moment. And he's been there now for 10 years. 157 league goals he's got for Halalash in that period. I mean, these guys are no mugs. I mean, they've won the Europa League. They are a good side. Is he considered... Gabok, you're right. I didn't know he used to play for them. I love how Živkovic is only favoured personnel. Best Bosnian since Dzeko. Oh, for sure. Best loan farmer. Probably him. Although, Edvaldo probably gives him a run for his money too, actually, now that I think about it. 102 players out on loan now. Sorry, minus 102. Oh, wow. Okay, so yeah, but look at that. This is why they're so good. They have the top 6 teams. Sorry, they have the top 6 players in the loan farm are all playing for Halalash. That's outrageous. Bear in mind, they added to it this year because they got Radovanovic from Molfeheva, who returned from his loan spell, and Cardoso, who came back from his loan spell. Yeah, 10 of the first page too. Jalilu's joining them permanently as well. So yeah, they've got Omar Ben Salah, who's probably the best of the loan farm right now. Tunisian international legend. Absolute godlike signing. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I have tried my best to... Oh, crosses early. I've not seen that as a trait before. I've tried my best to get the pronunciations as good as I can, but Hungarian names are quite a tough one for a person, for a Luddite like myself. Cardoso as well. He's a little bit tasty. I think a lot of them are MTK loans at this point, honestly. Živkovic, obviously.
Oh, yes,
Boateng,
strong.
their goalkeeper,
building it now.
is a Nigerian international god. Like, he's just insane. Oh, thank you very much for the follow as well. He's just ridiculous. Radovanovic, of course, is the centre-back that I was actually thinking would get into our name. Our team, rather. But the loan came in, I thought, fuck it. Edvaldo was the guy I actually thought was going to be the #1. He's a Brazilian international. Beat Ferencváros. We tend to beat Ferencváros as well. I love how... Look how quickly this guy's developing. This is the guy that I signed last summer. Tiamoko Asoko. For £130,000. He is developing insanely fast. 8 caps for Mali now. I think Molfeheva might have got a worldie of a goalkeeper on their hands here. Oh, is this it? Please tell me this is a good thing. Wait, that's halfway through the season. I guess because you're losing more games than you win. That's going to be a fun-ass video. Perfection. Who else is ridiculous? Pavonik. But look at also Molina. That guy that the recruitment focus found him. Oh, do a minimum 2 points for a win. Oh, really? Oh, I see. That would explain it. So, yeah. 2 points for a win, 4 for a draw, 6 for a loss. Oh, I see. Right, okay, that makes sense. I think that's what Danny did. Oh. That's basically what we're trying to do. We're trying to make the league the best league in Europe, essentially. And so far, it's going pretty well. Also, fair play. The one time Spurs are doing really well, it's going to be at their negative. It's going to cost you. The other thing about this as well is City will be super overpowered in the Championship when they're relegated, which means inevitably they'll actually do really poorly there as well. So the worst teams are going to end up bubbling to the top. But they'll then get loads of money, spend loads of money on players, and end up sort of reversing things around. We're going to end up with some very strange results from that, I suspect. That's going to be a very fun video. Oh. That's going to be dope, actually. I'm quite looking forward to seeing how this turns out. I'll do like an overnight sim on it, because that test database we had yesterday, Hadrian, when I woke up this morning, we were in 2111. It had gone 90 years into the future just overnight. Champions League will be very interesting. Oh, believe me, you should see some of the other database that I've been running. It's utterly outrageous. Hang on, 1 second. Our youth intakes are dreadful, unfortunately. We've not had a good youth intake for such a long time. It's been... The coefficients would be all over the place. Let me just give you a little preview of something. Is it that one? Yeah. Oh, no, there we go. 2,112. Also, that's the Agent Career Resurrection one.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Well, the plan for the video is the thing that Hadrian and I are working on at the moment. There's a couple of things, basically. Ruben, thank you very much for the follow. So this, by the way, is the Premier League. Only Chelsea, United, and City, and Spurs are actually still in it. So the way this came about, chat, basically, is Premier League has random promotion. So each year, the game picks 3 random teams out of the entire pool of teams in England to promote to the Premier League. So that's another video we're working on, potentially. But yeah, that's what's going on with that. So that's another video we're potentially looking at. But the plan is basically we're going to implement that same system in the top 10 leagues in Europe to see what absolute madness will occur. Basically, if we do that and then sim like 100 seasons to see what absolute nonsense will occur across the entirety of Europe by doing that. We were trying to find a way to protect them from relegation for the first season, but it's actually okay. It just takes one team to stay up one time and the whole thing like completely goes off the rails. But good enough to make it the club. You're a 23-year-old. That's very strange. But yeah, so look forward to that in a couple of weeks. That one might take a little bit longer just because... No, I'm not finding a new club for you. You're brilliant. Yeah, you got loads of time. What on earth? He's just said he was happy to stay. Aston Clinton. It does just sound like a dude. Some of the team names. What was it? Was it Blaeberry and Haybridge that we had in the top flight when the first team that stayed up? Right. Big stuff here. Debrecen and Kekschmet. But this is the thing. So this got me looking at like random stuff, and this is how I ended up getting into the advanced editor stuff. And I spent about the last, it was like 3 hours yesterday afternoon just looking through this shit. Yeah, I'll send you the save file later because it's not a big file because it's Blaby Whitstone. That's the one. Yeah. Let me just sort that out. That is a hell of a freeze spot though. To be honest, I'm kind of glad that one's happened. That's a fun one. Okay. Right. You got number 1 player in goal 50. It's good to know that it can actually happen. Okay, Debrecen, do us a favour. Kekschmet, please don't fuck this up. And Budapest are in a good spot, but please win the match at least. So close. Oh my god, they made it hard for themselves. Debrecen did win the match, but not enough. And Debrecen go out of the Europa League, but at least they take some points with them. And Kekschmet, 2 draws, but they do get through. Kevin Griffiths with both goals sends them through to the next round of the Europa League. And Budapest, presumably, yeah, they'll join them in with 2 wins, which is solid. But a little bit concerning. So what does that do to the coefficients now? We're getting close to 15 points, 14.4, which puts us at 4th on the year again. We do still stay ahead of Spain, though. And the gap to Germany is now a nice, concrete 2 points. So I think staying in 2nd is going to be tough this season. We're going to have to go quite deep ourselves, I think. But I think as long as we get to like 15 or 16 points this year, I'd say that's a solid year for us. Because obviously the money's going to flow into the other sides now. The teams that are in the Champions League. Oh, not now. Not like this. Come on. It was going so well for a little while. We need like a counter on the screen at this rate. But it's okay. At least we got 1 team through. Well, technically 2 teams through. And technically 3 if you count us. We've got 1 in each yet again. Which is decent. The number you have, basically, yeah. Oh. Literally, Kevin Griffiths is doing us a hell of a favour right now. I don't think Kekschmet are going to have what it takes to go that deep, but we are going to get... no, I was thinking about it. I chickened out at the last minute. Didn't have a big enough breath. We're taking on the 11 creatures here. Goalie. No goalie. There's also Spartak Gorgiev. Andrew Gosling. But no straight up goalie, sadly. Wait, was there a lot of lookups I must have missed? Oh, my apologies. I missed loads of them. Thighs free Jerome. And just static. Why have I just typed in North and expected the game to know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that was a club. But so North Korea currently in the national team scouts. 117th, which is still not even that bad. I wonder if they could get any players with second nationalities that I could flip using one of my things, but I don't think that's likely to happen, sadly. What I should do, chat, is actually to unify Korea. I'll do what can't be done. Was a manager, was he? I swear he was... Oh, okay, fair one. That's quite a cool first name. But yeah, that's North Korea. God, that actually doesn't even have that many players in it now. Motion Leicester City. That's very solid. Motion Leicester City is very good. I already did Živkovic, didn't I? Wu-Tang. That's going to be nothing, because... Or not. The closest we're going to get is Hangzhou, Wuye, Quintang. It's got the letters are still in there. You've got the letters. I refund points for goalie. Mitro will have retired long years ago. But there's also a Stoyan Mitrovic. Just retire. I don't actually know. It's not a name we've seen very much. I'll refund points for Mitro as well. Random promotion with. Yeah, so... Yeah, chat, you get to choose, because this video is coming whether you like it or not. But it won't be this week, because it's going to take me a little while to do the simulation. But which other nations would you like to see the random promotion? European nations for this, because otherwise it won't work with what we're doing. But if you want to... Any suggestions for Hadrian while he's doing this, yeah, then get them in now. Oh, so basically, it's regens. So I've got a face pack thing that puts real faces on regens. So that's why they have like real faces. It's called exclamation mark ZGen in chat. It's really cool. So that's why they don't look like this. The only reason this guy has like a regen face is because I haven't run the latest version of it yet to update them all, which I really should do. But I think what I'll be doing after stream, honestly, is just buying camera cables, really. Most of the time, I think, is going to be spent buying camera cables. And also, having a look into that game you guys told me about earlier. What's it called? Dave the Diver. So Haladash are in the final. I think we could throw the cup to Haladash this year, potentially. Might help them out a little bit. Oh, wait, there's other teams still in it. I forgot. Switzerland would be good. Hadrian, you do know you actually have the capability to start polls as a mod. I'm pretty certain you could have actually started a real poll. That is a thing that you can do. Or do we need to get Inferno to do it? But you know what? I'm just glad. I'm glad for the chat interaction, right? One's in chat if you agree. Okay, so it's gonna be one of these guys. He has the power, just not the skill. Hey, he's got skills in other areas. That sounds really oddly sexual. I couldn't possibly comment. I mean, if his database skills are anything to go by, then I'm sure he's an absolute Lothario. I don't have the facilities for that big man. What'd you call me? Yeah, Yaman injured is not ideal. How many affiliates? Not very many. We actually lost a few last season. Our board cancelled a few of them because they're arseholes. We have to do quite a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10's still quite a lot. Oh god, Pog just sent me a photo. What's the photo? But Pog, this is not providing any context. This is Flatiron. Oh, looks like a steak. Oh, there's a new steak place opening in Cambridge. Okay, now I'm excited. She just sent me a random opening sign. I was like, what is this? Yeah, Yamin being injured again is not ideal. Luckily, though, we do have lots more DMs this year, so it's not so much of a big deal. And hopefully it's not too serious. But then, didn't he get injured last year? Then come back from his injury and immediately get injured again? The Matt Pog Hadrian love triangle. I don't know if that's even a triangle. Do you think that tracks with the thought? I don't know, Hadrian. Look at what I do for a job, and somehow I still manage to attract a woman. Like it's... Training tab. So no, I actually don't, because it's not mine. Obviously, it's Max's. But no, the current training I'm using, actually, I don't have a link. Well, I do have a link for, but it's not. It's evidence-based football managers training schedules. If you find him on YouTube, and I would highly recommend you give him a sub anyway, because he deserves it. It's amazing. I'm enjoying it so far. Anyway, I think it's working well. We're getting a few more injuries than before, but not to the point where it's like ridiculous. I still can't believe it myself, Hadrian. Honestly. Maybe it's because she met me before I became a football manager streamer. Maybe if it was the other way around, she'd have been like, no chance. Like, the other night, she had the audacity to say to me that if we ever split up, that I'd have no trouble finding a new bird. And I was like, sorry, are you okay? Just, what? But there you go. Like, I think she's mental on that one personally, but there you go. She's still trying to get out of the optional extension clause. So Pie Daddy is joining us. I do want to keep scouting him, actually, though, because I want to get an idea of what he's going to be like when he does join us. Any bird in the database? Actually, there definitely is. I mean, Viking doesn't... I mean, it's fine. We just don't tell Vikings misses. There's an Austrian Norwegian here. Benjamin Lackner. God, Norway's killing it this year. I might just dump all of these guys on Gonzalo's desk and just be like, listen. If we can hijack a pigeon. Don't know, it depends. How big is the pigeon? Oh, speaking of Nugget Boy, Pog actually got extra chicken nuggets the other day when we went to McDonald's. There's Abraham Bird. Actually, let's just do a proper one here. So there's Tom Bird, Anthony Bird, and Abraham Bird. There's also Cape Birday. Blackbirds there. Massini Seabirds. Oriented birds. At least they're pointing in the correct direction. Presumably the B there stands for bird. Abertillery Bluebirds is a great name. Wow, Wales. Thunderbird. Good shit. Chicago Fire. Obviously. Does the B in Breda stand for bird? In database, 110,000 we have in the database. I'm so sorry I'm not calling you by name. What should I call you? Because unfortunately your name is quite a difficult one for me. I would have, if I was to guess at how to pronounce it, I would say Nushbogio. But I'm sure I'm saying that correctly. So do give me... No works way better. Like Super Vet. Although we're not going back down the Super Vet highway again because we spent way too much time looking at... Fucking... Does anyone remember the Super Vet stream? It wasn't even that long ago. That Super Vet stream was a vibe. Oh, God. I'm just remembering that now. That's toxic. Oh, Jesus. But there's quite a few pigeons. There's that's the green pigeons, chat. You want to watch out for them. They're scary. Good old Pigeon Velt. Any people with pigeon? Diego Simeone? Yeah, of course. Obviously, Diego Simeone is a pigeon, clearly. And that's it. Just there's one team, but at least it does exist. The fact that their existence makes me happier, just in general. As Chelsea narrowly scraped past FC Copenhagen. Did someone say that Barcelona are out? Because that could be helpful. For who we're actually likely to get soon. Speaking of, the draws for the next rounds are surely done, right? So we should know who they're at least going to be playing. OS turn. Ooh. You better hope I have the same picture. The letdown is mad. Yeah, Halalash went out, unfortunately, to Dortmund. Real shame, actually. Because he dove. Right from throw up to... That's what someone's written about the Super Vet. Oh, that'll be Toxic by Britney Spears. So basically, the song Toxic by Britney Spears, which obviously was not written by Britney Spears, was written for her by a songwriter. And that woman, the songwriter in question, was dating Noel Fitzpatrick, otherwise known as the Super Vet, prior to that. And basically, there's a very strong likelihood that the song Toxic by Britney Spears was written about Noel Fitzpatrick, the Super Vet, which then got us onto thinking about what other songs this person had written around that same sort of time that could also be indirectly about Noel Fitzpatrick. And some of them are slightly remarkable. I'm just going to leave that there. I'll refund your points for that, Mara, since they don't have the bloody badge. Wait. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, he's retiring. Why are you retiring in February? Okay, looks like we have to get a new scout next time. But yeah, sadly, Halalash went out. That is wonderful. I love the low resolution nature of it. That's my favourite part of it. It's just how bad the quality of the picture is. Mr. Bruns there. Alexander Egger is a solid name. Also, chat. I present to you Dennis Dick. Yes. I know you like a good dick occasionally, so there's another one to add to your pile. The dick pile groweth. No matter what we do, the dick pile groweth. Right, let's rotate a little bit. Or do we actually need to? I still don't even know when the next Champions League game is. Sausonatus. That's fine for the moment. And the dick pile taketh. You fucking what, mate? Pandav Academy. Yeah, I think they still have the same stadium at least, unless they've built a new one. Uipesh win something. They actually, so for a while, basically, no, what happened was Uipesh were the first team to really catch up with us, and they won back-to-back trophy. They won back-to-back cups for a little while, and they have been in a Conference League final, but they lost it, unfortunately, and they really had no reason to. I think it was against Konya.
It's utterly beyond belief. What is going on here?
I'd ask you the same question.
Hello all. I used to watch 6 years back on YouTube when I was in college and recently rediscovered the channel watching back the of this save on YouTube. Enjoy the content and wish everyone well. Hope these funds can be used for pizza or cable lol.
Oh, they will be. I'm having pizza later, quite literally. It's a little treat. Thank you so much, though. That's very, very kind of you. Completely unnecessary, but thank you so much. That's very, very nice. I really have to turn off the Frenchness on that TTS because it's so hard to understand it. It's so difficult. Trust me, it's not easy to understand even if you speak really good English. Oh. Shows the treasure chest TTS to be in English. Yeah, exactly. I do need to sort that. I'll put that on my list of things that Harv will then berate me about in 6 months' time. Pandev. Oh, greatest stadium in the world. Oh, I saw them, James. I saw them right before stream. Honved are in the second tier at the moment. Honved have had a weird time in this save, so they actually were... oh, wow. Christian Silson. That's a good... Well played. I like that name. Thank you so much, though. I was trying to read it off the thing and I couldn't see it, but thank you so much for the tier 1 as well and for the donation. That's very, very nice of you. I literally said I don't appreciate it. I don't deserve it, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Average. Average is doing a lot of heavy... Is the average stadium in the room with us right now? Because Christ. Oh, dear, that's good. But yeah, as for Honved, they got into Europe one season, they got relegated, and they've kind of been stuck ever since. They do have loads of good players from us, and they're doing really well, but they need to get promoted. Once they do that, I think they'll actually be fine. Also, Bristol City have a guy called Ben Thompson here, who's English Bahraini, which is dope. Let's see where they've been. Let's see if I can find a long-serving player, which I never can. Wow, a real guy still in the game. Holy shit. Macaulay Devine? No. Tommy Norris. Ah, there we go. Tommy Norris will tell us a story. So actually, oh, that's just depressing, isn't it? Bristol City have just been Championship, briefly League One, briefly Championship, briefly League One. I'll do my best for you, Christian. That's so hard to get my head around, but it's a clever name. It's clever. But he didn't even have a single season. Oh, no, he did. His only season where he got a 7 or higher was his very first season as well. Bless up Tommy Norris there. Right, what I wanted to look at, oh Christ, that's not good, is the draws for the next round. Uipesh get Midtjylland. Oh. Okay, where did Midtjylland come this time? 4th. I mean, I feel like they could do that. What about Kekschmet? Oh, God, Athletic Bilbao. Okay, we're not getting any more points if we don't get them ourselves. It do be feeling a bit like that. Unless we want... Yeah. Fuck. Those are not ideal... It's not great. Oh, Barcelona knocked... Fucking hell. So, Monaco beat Barca, and Juve lost to PSV, and then they've both gone through anyway. Just when we thought the game was going to give us something fun to do in the Champions League. Deborah Etson. Sadly, Deborah had to get knocked out. She won the second leg 2-1. But it wasn't enough. It was 4-3 on aggregate. Yeah, that's frustrating. So now we don't even get any fun teams going through to the next round. And now we'll probably draw Barcelona as well. Just to really throw it up on us as well. So Julian is now deciding whether he wants to play for Hungary. So, I mean, the Hungarian national team is in a shit state in this save. But even so, I don't think he's going to be quite good enough to make it in. We should get our Champions League draw soon, right? That was the last round of fixtures, I think. Julian. Also, what's happening with this bloody takeover bid? Or is that just like officially not a thing anymore? Let me check. Are we still in the process of a takeover? Yeah, we're still apparently in the process of this takeover. But just nothing's really happening with it. And it's been like 2 months now. Oh, I suppose actually it's just like over a month. Ah, Champions League draw. Right, what do we get? Well, I nearly clicked skip draw then. Okay. So we'll start draw. Speed. No, overview first. Speed 3. And go. So, I reckon we draw Barca. Or Chelsea. I reckon we get Barca or Chelsea. They're the two toughest sides in that by a considerable margin. That means we're going to get one of them. It is... Oh, Juve Bayern is good, though. I'd take Dortmund. We always have a nice time against Dortmund. Okay. Okay, this will be us. Oh, that's good as well. Okay. Milan. I'd take Milan. We usually put Milan to the sword fairly easily. Okay, no Milan. Oh, Chelsea's going to be worse, isn't it? Chelsea's the one we want to avoid. Ajax would be lovely. Nope. Okay. It's going to be Chelsea, isn't it? It's going to have to be Chelsea. Oh, wow. Okay, Atletico. Well, okay. I mean, we already beat Atletico. So, I feel like that's reasonably straightforward for us to beat Atletico at that point. Yeah, Chelsea in the next round is not ideal, but at least it means it's... To be fair, our record against Chelsea has improved lately. Like, the only game we've lost in the Champions League this season was actually Man City, so I'd rather play Chelsea than Man City, honestly. It's not the end of the world. I think it's definitely going to get us through. I feel like we should be able to beat Atletico fairly easily, but just can never tell. When's the game? When's that first leg? 12th of... Oh, wow, so that's after the youth intake. Christ. It's ages away. The injuries are piling up here as well. Don't know how much time we're actually going to have there, so that's... Oh, Anderlecht, go on. They must have someone good. Remy... He's a lovable little scamp. Good name. Very good name. Wait. Good old Remy Scamp. I thought that guy's name was Guillermo Democracy for a second then, but it's Demonsi, which isn't even close. Injury prone. Ah! Wait, was it like red injury prone? Oh, no, it's long-term injury, actually. So what is it then? Of course it is. Yeah, Chelsea versus City is actually kind of good in a way because it means that one of them isn't going through. So they've got guaranteed points, but they would have got those anyway, right? Good old Billy elections. Right. We've got to check. Hang on, we just check the under-19 squad again to make sure we've not... Scout whole teams. Yeah, we're doing... We do team report scouting. So it means you get a really cursory look at the team, but it's enough to give you an idea if there's any kind of okay players knocking about. And then you can go and pinpoint target those players rather than having to do any major scouting. We have our whole scouting setup that we use for that. Because the in-game scouting stuff for me is just not very good. Or it's not as efficient. I guess they're just... Maybe they just never got a home game. That is kind of strange, actually. I think these screens are kind of mucked up for the Champions League anyway, unfortunately. Oh, Tex-Mex is exploring his options, so there is an opportunity that we could actually sign him back on a free at the end of next season. We can't get him anytime soon, of course, but there is a chance that we could get him back for free at the end of his contract at United, which would be... I would do that just for the memes, to bring Texie back. Even though it's not really that helpful for us, because he'll be like 33 by then. Ingram... I think I'll start Noe here, actually. Put Ingram instead of Nunez. So he gets his game time a little bit more, but I want Noe to get some more football in that position. Text repeating on you. I don't know. I'll take the risk, right? We're also still unbeaten in the league, which is unusual for us at this stage, honestly. Gecko! Thank you for the follow. Every time I see a gecko, I just assume it's going to try and sell me car insurance. Son Rennies. Who's Rennies? I've literally forgotten who he is at this point. 5-1 again. Blast Durin with another hat-trick. God damn. Bro is killing it lately. He's the top scorer in the league and the Champions League in the same season. He's up to 34. What did he get last season? I think he's on for a better year than last year. 43 last year. He's got 34 already in 21 matches. That's outrageous. Oh, I haven't had a Rennie in a while, actually, which means I've obviously been eating better because I've not been getting indigestion. How many scouts do I have? I have 25. But bear in mind, you could do every team in the world with one scout because you can only get one report per day, so it doesn't matter how many scouts you have. Which is a bit silly. 5-star central fullback. Hell yes. I'd love one of those. A different barbershop. Oh, man. That's concerning. I dread to think of the day when I have to find a new hairdresser. Like, because my hairdresser is just my mate. And I don't know why that would change. But I don't know. Maybe we'll fall out or something. Yeah, Tex-Mex, it's actually been 3 years that he's been at Manchester United now, which is kind of crazy. It shows you how fast we're getting through some of these seasons now. We're getting so close to the... he dies. Well, it's a woman, but still. Hopefully she won't, given that she's only like a couple of years older than I am. I know, think about it, chat. If I got a new hairdresser, think of all the crazy stories that you'd lose out on. She lives a wild life. Bald. I'd just be bald. Wow. Hello. Oh, see you later, Noel. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you. God, I'll be great, chat, eh? No, I actually, one of my favorite things about any kind of stream is when we have people like Noel that come in, where they're not familiar with the content or whatever. They're just getting with the vibes. And just, yeah, I love that shit. It's so cool. Is this the hairdresser you tried to palm after us? I haven't tried to palm... Yes, it is, yes. Emphatically, yes. Hey, it wasn't like I was the one pushing this. She was the one, like, she was like, hey, just show chat. She still hasn't sent me a bloody picture, though. It's like, Emma, this is not how this is going to work. I haven't screamed for a little while. We have had a couple of freezes, but luckily it's been sporadic enough to the point where it's not been annoying. What really gets to me is when it's like several ones in really quick succession. It becomes a bit of a pain in the arse, particularly when we're doing something really important. And new contract. Hang on. You've got 4... Why could you possibly... You're 33 and have 2 years left on your contract. What possible deal could I offer you here? I'm not sure what he would do with another contract at this point. Like, turn it into a... Oh, well, Puskás have sacked yet another manager as they sit bottom of the league. Speaking of, actually, are Honvéd still doing well? Oh, that's nice. Honvéd coming back up. They're currently unbeaten as well. Beng Sword is killing it. Holy God. He is still 5-star potential, which is crazy considering he's been out on loan there now. Well, he's done like 5 years of loans. He's very good. Okay, I'm excited about it. The fact that they've got so many good players, I think it just means if they could get promoted, they could really do the business. They're like Giamot, they're like Kekschmidt. One of those teams is going to do the business. Who's the top goal scorer on loan at the moment? Is it still Cock Ringerling? Of course it is. 26 goals for Cock Ringerling. But Beng Sword's got like 20 of his own. And Lee with 19 for Pakshi. Lucian Faces, what are you struggling with? Because there is a big tutorial guide, like a video that explains it. Oh, now he's not wanting to leave. Cool. Released to Puskás. Joseph Governor. Was there really? Can we talk about Jeroen Goffin as well? Also, Wouter Benker. Bavo De Bruyne. God, Beveren are just pulling up the... Scrieve Makengo. Benoit Le Jolly. He sounds like a character in a French cartoon. Huge fan of Benoit Le Jolly. That's great. Ooh, speaking of scout reports. God damn, there's some good stuff in here. Although, also, let me just get rid of some of these ridiculously expensive players that we're never going to sign. Like you, for example. You two are still on the shortlist, that's fine. You're at Barcelona. We're not signing you, are we? Ibrahim Barry. Hey, Owen! Don't worry, I will sort out the FPL thing later. Dylan Chambers. He's dropped in value a little bit now, but has he played for them at all? I still can't believe United spent £60 million on him from us and have played him a grand total of once. It baffles my brain. A single substitute appearance in the league. He's all he's managed for £60 million. Yeah, I looked at pre-contract this year, Maris. There was basically no one, which was really weird. I'm kind of hoping they'll just sell me that clause now. Or they'll just sell him. Just put him out of his misery, lads.
There's a train coming anytime soon.
Talented Reyes, thank you very much for the follow, as that's gone pretty smoothly there. It's actually worse than that. Yeah, what they've done to him and Tex-Mex is actually crazy. I believe in Denmark you do have to pay them over a certain amount. Yes, I'm sure there's some Danes in chat that will be happy to help with that as well. But I believe they have to be on over a certain amount. I believe it is €1,000 or £1,000. So it's sort of like how in Ireland it was £275 they had to be on. Buy players and have no room to play. Yeah, that's a good point. This is why I feel like having them on view only next year could really make a difference. So that's definitely what I'm going to experiment with when I find some time. Is to just see whether it makes any difference with the transfers. Because I want to build like the ultimate setup guide for FM24 when it comes out. I want to do like all sorts of ultimate stuff right at the very start. Like all of my views, in one big video. Like, I want to do like a bumper scouting video that just goes through all the different scouting methods in a single video for different meets. That way I'd have to make loads of different videos about them. Just have one big bumper special. Oh, here we go. Budapest versus Midtjylland. Damn. 825. Okay, yeah, I think it hasn't changed for a while, right? So we've got that. And is there no Conference League? 1-0. 92nd minute winner for Budapest. They win again in the Conference League. Oh, this is the Conference League. I'm an idiot.
Bring on your Regeneracionale. Bring on your Roma by the score. Barcelona, Real Madrid. Who the F are you trying to kid? Because Magyar Testgyarkolok Core Budapest are the team that I adore.
It's somewhat of a mouthful. The only stuff basically, Owen, all the stuff I know is now what everyone else knows. So essentially the stuff they told us was everything that was going to be in that blog post. So it was basically like a big presentation where Miles went through that blog post and the contents of it in just great detail, basically, over the course of like an hour or so. That's basically what it was. So we were just the only reason we couldn't talk about it is because it was going to be it was embargoed until the day that you guys all saw it with the blog post and stuff. So I know basically everything the same about all the stuff that you guys know now. But yeah, so it's all the stuff I know is, you know, Unity, women's football, save transformation, but that's it basically. We are closing the gap in England technically, yes. It's 20 points at the moment is the gap. Wait, has that gone up? You're right. I think it's actually gone up. We'll just pretend we didn't see that. And it'll all be okay. Mario Veshev. All right. Ooh, Mario. It's a me. Him. It's a him. Mario. Sorry, I've just fucked that up, didn't I? But thank you very much for the 35 months, Bernie. Christ, I didn't realize it was that long. The streams would not be the same without your humorous japery. Or pageantry, you might say. Yeah, exactly. If we didn't see it, it didn't happen. It's Schrodinger's coefficient. Do it for no. Hey, if they do it for him, I'm happy. It's a me, him. I remember one time actually. This is years ago when I was this was with my ex-girlfriend. I'm terrible at being romantic, and I was trying to be like all like sweet talky, and I was like, when I look into your eyes, and then at that point I saw my own reflection, and I was just basically just said, when I look into your eyes, I see me. Completely killed the mood. It's not my fault I can see my reflection. I was just dutty talk. Oh, I can't do dutty talk. I can only do dutty pizza. Well, I think I'm excited to see what's with FM25, with FM24. I feel like with the stuff they said about how disappointed they were with FM23 in some ways, and the fact that they even mentioned how they'd held stuff back a little bit, or like things had to be dropped. I think FM24 is actually going to be killer, because I think we're going to get a year's worth of features, plus some stuff that were there before as well. So I'm quite excited about that. I'm just really excited about the next couple of years of FM, honestly. FM24 going out with a bang. FM25 with the huge changes. I feel real chill. And that's just kind of dope. When is the game against Atletico? 4 days. Okay, so we want to rotate for this one. We've also not had a youth intake yet. This is not a rotate. What is this? This is not rotation. Yeah, more bug fixes, which I think it just means we're going to get a better quality of game in that point as well. So Hillerstein will come in. This might be our first... Oh, no. Might not be a defeat, actually. These guys are quite poor. We'll bring on Kigaradze as well, since he's no longer out on loan. Might as well give him something to do. Same with Georgiev, honestly. Robotechko, Romero, Cavallo, Teixeira, Gustavo, that's fine. And Van Damme can start as well. But it's nice to see Kigaradze. I can't believe we got this guy for £160,000. I'm so excited about the next Kvaratskhelia. And the Armenian dude as well. Yeah, I mean, obviously I have to get it every year. That being said, I haven't actually bought FM for myself for a long time. Average age. I don't really think average age matters all that much. It's not something I would be paying any attention to. Like, I couldn't tell you the average age of our squad, to give you an idea. That's what I was thinking, Owen. Yeah, if they're transferring stuff like that, it makes me think that they're not going to be messing around with the loan rules and stuff either. So that means we might be able to get away with a little bit of that too. Oh, got an injury. No, don't get injured, please. Oh, seems fine. Cool. I think it puts them in an awkward position, but I think it also means that they kind of have to deliver on FM24, and I almost feel like they wouldn't have said the things they have if they weren't going to. I think they know that they've got something for FM24 or some things that people are going to be excited about, and that's just obviously me reading into nothing, and it's purely speculation, but it excites me. they're obviously working on changes that are going to affect both. Right, so it's the 8th of March, which means it's very close, chat, to Youth Intake Day. So let's do this little check one more time, see if the under-19s, make sure there's no players in it. Right, because that's blank. What do you reckon then? I reckon best player 3-star potential. Because it was a half-star youth intake. We just don't really know what that means anymore most of the time. So I'm expecting 3-star max. Or 4.5 would be insane. 3.5 because you're wrong. I mean, I am often wrong. Okay. Let's go to the next day where it presumably is. Look at all the cancelled matches. Alright. What have you got for me, Reese? 3.5 star. It's another Zoltan. I mean, it's a half-star youth intake, which is exactly what we expected. So Zoltan Lennart, who's a balanced personality with... Oh my god. Keeper, Dominic Noj, professional personality. Okay. This is... I want to see how many of these guys have got good personalities. Fairly determined with level-headed. It takes about... It's because we're also very good, but we are just generally getting quite shitty youth intakes. Fairly determined with level-headed. Did I look at Serrano? Fickle. Oh, God. Wow. The traditional Bulgarian that we always get in there, too. Yeah. Wait, there's a Gurgly. Where's my Gurgly? There's also Donut. Good old Donut Kun Shaggy. Good name. Oh, yeah, there he is. Gurgly Solar. Gurgly Solar. When it rains and you're running out of energy. Got the Gurgly Solar. Yeah. Exactly what I expected out of Youth Intake. Comments and conversation. How do you mean, Owen? Like, the video is really, really good. Like, Max's stuff is fantastic. I've been really enjoying binging his content lately. Yeah, it did nothing for us. I mean, maybe it could work on a different year, but it is what it is. I am thoroughly whelmed, chat. Yeah, let's dump them all back in now. Last thing we want is any players in the B team squad. Let's move all of you back to the... Oh, come on, FM, really? Is it not going to let me do it? Oh, you've got to be... Oh, no, wait, hang on, that's fine. I'll have to do it in little clumps. Oh, my God, it's not even recognising the pressing of the key. How can I move some of them to the second team? Oh, you've got to be joking. Come on. Oh, you can't be serious. Why are they in both? Why won't it let me move the... Oh, my God. Squad view. I should be able to do it. Let me just... It's just being weird. Because there's so many players, I think. I think it might have been because I was selecting some grayed out players, potentially. That might have been throwing it off. Right, so we move them to the under-19 squad. That should be okay. We'll progress today and see if those guys are still there. That would be weird. It might be because they're in the squad for the next game, yeah. Hopefully it's okay now. Tick boxes reset it. Ah, okay. I think that should be alright now, though. Well, at least they did well there. Let me just check. Oh, no, they're still there. Fuck. So, now if I try it, will it let me move them? Available for under-19s. What? Jesus Christ. Yeah, the grayed out players are actually kind of annoying in a way. Well, usually it won't let you do anything when you select over 50 players, particularly when they're not players at your club. I think we'll just... Did Griffiths just score a... Yeah, okay, that's fine. We'll wait until the next B team game elapses. I think they're okay, though. Nikola Antolek. Croatia are generating some quality players. I'm just wondering what happened to all those guys we were scouting in Croatia. But I think I gave, like, Gonzalo, like, a big report to do on those guys, in fairness. Ah, okay. We'll give it a couple of days and see if it's still like that. Griffiths, yeah, he scored 4 goals. How's Kevin getting on these days? I'm honestly surprised he's not in England contention now. He's that good. He's got 21 goals this season, whilst... Actually, he's playing as a striker, to be fair. There's a guy called Tin Tuber, Harold's favourite player. Oh, no, Wonderboy Malloy's injured now. Now what will we do? Kunwa Lee's retiring, so Chelsea are no longer going to have an issue at left-back. Or rather, we're no longer going to have a lovely present at left-back. Hopefully he retires after we play them. Last thing we want is that. Palacio. Yep. Oh, more of these. I think this is all the new scouts. No, the all those random coaches. Whoa. Marcel Bohm. And Bohm he is. Already got a cap for the Czech Republic. Very interesting. Don't want a bit of him. He's got surprisingly good, like, CA as well. Ronnie Velo. Oh my lord. Another ridiculously expensive player. Why is he here? I'm sure he's great and all, but I'd have 65 million for dropping on a random player like that. Oh, wow, that guy at Antwerp's not very good. Well, he is very good, but like he's not 19 million pound good. Just a standard price for a Belgian player these days, I think. Right. Actually, I think for the purposes of this, I'll just send these all round again. Although the Pie Daddy is still looking decent. Still keeping that 5-star potential. But that Mulder dude as well. Ronald Flovik. Oh, wow. He's one of those... Actually, he has got very professional. He's one of those guys that if he has like ridiculously high potential, I feel like he might get there. It just might take a little while. In the beta. I suspect it will be, right? I don't see what could stop it from being available in the beta. Ajax put 6 past PSG in the first leg. That's good news. As Tottenham go out to Dortmund. As Barcelona knock Man United out as well. With a guy called Tremble. Thank God he's not a goalkeeper. I suspect that, yeah, the beta will be used for that testing. I feel like this is the sort of thing that they must have tested a lot. To the point where I don't think we'll see many issues with it, honestly. And the takeover has now fallen through. After all that, and there was me thinking it was an actual proper... A proper real-life takeover, but no, that one's rubbish as well. It's certainly slightly different. Yeah, I think with Flovik, he's the sort of guy that can have like 180 PA or something, but he's probably got like 60 CA or something. And it means that they sometimes look worse than they are. But if they've got the right personality and the right setup, particularly if they've got high professionals, there's a chance that he's going to get there. So he's certainly something, I think, to a player to consider. Right. What's this team look like? Durin, Michal, Nunez, Baumeister. Is Ingram not fit? As good as Nunez has done this season, I still feel like Ingram deserves to start in that role. Because he's Sam Ingram. Monty at right back. Where's Darla? Is he suspended? It might have to be Monty at right back then. Yeah. That's still a pretty good lineup with Pretzel in there as well. Like, what a guy. Just take on it. It literally was, yeah. Yeah, I feel like there's probably slightly more complex things that SI had to work on with that one, Christian. But I mean, obviously, I think it's something that's... I mean, I'd heard rumours about that potentially being in the game for years. It was one of those things that whenever I would talk to other creators, it was one of the things you'd hear a rumour here or that. And I'm talking like 5 years ago, people were talking about this. So I think they've probably been working on that one for a long time, potentially. And I can see why they'd want to, honestly. It's a really useful feature to have. So I'm going to have a quick pee break. I know it's really late in the stream, but I do need one. And I don't want to be able to... I want to be able to enjoy this hopefully good result against Atletico without having to worry about where I'm going to piss myself. So don't worry, I've got your Wikipedia quiz. And believe me, this chap has played for a lot of clubs. Back in a second, friend. It was Paul Hall, who's just got a fun name to say. Ah. Oh. I'm officially now on the Pepsi Max.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Tintim Dofama, thank you very much for the follow. That's it, Pool Hall, that's the one. You can play snooker on his tits. Scabby Melon, how's it going? We're good. Disappointed in some respects for certain things that have happened in the stream in terms of the quality of the football from other teams, but it's okay. Every other drink. Yeah, it's... I bought 24 of them on Amazon the other day. Because we normally just buy... It's Pepsi Max caffeine... Is Pepsi Max caffeine free? Ah, lovely. I do prefer... If I have a straight choice between Coke and Pepsi, Pepsi for me. There's something about it that's just more nice. I just prefer it. But usually we just pick whichever one's cheaper. Oh, you finally got the 2-year loan glitch. Nice. Did you? Is it the right day? So, is it the same day in Wales? Because for us, it's the 2nd of June. Right, we're actually playing this game, aren't we? Mihal's lacking fitness, but that's fine. We should have enough in the tank, right? Yeah, June 2nd is the day. It's crazy. Last year, I screwed it up. I just, like... You can get, like, most of the things for me, most of the caffeine-free stuff is usually diet or zero or max to go with it. You actually can get caffeine-free full-fat Coke, but it's a pain in the ass to find. So, yeah. That's really what the issue is for me more than anything else. Right, we should be... Oh, I feel like this is going to glitch out in any second, and it has! You love to see it. Just wait till we get a highlight, and then we can... hopefully get my graphics card back. If you'd be so kind, OBS, to provide me with my graphics card. That'd be ace. Okay. I wonder if the music has an effect on it. It's because of the speakers. There we go. It's always the second time I load it that it works. Hey, Dave. Ooh. Are you off? Lovely to see you, my friend. Chlorins is in. That's an easy effort. Well saved by Gacic. Cool. Yeah, so it's like, well, if you've ever had like American Mountain Dew versus like the stuff you get in Europe, it's very different tasting. When I was back in the day, I was in a band. We used to rehearse at this church in Suffolk, and it was near obviously all the American air bases and stuff. And oh, Duran's in. Come on, Blaz, you know what to do. Oh no, that's not a sign of things to come, hopefully. And they had a big fridge full of like all the American drinks and stuff. The Mountain Dew just hits different. I play my music in different. It's just the sound just looks better, doesn't it? Ah. Right. That was a good start. Not. Hopefully, Blaz is not washed up now. Hopefully he can continue the ridiculous goal scoring streak he's been on this season. Oh, lovely ball in. Gone for Baumeister instead, who's round the goal. What a stop. American Mountain Dew does taste very good. Oh no, it was genuinely better, but I just knew that it was probably horrible for me. It was genuinely very nice. Well, the good chances have happened to us so far, but we've missed both of them, which is a little concerning. Yeah, the Coke Pepsi Business Wars is just a great podcast in general, because they're doing Subway versus Quiznos at the moment. How on earth did we not win the ball there? Here we go. Ah, damn. We very much do need to come up with a good result here, though. Even if I know that we're capable of winning the home leg, I want to win away from home in as many of these ties as we can possibly. Because extra coefficient points are absolutely key. Because I think we'll be lucky to get close to 16 points this season. And we need to make sure that we stay competitive for a little while. Oh, look at the football. Oh, this is filth. One last pass to maybe... Oh, after all that. Then Timmy's versus Starbucks. They definitely did something versus Starbucks. And now we can see. Okay, it's going to be one of those games. Buckle up. Darlington bus for you. Do you know they haven't? Ah, good. Oh, it's disallowed. I should have checked, really, shouldn't I? I assume the original pass was what was offside. This pass here into the channel. Oh, no. I mean, the lines are all over the place there, but I suppose he probably is offside. But it does look like we're in a good spot to keep creating chances here. I suspect that was quite bad for them. I mean, yeah. I can't imagine they were super proud of that situation. We'll probably only get the first match in today because I think there's another game in between in the league. Although, actually, we'll see. We've made quite good progress today. Depends on how long this match actually takes. maybe Blaz. This was the same kind of territory that Kishvada scored that winning goal. I've never really been a huge fan of Subway. What I did love was I found out this on stream the other day, actually, that in Ireland, the buns are actually declared cake. Which is just... And then, strangely enough, I swear I heard it on a podcast not that long after that as well, but it was someone in chat that told me. How much money did it cost? I dread to think, honestly. Mario's actually kind of struggled today. Declared cakes are worldwide. My buns are getting there. Wait till I start hitting the gym chat. You're not gonna believe what you see. Probably not me, because it won't be there, but how'd you solve from Santa Maria? Every British general during the Napoleonic Wars. Oh, go on. No, it's a terrible touch from Duran as well. Yeah, it was to do with the sugar content. Which might be why I've never been a big fan of it. I don't really need it. Luckily, we have like it's a local bakery, but it's like a local chain bakery around here that only operates in like Essex and Cambridgeshire, and as a result, they just do the best food and like homemade bread. It's just sick. So yeah, never really have to go to somewhere like Subway because they just do like baguettes and shit if I ever wanted something like that. And Ingram's now through. Sam Ingram slots it home. That looks offside as well to me, honestly. It's not offside. It's 1-0. Come on. Now we're talking. Gluteus Maximus. I've got a dump truck. It's parked in the driveway instead of under the chair. Okay, good start. Only Ingram's 6th goal of the season. When you consider how good he was up front last season. Well, not up front, but in this position. He just hasn't had a chance to show off his quality, but that is a lovely finish. It's so expensive. Yeah. I think everything's just getting more expensive, isn't it? Even my takeaway order is going up slightly. Green King of Bakeries. I get... It's like... There's maybe like 7 or 8 of them in this area, but they're all in like quite small places. I think there's one in Cambridge maybe, but they're all really, really good. But the one near me actually is like a cafe as well, which is... I think it's the only one that actually has like a cafe attached to it too. The coffee's really good too. But there's another rival cafe has opened its doors in town now. I ran past it and I'm like, ooh, competition. That's gentrification, chat. Best camera on FM? Oh, it depends, really. It depends what you're looking for, right? But like what I use at the moment is TV with the notches. Well, actually, that's wrong. Let me just reset this. What I normally do is TV, 1 notch here, 2 notches. No, is it that? Yeah, that's what I use. 2 notches from the left on this side, and then 1 notch from the right on that one. Cafe Wars. Oh. Under replacement for Hendrick. Oh, you can borrow my Hendrick.
Train coming anytime soon.
Oh yes, very
What's this bakery called?
They are building it now.
It's one of these things where I can't actually tell you the name of it without doxing myself. Gonzalo Tuga, thank you very much for the follow. Because I think there's actually only one of them in Cambridgeshire, and that's in Cambridge. I believe. Kenny's had a dreadful game. Velazquez for Gastow, maybe? Yeah. This is his mum's house. Hey, Dan. Dan, I did see your DM earlier. Don't worry. I did see it. And that looks very, very interesting indeed. But just don't prioritize me, for example, over, like, you know, people that maybe you go to games with and get a chance to actually go to the cottage really regularly. Sideline. True, I don't think there's any way. The thing is, I wish it would help with offsides, but in FM, I find that nothing really helps with offsides because half the time I don't understand them anyway. That was a really strange bit of play. Or Monty could ping. I think he could ping this. Or win a penalty or something. Ah, he's pinged it instead. Oh, yeah. I'm very interested. It's definitely... Is it something that exists currently? Or is it like a thing that's in development? Because it's 2-0 to Chelsea, by the way. How did they approach you? Like, what did you post that caused that to be a thing anyway? I didn't realise you were such a big Fulham influencer, Dan. That is a dreadful, dreadful piece of goalkeeping. Is that going to count? Oh, it's an own goal. How do you solve a problem like Santa Maria? I guess you let him score an own goal for you. That helps. I didn't even see the deflection. I did wonder why that went past the goalkeeper, but it just kind of looked like a really weak shot from Bigmanovic that's just deflected in. Oh, I see. Yep. That's, yeah. As far as I'm aware, that isn't a new offside rule. I thought that was just like discussions people were having, which I still thought was ridiculous. But as far as I'm aware, we talked about this on Sunday stream about how that isn't actually a thing, right? Unless I'm wrong about that now, and something's changed in the last couple of days. Knowing the games and stuff. Ah, you're just so influential. Only discussions. Yeah, it's just the Wenger stuff again, right? So usually you can just ignore them. Because when I saw that, I immediately thought, oh, for God's sake. Oh, it's another one for Big Manovic. He's having a nice time. Yeah, I'd never heard of it, Dan, honestly. But I haven't watched Spencer in a while. It's a nice little pass, actually, though, from Gastow. Just a really weak shot again that the keeper can't get near. And all of a sudden, Gastow's looked decent off the bench, actually, which is nice to see. Getting a little assist there. 3-0 up away from home is a very cushy one, which will give us a nice, hopefully easy home match as well. Pick up a few more points there. Gastow's looking sharp. It's another pass over the top as well. And the keeper... Oh, he's Big Manovic for the hat-trick! Oh. Oh, yeah, so basically... Yeah, Dan and I might be going on a quiz show. Essentially. Is the long and short of it, yeah. Pretty much. Oh, Ingram deflects up and off the bar. No, not specifically a Fulham quiz show. Wenger may get his way. I really hope he doesn't, because to me it's just a stupid idea. Offside is it's either offside or it isn't. And people saying, oh, it makes it more clear. Of course it doesn't. It's just a different arbitrary line. They'll just complain because they're a tiny fraction offside in that this new line. Not for me. I think let's just get rid of it then. Spencer, yeah, the Spencer one. It's called, what's it called? Fando? I think it's called. That was a good result. We'll take that. Cyprus. Going on pointless. How dare you, sir? We are now apparently being heavily linked with Igor. I saw a thing, I got one football notification when I went for a piss that said that we've like, agreed personal terms now. This explains why oh, if only, Daz. Seriously, if I was going on a quiz show, rom-coms would be my specialist subject. Unironically. Like, I'm actually tempted to... There's a rom-com that Pog and I had heard good things about, but we started watching it the other night and she just wasn't having it. So I'm tempted to watch that before she comes home because I still kind of want to watch it. Igor, he's a centre-back from Fiorentina. Music and lyrics, interesting. That's the Hugh Grant one, right? I've not seen that one. It feels like the sort of film that my mother would enjoy. Certain questions doesn't enough common is wrong. It's true. It's Barbie a rom-com. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to going to see an Oppenheimer in a couple of weeks, which means I get to eat more Pizza Hut as well. So I'm happily taking that. Kexmat Athletic Club. I mean, if they pull this off, it's a miracle. This I have hopes for. Don't let us down, Uipesh. Come on, do it for Noel. Double billing it. I had considered... Oh. Yes! Uipesh through. They've got it. They're into the quarterfinals. Who's left then? Antwerp, Villa, Besiktas, Real Sociedad, Basel, Crvena Zvezda, and... Oh, Leipzig are out. Got favourite rom-com. Favourite rom-com. We were discussing this earlier. Oh, Christ. Where do I even begin? About Time's up there for me. I do bloody love About Time. Oh, another one that I didn't mention earlier, actually. Giant Mechanical Man. Slightly deep cut. Again, it's more of a rom-drama than a rom-com. So kind of an indie film. It's got Jenna Fisher and Chris Messina in it. I would recommend that as well. It's a surprisingly good film. Oh, another one. It's called Take Me Home. It's about a cab driver that basically this woman who's lost a job or something hires this cabbie, a New York cabbie, to like drive her across the country. Really, really good. Would recommend that as well. I can't remember who's in it, honestly, but it's good. About Time has the... No, that's... Oh, Christ. In Time. In Time's the Justin Timberlake one. How much rom could a com have before it is a rom-com? That's a good question. West Virginia. Yeah. So at least they're through. So that helps with the coefficients a little bit more. 15.1 now. We're still third on the year. And we're now no longer above Spain. Because Spain are just clapping cheeks right now. Which is frustrating. Like, can you not do that, Spain? I think there's no way we finish above Spain again this year. Although knocking out Atletico would be a good way to go to start that. Telecommunication business retires. I think you can get started on it now, honestly. Okay, the training one, which we'll take. It's also just occurred to me, there was not a match in between. There's almost always a match in between our Champions League matches. But a call-up already? I mean, I don't know about not looking at this. Wait, hang on. Why are you working on goalkeeping technique? Can we not do that? think I need to take control of that back again. I don't want them putting like loads of additional focuses and stuff on our youth players. Oh, Oppenheimer. Right. Imagine if there was. What? Well, there's Oppenheimer Stadium. Seen Logan Lucky? I have seen Logan Lucky. I'll be honest with you. The main reason I watched it was because of the NASCAR part, but it's actually a good film too. I did enjoy Logan Lucky. It's a solid film. There's a lot of Barbieries, but it doesn't appear to be any full-on Barbies. But there is the Barrio Brasilia and the Barbican. And then just Barber. Straight up Central Social Deportivo Barber. When you're just chilling at the barber shop. And the vibes are warm. I'll refund both your points for that. I feel like it'd be unfair to take them at this stage. Fast Avigelin. Oh my god. Wait, why is he... Okay, so I've obviously looked at Zdeněk Vacha before, but decided against him. I think I might reassess that opinion. I'm still utterly convinced that you could have a scout with 2020 on everything, and they'd still rate some insanely good players really poorly, no matter what you do. Oh no, Campbell Pierce has broken his leg. That's unfortunate. So Youth Intake did well there. So we're apparently signing these guys up. Okay, well, we'll let that happen. Because that guy was in their first team as well. That's why I scout the first teams, though, for those sort of guys. Stumpy. Hidden attributes for staff. I think there are, yes. I can't remember what they are. Well, yeah, because it'd be the same hidden attributes, wasn't it? Have you seen But I'm a Cheerleader? I haven't, no. The Chief Doctor looks terrifying. Who's our Chief Doctor? Oh, is it Buddy Krista? Oh no, it's Hannah Gunschko. Yeah, she is terrifying, actually. She's rocking that Easter Island head. Okay, so we've got some more money from Oliveira. Yeah, we didn't sign which is weird that we didn't sign Gurgley. But I guess I could have... I was in total control of that, and I just didn't, I suppose. Bill's besotted. Something I think I'm going to probably do for F24 is I'm actually going to try and crack recruitment focuses. I'm going to try and find like the optimized way of sorting it. So that actually maybe it does produce something to develop. Oh, hello. Teixeira's now 4-star. Have we actually... I think we've got like a bit of a sleeper here. Admittedly, I still pay quite a lot for him. But I think that was a valid decision now. Like, there's a cracking player here. Now that he's actually getting football. He's unhappy at the moment, but he'll... I don't know how we can say that he's never going to be good enough for the first team when he's played 25 games this season. But, you know, each to your own, I suppose. Oh, Brumby, go on. What you got? Oh, nothing. Casper Tramberg is a player I think I've scouted every single time we've come to Brumby. Yeah, it feels like a late bloomer. But they have sort of changed the way that the development works on certain players now. So I'll just send these guys around again for the moment. We'll deal with it. Oh, that's Kalinic. That was the guy, wasn't it? Ah, Pie Daddy's lost a star. God damn it. FM Stag is such a lovely dude as well, by the way. He was not at all what I was expecting him to be. Like, not that I had any preconceived notions per se. It's just that when I met him, he was just the most lovely, genial Scottish dude. Snake RO, thank you very much for the follow. We already did the Chief Doctor, so we'll move on. I actually just showed it, Medi. I would like to do a video with Max, actually. I just need to think of the right topic that would interest him. Because, one, I feel like if I have a small amount of influence, I'd like to show more people Max's content, and this would be a good way of doing it. Wasn't a big deal. I know, crazy. Crazy times. No, he's literally, one of the first things he did when he came up to me, after we'd introduced ourselves, he just screamed at me, Wesker! Because apparently the Wesker save that I did for like a month on YouTube in like 2019 was like his favourite YouTube series. And he's the only one. So there you go. I found another person that actually likes the Wesker save. Drawing off the wing? No. I might start Noe again. I think he's earned a chance to start here. Played so well in the last game when he came off the bench. Why not? Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do the second game as well. Because he is like... Okay, he's not developing that well, but like... Oh, he's up to 5... Was he always 5-star? I think he was. We spent a lot of money on him. Christ. Into another sports. Motorsport? Not really other sporty sports, really, that I watch anyway. Questlife? But yeah, I think we did lose like the first 10 league. There was something like that. I know if I'm the one person that watched it. Yeah, it's just one of those things where not enough people actually cared about it. And this was even amongst the Let's Plays that in the grand scheme no one really cared that much about. So when you're onto a niche one when you can't even make that work, you know? I do still miss making Let's Plays though. They were fun. I miss telling those stories. Okay. Blaz, here's your chance. It was too detailed. I think the other thing about it is that it didn't move fast enough because I was doing one game per episode. But the idea of that was that, one, it would give us a chance to really look into each individual thing each time. And two, I was lazy and I was going on holiday and I knew that I could just make... It would be quick. Let's be honest. That was the main reason. Is that going to work this time? Nearly? No? Come on, FM. Don't be a shit. I'm blaming the music. The moment the music stops, it lets me have my GPU back, I swear. Oh no, this one's going to really fuck it up. Okay. We persist. God's sake. God, imagine you tune in one day, chat, and I've just got a new PC, new camera, it's all working fine. Oh no, there wasn't even a season 2. It was a one-season challenge, basically. Oh yeah, that's the skin. Oh, I was so happy when Lando took the lead. I couldn't believe it. And then obviously I knew that wasn't going to last, but I was just happy to see McLaren finally, like, doing stuff. Low fidelity third channel, get a worse mic, 20-minute episodes, no editing. Honestly, because when I actually sort of dropped the Let's Plays thing, someone did ask me this, like, sort of unironically, was like, why don't you just put them on the second channel? I'm thinking to myself, I don't think they understood just how much work went into making those videos, even though they weren't particularly watched very often. Like, it would still take me, like, a day of work to make each one of those that I was putting out. So, yeah. Oh, Piastri's genuinely really good. Like, obviously, he's not going to be Lando's level yet, but the fact that he's doing a decent job of keeping up is really awesome. Oh, the Raw is so good. I haven't got any clue about that, Wiko. I have one recruitment focus, which I use basically as an example of this is why I don't like them. So, no, I have no experience with them at all, really. Oh, no, I've used them, but I've just never found them to be very good. All they've done for me so far this year is find me ways of finding players that aren't using them. Well, it wasn't even a case of them not getting views. It was just the fact that if I put them on the second channel, it would also then not be getting paid for them. The fact is, it is my job, and I'm really happy with the content I'm putting out at the moment, both stream-wise, if you ignore the technical difficulties, and on the YouTube side of things. I'm particularly pleased with the way things have been going on there at the moment. I think the actual, somehow, the goal of 50k by the end of the cycle might actually be doable. Oh. Okay, there we go. We're 4-1 up. 4-0 up now. That should kill it. But we want to make sure we win on the night. No, I mean, it's not going to be for everybody. The fact is, like, clearly Let's Play stuff still does work because people still watch Jack and Kev do Let's Plays with huge viewership, right? And Ben when he's doing Glory Hunter and stuff. It's just a question of taste, isn't it? And I think people just want different things now. And I realised that I could not compete in that market and wanted to do something different. And part of it as well was just me going, I want to make content that I really want to watch too. And that's what I've been kind of doing. Every time I get an idea now, I'm like, oh shit, I could just go and make that now. That's how these, like, videos come about. I mean, half of them is also Hadrian just going, you know, Matt, this is possible too. Straight up the stream. Yes. So basically, I think this does work like this, Kyle, but you should be able to just, like, drag the slider, what a finish, backwards, and it should let you start from any point, I think. I don't know, actually. It's been a while since I've tried to do that on a stream that I'm not, like, directly a part of. But I think that's possible, yeah. Because technically the streams are available from the moment I finish a stream. It's just obviously a lot of people prefer the VODs because of the YouTube thing, and they have to worry about Twitch's player and all that shit. Per video. Oh, believe me, Marius, it wasn't even 5k. We're looking at 2.2 to 3. Good. At best. That's good. Before. And now it's like, I mean, admittedly, there's a huge swing now, but now, like, a 10 out of 10 video for me is now getting, like, 10 to 12k views in the first sort of few days. And a good one is, like, you know, 50. Whereas before, obviously, it would have been like, a good one is like 2.6k and a bad one's like 2.3k. Really, websites? Yeah. I mean, hey, everyone likes their own thing, right? And this is why I've never really been concerned about, like, if someone doesn't particularly like a video, I'm just like, you know what? That's fine. Not everything's for everyone. I don't need to please everybody. Poland was fun. It takes a lot of effort, Kyle. Like, I feel like the reason I'm able to... Just don't mention red zone. Hey, you know what? I gave it a go. It was worth a try. Precisely, Marriage, which is why I don't need to be as frequent with the videos too, which gives me more time to work on each one and make them better as well. I think the Endrick recap video... No, that was a great video. What are you talking about, Tim? Best video I've ever done, mate. Oh, Clayton's director of football series is so sick. It was so cool. When you're trying to do a World Cup, not if that's the only premise of the video. Because one, that's a little bit Let's Play. So I don't know what I'd be... Okay, this is how I think about videos. I'm like, right, that's a thing. But the question would be, why would I do that? Like, what would be the hook to make that video watchable for anybody? Right? So it's not just a case of, okay, I take India to a World Cup. And what? It needs to have a thing beyond that for me to be interested. And not just for me to be interested, but for me to feel like it's worthwhile doing. And that's the way I tend to think about content now. I have to think of what is the hook? Why would anyone want to... You'd be surprised, actually. The service is full of people. Let's assume that we don't talk about that, Marius. Oh. Only for players born in Taiwan. Yeah. Honestly, yes. Shit like that. You need a hook. So, like, for example, you won't see me doing a video where it's like, I put X player at Y club. Let's see what happens. Because to me, I'm not interested in that. I'd want to have a reason why. Which is why the agent videos for me were so much more interesting from a creative standpoint for me. Because I got to do that kind of stuff. Which is why for the next agent video, we're doing a single player through their entire career. Yeah, I have thought about that, Marius. It's probably going to be the next European one I do. Most likely. So the next likely one of those videos to come along, it's going to be Jamaica, Nigeria, Turkey probably for the next one. Can England win the World Cup? Literally, I got a comment not dissimilar to that, but it was much more mean-spirited on the Ireland video. It just said, even England can't win it, you muppet. And I'm just like, whoa. Somebody's had some excrement in their cornflakes this morning. Isn't it Gantro? Oh, he's great, Razio. It's just great. I like the part where he stands there and does nothing. I put Victor in each be a bird Albion. And how did he get on? I love how casually we're beating Atletico 7-0 in the Champions League here, and it's just going fine for us. As it's 8-0 on aggregate, and Blazer scored again. Yeah, Asian video work. So basically, the plan was yesterday to work on an Asian video, but I was looking through my simulations and I couldn't find anything that made me go, "Oh, this is worth showing people." Like I had one that was Mudryk was options, but I had one with Gallagher and like that, but I didn't feel like it would make a good enough video, so I decided to scrap it, and I'm going to do a different one instead. Where I start as a player's agent when they're 16 and we follow them their entire career with me as their agent. So I'm making multiple moves. And then we have an agent, their original agent, that does the same thing as well. So that we get to do multiple moves. I have thought about an agent manager one. It's difficult because I can't do the same thing I could always do with the club players, where I can take over the club and appoint the agent, sign the player. But it's tough to keep it realistic with the managers. But I would like to do that as well. It's definitely on the list. So the next agent one might take a little longer to come out, basically. And then it happened that later that afternoon, I'm moving on to my next thing I was going to look at, since I put that to the side while I did the sim. And I got talking to Hadrian for a couple of hours, and then we ended up coming up with all these other ideas. So there's more shit. Expect the thing with the, if you lose, you get points, to be the next thing you see, though, probably from me. Manages to stay best interest. Also, someone came up with a brilliant idea for the name of the agent, which was Mino Aiola, which I actually thought was a very solid one. It's 10-0 on aggregate. 10-0 up against Atletico on aggregate. And it's 2-2 between City and Chelsea, who we will play in the next round if we get through. Mino Aiola, that's the one. It was Mino Aiola. Players were on the bench. Well, this is the thing. It's like, I'd always get comments being like, oh, you should do this with Dele Alli, but it's like, that's not how it works. Like, I don't choose the players. I choose the scenario, and then the players that fit the scenario get put in. Because also with people like Dele Alli, like, he doesn't actually have over 30s only save. But again, it's like an only 30s only a save. So that's like, what, a let's play? Is it like, what is that as a... Like, I don't really look at anything beyond one video for the most part. Unless it's got potential to be a series. But even if it's going to be a series, it would have to be a series where each episode is different. Like, it adds something new. We are just casually beating Atletico 7-0 here as well, which is outrageous. But, yeah. Or an anthology. Yeah, it's like, for example, say the thing I'm doing with like the most recent The Ireland video, for example. It was never intended to be a series, but it always had the potential that if people liked it enough, I could do more of them. But they all stand alone. Like, they are sort of capable of being their own thing. So, like, an over 30s thing is interesting to me, but then the only way that I could really do that would be just managing a team and signing over 30s, and then it's like, they can't really do that in one video. And the drop-off between episode 1 and episode 2 of anything is so enormous. Oh, that's dreadful. We'll give them that one. Inverted figures. No, we don't. That's heresy around these parts. To be fair, with some of the luck we've had in Europe this season, I think I'll accept conceding a goal like this occasionally. But what on earth was that, Patrice? If you will.
Did you do anything right, Patrice?
And while we're here, I think he actually deserves a second go.
Nobody asked for your help, Patrice!
There we go. Decided not to post it. No. Honestly. Never. Because I'm absolutely paranoid about the response to things. So I just don't do things that I don't think are going to be... Well, I've had some videos that I thought were going to be really good and fell on their arse. But that's very different, isn't it? It wasn't because they were controversial. It's just because they weren't. They were just not that interesting. Oh my god, they got another one. Yeah, no, it's very fulfilling, Ben, because it means that I get to focus all my energy on like making MTK as good as possible, and that's really fun. I think that's why I've maybe enjoyed it as much this season, because I've had nothing to distract that. Like the red card one actually is doing better now. Flute made me. I got Flute to do me a new thumbnail for it, and that's doing a lot better. So that's nice. I'm talking more about obviously Red Zone, lol. But the other one was the analysis one, where I spent all that time doing all those ridiculously deep analysis views. But then I realized, frankly, most people don't play the game like that, and it's really only interesting for people like me. So while it's cool and all, and it's useful for certain people, it just has no real bearing on... Yeah. The red card one's doing a lot better lately. It's been picking up a lot. Oh my god, they nearly got another one. The biggest controversial one was Endrick, but we did that on purpose. We were designing to... it was designed to annoy people and to wind a few people up. Thumbnail make a bit of a difference. Oh, it's massive. Honestly, thumbnail makes such a huge difference. Ever since I've started having Flute do my thumbnails, you can even see there's a metric in your analytics called up next, and the reason it matters is because the up next thing only shows you... It's when you know when you're at the end of a video and you get like that panel of videos on the screen, but you can't see the titles, only the thumbnails. That's the one. If that one suddenly starts performing really well, you know it's because of the thumbnail, because it's the only way they would know to click on the videos, because they'd seen the thumbnail first and not the title. So all of a sudden, my metrics on Up Next started killing it when Flute started doing my thumbnails for me, basically. I've had a few that have done well myself, but yeah, Flute's just... Where is Newcastle? It's in the bin. No, it's actually a potential backup at some point. I think Red Zone would have actually probably worked on stream. Oh, wow. City have just clapped Chelsea there. That's frustrating. With even Phil Neville scored. That's not ideal. I was kind of hoping we would avoid City. I could totally see us just losing. Once Ajax next. Wait, but what? Hang on. Aren't we already guaranteed who we're playing in the next round? I swear we are. I haven't aged in my players. Nah. Like, after a certain point with most players, I will try to move them on if I can get big money. So we just sold a 31-year-old striker for 106 million earlier on today's stream. It's less about the existing audience, Christian. It's more about finding new audiences. That's really where that stuff matters when it comes to, like, gaining subs. Because YouTube will show that video to people, and you need to be clickable, basically. Oh, you know, absolutely. Pay for my thumbnails. I would never... One of the reasons I didn't want to take a thumbnail artist on in the first place is because I didn't think I'd be able to afford to pay them, and I wanted to make sure they were paid correctly and what they deserve. But Flute has very reasonable rates, and I'm more than happy to pay him. He's great. Yeah, we were just getting over the last Champions League game, and we thought, fuck it, we'll just do it on stream. So yeah. There's gnome code in there. Oh, nice. But yeah, no, I think that, like, I'd outsource my editing as well if I could, but it's very expensive, and I'd want to be able to pay them what they deserve to earn, you know? Can you tell me with any metric that you've gained a new audience for a video and then also retained them to watch additional video? Yes, you can. YouTube has a... Hang on, I'll show you. Before we dip off for the day, I'll show you this. This is a really cool metric YouTube has, actually. See if I can find it. It has a metric called... Now, it's not perfect. And you'll notice that some of this is going to be a bit skewed, right? So this metric exists. There's an audience panel inside YouTube's analytics. And it shows you this, which basically shows you videos that you've published in the last 90 days, right? You'll note here, and this is only obviously a certain group of videos. The ones that are not highlighted means that it's not done full analysis of those videos yet. They've not been out long enough for it to give a full proper analysis of those videos, right? But it still shows that they're doing well. So basically it means any viewer that found that video that then came back to watch more videos, essentially. So you can see the video I did with Tom was an extremely high conversion, which makes sense because there was obviously links specifically to that. But you'll note that these ones here, the MTK recaps, have a very low conversion on that particular factor, which makes sense. Not many people are finding them. They're more for the existing sub base. These ones are all very moderate and so on and so forth. But yeah. That's the thing, yeah. That's why that one's a little bit skewed. But this is how it works. And it takes a little bit of time for it to actually build in. But you actually do get that information, which is quite useful to have that exist. So basically what happens, Shuber, is currently we're in the... Well, we just got past Atletico. What was it? 10-2 on aggregate? So we're into the quarterfinals, which is good. But unfortunately, we're only going to be joined by, most likely, Budapest. Yeah, I mean, they are still... Bear in mind, they still do very well by what they used to. Encourage people to subscribe. The reason they do that, Owen, is because that works. That call to action is extremely powerful. But I do it slightly differently. By instead of doing that, I use an ident thing that pops up in the middle of the video, which has a sound effect associated with it. And I always put it after something that's funny. In theory, funny. If I can do. So with the recaps, I always put it after one of the stupid clips. One of the ridiculous clips that Inferno's got of me. That's the thing. Recaps still get like between 10 and 20,000 views now, whereas last year that was like 3 to 5 at a push. But that's because there is a lot more subs on the channel now. Plus, I never like asking for people to subscribe at the very start of a video anyway, because I feel like I haven't shown you anything that should give you a reason to subscribe yet. Let me earn that, because I feel like that's better in a way. Do I like editing? I do, but only if... I like editing, but sometimes when I'm 5 hours into an edit, it can get a bit tedious. So the World Cup videos that I do, those take fucking ages to edit because I've got like 2.5 hours of footage to comb through, and it's not like it's lots of gaps. It's mostly me speaking, so I then have to decide what's relevant. So it sometimes takes me like 2 or 3 passes through to actually get it down to where I want. So it'll be like 2.5 hours, then it goes down to 52 minutes, which was what the last one was. And then the second time around, I had to get rid of 16 minutes of actual genuinely good footage. Not good footage, but stuff that I felt was superfluous. So it was like, it could have gone in there, but I wanted to make sure that it was as tight as possible. Despite being a 36-minute video, I still wanted it to be tight. Right, let's see what Athletic Club are going to do. But I suspect, unless there's a miracle here, they're out. Yeah, whenever I'm doing the Speedrun Champions League, I just kind of end up going a bit longer. I'm in a good mood today. We're chatting. It's fine. Ah, they're out. That's disappointing. I don't think we know the draw for the... So that's basically, it's just us and Budapest are left in Europe now. We're not going to have 3 back-to-back winners of the Europa League this time around. We will play Manchester City, of course. Edit them separately. So the way I do it when I'm recording videos is the game footage gets recorded, and my microphone is... The dry signal from the microphone is recorded onto the game footage. So I have a different profile in OBS that I switch over to do YouTube stuff. And then the camera footage is recorded on the SD card of the camera, so not connected. And I just... clap sync them, and then in Adobe Premiere I have templates which I use, which one of them on the audio track for the vocals has already got several different VST plugins on it that adds the sound to my voice to make it sound the way it does in the videos, basically. So that's all relatively straightforward stuff. So even when I'm doing like a video where I'm just talking into the camera, my voice is being recorded through the game. I'll have the game running in the background and then just have that video track just deleted. It's a poor year, but it's still not that bad. Like, 15.5 is still very close to being the 3rd best on the year. But we really are going to have to push to get more than about 17, I would have thought. And we're going to have to carry it ourselves. But that's what we expected. Yeah, you're right. It's been behaving for a while, which is a bit strange, isn't it? Subs in a month. Oh, yeah, legitimately. During the Whitport series, during that period of YouTube, I was sometimes a month would go by and I'd gain like 1 sub net. Obviously, there'd be some gain and some loss, basically. It was actually outrageous. And not even outrageous, it was just exactly what to expect. I looked through this at one point, going month by month, looking at the sub growth over that. And it was just... for the last 3 years, obviously, if you exclude last year, because that scouting video that we did, which did really well, and that pretty much carried it on its own. The 3 years before that I'd done on YouTube, so Notts County, Stockport, and Frozen Fortunes, although that's less, really. I'd gained around about 2,000 subs a year in each of those 3 years. Last month on YouTube, I gained 2,400 subs in a month. Which... yeah, it's outrageous. People think it's the ceiling for Football Manager. I think that ceiling is going up. Scouting video is nearly 200. Oh, is it actually at 200k now? That's mad. AFC Vinya, thank you very much for the follow. Last month was the best month ever on every single metric. Subs, revenue, watch time, view, and number of views as well. Every single... And technically, if I carry on the way that I'm going this month will actually be better as well, which is crazy. PewDiePie, probably, yeah.
It's good you came in summer.
But I think that with the advancements in the match engine with Unity comes, I think that's going to raise the ceiling of FM content because it's actually going to be suddenly more accessible to people that maybe like that higher graphical fidelity that you get from a game like FIFA. So I could see by the time FM25 ends, potentially, I could see the biggest creators in the space having 500,000 plus, potentially. I said this at the start of the year. I reckon that within 2 years we'd have double-digit people with 100k. And Tom's now hit it. Luke's not that far away as well. Crew's heading that direction. Like, obviously, myself and Clates are slightly further away from that, but we're hitting a good pace at the moment. You know, Lovson, thank you for the follow. Yeah, they've doubled the number of sales as well, which means that there's a huge market for it, basically, and it's only going to get bigger when Unity comes along, which means that we're actually going to be in the right spot for it. Too much to remember. I fucking hope so. Nah, you know me. Like, I would hate that Twitch chat changed in any way. I'm enjoying the growth, and we have had growth on Twitch this year. But I'm enjoying the way that it's been slow and gradual, because it means that when new people join, they get an idea of the vibe, and then they get to be sort of encompassed into that, rather than it changing with that. Precisely, Adrian. Think of the amount of people who can educate on editor stuff. True, actually, but he's not like a dedicated FM content creator, is what I mean. You know, Soldier Boy's played it. Does anyone remember that? Well, maybe that could also potentially help it, Marius, too. I always feel like a rising tide raises all boats, right? People don't play FM for graphics, of course not. But by having better graphics, it then actually opens up to a market of people who do think that's an important selling point in a game, right? That's the thing. The market is growing. The fact that they've tapped into the console market is massive. Yeah, you don't want a tsunami. That's always a bit of a problem. I don't think there's actually any more games like in the recent future, is there? There's the Conference League hasn't been drawn. Oh, it's going to be drawn today. We might as well at least find out who's in that. I think the content creation space for FM is looking very, very healthy. I mean, it's kind of crazy how many people. Like, there was 43. Oh shit, what am I doing? There was like 43 people, I think it was, down at SI a couple of weeks ago. 43. That's so many content creators, and they're not small content creators either. It's like, and not that there's anything wrong with that either. There's just such a vibrant, like, community of content creators for FM now that's so huge. It's dope. The demographics of the audience is actually astonishing. Oh god, Miggy's injured again now. It's mad. Like, I'll tell you mine actually while I'm here. In fact, same panel, isn't it? So yeah, 13 to 17 is 3.8%. 18 to 24, 39%. 25 to 34, 35%. And then 35 to 44, 13%. So basically, 18 to 44 is nearly 90% of my audience is in that bracket. And 97% male, of course. But yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to build a new computer just to be able to run that FM. If I can get my shit together, I might even be able to do it before the next one. But we'll see. But I thought it was actually, yeah, it's improved. That's something that's also changed. Like, this year it's actually been, it used to be like over 99%. So it's actually dropped a little bit. It's just Pog watching all the videos. FM VTubers, I think we already have them. But what I would say is I don't know if the crossover between people that enjoy VTubers and the sort of person that watches FM content is there. So I feel like maybe it might be a negative, not them existing, but like people would be maybe less likely to watch because they're maybe not. I'm not a huge fan of VTubers personally, and therefore I wouldn't engage as well with that potentially. I like being able to see the person I'm communicating with. Like, I think that facecam's super important for streaming. The mother's account, it is, yeah. It blatantly is. Right, who did they get? Olympia. Oh, hello. Villa versus Besiktas. That's one of those two out and one of these two out. Budapest Olympiacos. Doesn't that mean they play Basel in the chat? Chat. Budapest have got a really good pathway to a Conference League final. Because if they beat Olympiacos, Basel or Crvena Zvezda in the semi, I could totally see them getting through that. It would be a 7th attempt. This could be the thing that saves our season, honestly. Oh, dear. Nah, I think facecam's important nowadays. It never used to be. Like, I never had facecam on my early videos. I didn't introduce facecam until, like, I can't remember what it was exactly. And just things change with the times. It's just the expectations of the audience change with it, right? So I love how we've just gone into this random technical chat for no reason, but I'm here for it. You know, I love talking shop. Yeah, exactly. As you can tell, facecam's been super important in stream, hasn't it? Today it's been super important. Oh yeah, they'll definitely lose 3-2 to Villa in the final for sure, but they'll get there, right? Well, so it won't be Sunday. So just to clarify, I'm not here this weekend. I take my one Sunday off a month. It just so happens that I've had to take it in the... I say had to. I'm taking it in the middle of the month this time because Viking's birthday. And obviously Viking just got their new house. So I'm going to Viking's house for a housewarming party this weekend. And that's going to be nice. And Pog's working, so she can't come. And I feel bad about that. So I'm going to be in Salisbury all weekend, which is going to be nice. And then obviously... at the very start of next month as well, I'll have an on August 5th, that weekend, August 6th, the Sunday, I'll be off that day as well, because that's when I'm doing the half marathon down in Andover. Neutral Normie, thank you very much for the 14 months.
When did James Bond arrive at Wimbledon? About 10ish.
Fuck's sake. Oh, that's good. Watch out for the Russian agents. I mean... half marathon, yeah. That's on the 5th. But to be fair, Viking did not live far away from the whole agent thing. With the agent thing, from the old Novichok thing. In fact, him and his missus very nearly bought the Novichok house. I'm also glad that they didn't get it, because then I couldn't tell you that they did. But they were very close to actually getting the Novichok house. It was great. I'm going to save it again because I've forgotten. Just run under Viking's place. It's only like 160 miles or something. I don't actually know how far it is. I don't know where he lives at the moment. I haven't even got his address currently. So, where are we gwanning this afternoon? Did I see a United City? I did. I bloody did. The man himself. There's only one place to send you a lot, and that's to the United City. Boom, boom, boomity boom. Oh, I'm a little bit tired. Thank you very much for joining me today, friends. This has been extremely fun. Hopefully, on Thursday, we can get to another Champions League final, and Budapest have put themselves in a great damn position for potentially go to another Conference League final. So I would like it to be 7 finals in 3 years. That would be the jam, frankly. CEO Tricky, thank you very much for the follow. So I will see you lovely people on Thursday to hey, maybe I'll buy a new cable for the camera by Thursday. Who knows? You never know. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for coming. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go say hello to United City FM. TTFN. Ta-ta for now.